paradise we don't in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice of hearing us now. We don't in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Face on the ground, still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice of hearing us now. I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Kafu, kafu, at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We've got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, we dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, happy I'll try, happy I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We've got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, we dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, happy I'll try, happy I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We've got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, we don't in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, we don't in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to give me the rampage! Forehead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Riyadh Masters and the final day of the play-in stage as well. We had 24 best of 2s yesterday to kick off our action here for a $15 million tournament. Denog, we have a couple more series today to determine how kind of the play-in series will shape up. So it's going to be some exciting stuff in store.
Yeah, like you said, 24 best of twos yesterday. Today, a little bit more chill. You know, we got 6 best of twos, but then those 4 deciding best of threes, which will be really hyped to see which are the teams that are going to go forward and which are the teams that are going to get eliminated. I'm talking about that thing down in the bottom left hand there. So you can see first and second in both Group A and Group B, they move on forward, and then third place 6th, fourth place 5th across Groups A and B. So I'm really excited to see how that happens, and really that's what a few of these games today, because again, these teams are only playing one series each today, are going to be doing. It's going to be shaping a lot of what's going to be happening, especially in Group A, where I believe first and second are already decided, with Liquid and Asta already getting those 2 spots.
Yep, that is correct. So at least for Group A in particular, with those remaining teams, it's just important in regards to seeding. So, we can even speak about Group B as well. The only thing guaranteed so far is that Beast Coast will be playing that decider series. We still do not know who's going to take first or second place in a Group B.
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme Gaming, they're playing OG, Nine Pandas, they're playing Secret, and Quest are playing Beast Coast. So if you're a Quest fan, it's looking pretty likely that they might be securing one of those top 2 spots. We were, a bit buoyant of their potential after the Bali Major. Some people kind of hopped off the boat after Amar was not part of the team anymore, but, they're really coming forward and putting some good performances together. And we could see here some of that seeding is even going to matter, just with, with the play-ins 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. You might want to be leaning towards one of these groups that might be a bit easier, but honestly, these are some pretty superstar teams, so I don't think there is an easy group.
No, I don't think there is an easy group as well, as we get to see what all the teams are playing for. Of course, a prize pool of 15 million, first place. That is, what would you do with 5 million, Matt? What would you do?
A lot of shawarmas.
Yeah,
that's a lot of shawarmas.
I have no idea what that is as well.
It's like a kebab. There's a version of a kebab.
Okay.
Very, very good. Very good. You're so cultured, man. Always just missing out on it. It's always food as well. I gotta take you out to more food places.
Oh, take me to this OG Extreme game. That looks exciting. Of course, we're going to be kicking off with Execration versus Entity, but really...
the Mango
Group
Bowl?
B. Yes, the Mango Bowl. The C brothers going at it. I mean, Gabby up against a very, very old team that he used to be on with Execration.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be very exciting, the Battle of the E's on the C stream. But you got to say, Entity, do you think they overperformed? I think they're performing pretty much where I expected them to, and Execration probably slightly below where I expected them. I still thought that they would be in that 3rd to 6th bracket, but some of these losses have been a little demoralizing for them, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, demoralizing is one way to put it. I 100% agree. Entity, I think this is at least the position I thought they would be around. Execration, yeah, I thought they'd get a couple more wins as well. So this could be the day where you just... Exactly right. And just all you need is that one important best of 3 win. That's really it at the end of the day. So maybe there was just a lot of experimenting, coming in with a couple strategies, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work. And now today in this series, you can test them out, build that confidence, build that momentum into the series. That is really all that kind of matters now for these teams. So I do also want to say, I think that this series is more important. Well, no, for Execration as well, but for Entity, if they get a win here, if they get a 2-0 and TSM don't get a 2-0, then Entity will finish 3rd, which means they again then play the 6th place team in Group B, which is currently Beast Coast. So and I guess for Execration,
Beast Coast isn't a bad team. That's the thing. It's not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I'd 100%, at least with how this tournament's going, you'd say, you'd probably rather verse them if they're having a bit of a rougher time. So that is at least what we are playing for in this series in particular. It's just seeding for that final decider series to be able to go into the group stages. And we do have a draft underway. It's going to be Execration on the Radiant side with first pick. We got Entity on Die with second pick. Execration, we're going to look to try and start with the Undying.
All right, so... time to break this one down. Entity, they chose second pick. I think it's very important, especially in these series that mean a lot. Execration, they're a team that thrives off of getting a good early start and using that to snowball into the later stages. So take that away from them by winning most of your lanes. The plus side, of course, for Execration is that they have this Undying to be able to play around with, which, wins most lanes that it's going to be playing with. So Entity as well, they're looking to get rid of a few of the meme strats that Execration like to play with. First phase Visage ban, not exactly super common, but against them who run the Luna, Marcy, Visage combination, I can see exactly why. And we get to see a Fishman Chen. I'm assuming it's going to be Fishman. Kataomi could play it as well, but really was one of his top 5 heroes for a long, long time.
And this is something that we saw yesterday as well with Entity, with being able to flex the Primal Beast into the 4. Kataomi was the one that played it. I do like the response from Execration though, going to the Ember Spirit. We have, I mean, as a game response, it's pretty nice for a decent chunk of the time with the chains, being able to hold him into place. Of course, you will be able to purge that eventually with one of the talents, but we have also seen the lane kind of go back and forth between the Ember Spirit and the Primal Beast, so I don't think it's that more, one-sided at the early stage, but kind of when we start to see some rotations, Ember can kind of come out on top.
I really wouldn't hate to see Shanks go something like an Enchantress here, just because it's good against the Primal Beast. You said before, Kataomi, he did play it yesterday, we were casting it, but they have the potential to throw it on Gabby. What it does do is it really prevents Stormstormer from picking it, because A, the Ember Spirit's good against it, just in the lane itself. I'm not sure if they would want to lane it into the Undying as well, so they might already be planning to push it back to 4. But if for whatever reason they do run it mid, an Enchantress really just enables the ganks for it. It also means that your lane against the Chen is going to be pretty good too with the enchant. You can also get into the Shard for the little friends to turn the Chen army onto someone too. So there's a lot of benefits from the Enchantress here.
Yep. I'm also seeing for Entity, I think the potential for a Enigma, which is something that Gabby's been playing in pubs. It also then gives you the possibility for the Primal Beast to be played as a 4, just having a melee range pairing. And I think Enigma is kind of one of the better heroes to lane into the Undying as well.
Highest win rate of the top 10 contested heroes, by the way, is Enigma with 61.5%. Okay. Undying is the most contested hero. 33% win rate though, so a lot of those are bans, just really looking to set up their lanes a bit more, but a lot of people are just trying to shoehorn this Undying into every draft, and well, it's very strong still, but not mega busted anymore.
No, but I still feel like it's... Do you have any concerns with the Undying? Because I really feel like I don't hate seeing it in every draft. I feel like the hero just does a lot, provides a lot, and it's just easy to open up with in the first phase.
I'm fine with it as well. I think they really just want to... It forces the enemy team to kind of change how they want to make the lanes happen, because there are some heroes that are just straight up unpickable into an Undying. So it's probably going to be Abeg playing it, and Undying is probably the last word that you could say for some of his games yesterday. He was dying left, right, and center, man. Like, just across the 4 games that I saw, it was like 40+ deaths combined. So... hopefully he's able to take this little bit more durable hero and make it work.
It's an interesting Huskar ban. I know there were a couple of interviews. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, right? There were a couple of interviews at Dream League where I think it was actually maybe Quinn, but in particular Gaming Gladiators were speaking about just the early first phase of the Ember Spirit and kind of trying to counter it in the lane. You need a lot of niche counters, and Huskar is definitely one of them that a lot of people don't really play. Snapfire is an interesting one though. This is kind of your classic, like, Southeast Asian, really. Yopaj was one who I think, at least first that I saw, invented kind of the Snapfire response to the Ember in the mid.
Oh, he's terrorized Bob in the past on this, so he might be just thinking, oh no, what again? But to be honest, when I think Stormstormer, I don't really think of, the Snapfire mid. He plays it, but it's not one of his real signature heroes. So what I love about the Snapfire is, A, it's a response to the Undying. B, is a potential counter to the Ember Spirit in lane. You've got second pick, and you can still flex it to be a 3, for example, with Gabby playing it, and then Kataomi just goes the Primal Beast. So I think this is totally cool by Entity. What I want to see them do is pick their position 1 with the last pick of this draft. I know you don't see Execrations just yet, but you've still got another phase of bans. You'll still be able to take out the biggest counters to it, and you'll leave that flexibility open. And now you know what lane you're going into as well.
So what are we looking at? Because Entity safe lane, it's going to be a lot of spam out of the blasts and the axes, so you need to be considering a hero that probably has a decent amount of built-in sustain.
Don't hate a Faceless Void here. I like it combining together with a Snapfire. Would have loved it. It's a Watson staple as well, right? what else can Watson look to go against this Beastmaster?
Okay.
Just the Slark. All right,
There-
seems fine.
Can be issues like this is.
There's damage to go
Yeah,
through.
it's.
Yeah.
The Slark is not really the greatest response for the lane as far as I'm aware, but as the game, it's very nice versus the Beastmaster, and they offer zero control against him. So Watson staple, but it's just can you get out of the lane? Because it will be a little bit tricky. Chen doesn't help you that much. So it could also come down to potentially how we see Katomi rotate on his support. But yeah, I don't hate the Slark. It's just your lane can be a little bit difficult.
And you've also, I mean, against the Slark, you might need to be bunkering down inside of that Tombstone once he really gets online with the Diffuser Blade, the Aghanim Scepter. It's honestly not a bad Mage Slayer game this time around. Most of the time you'd look to build it against like Leshrac, but against the Beastmaster, Keeper of the Light, hell, even the Ember Spirit, it's a very heavy magic damage lineup that Execration have right now.
Seconds remaining.
Can you not still Enigma for Entity?
5 seconds remaining.
I think you still can, for sure, but they're just going to wait and see what Execration pick up with this
Of
last
course, yeah.
overall pick, right? They've got the Snapfire Flex available for them between mid lane and off lane, so use it to its fullest potential. Hell, they could even still put the Primal Beast mid and put the Snapfire 4, and it's still a 3 that's yet to come for them. So they've got the world is their oyster with this second phase that I really like from Entity, but I don't hate this Execration draft either, right? They've got strong lanes so far. Bob is very good on the Ember Spirit. And it's something that synergizes well together, right? With Coddle Ember, you want to be getting kills frequently, and Beastmaster allows you to do that with the Hawk Vision.
And I think we can simply say this is a Execration draft that has worked for them in the past and a couple, more than a couple months ago, like around 201, where they were having a lot of success. Like this is Shanks. They really like Coddle drafts. You've got a lot of synergy with it. You've got a staple Undying Fire, Bob on his best hero. Like it's just, this is kind of what we were asking for them yesterday, right? Like you just wanted to go back to your comfort, back to what has worked. They were kind of picking up some heroes that maybe weren't as strong at the moment. But this definitely looks like an Execration draft.
Yeah. The heroes that I was looking for were like Bloodseeker and Terrorblade, but they're both gone, so won't be able to pick either of those up for Execration. So what is Palos going to play into this? I really don't mind like a dual melee lane, to be honest. Maybe even something like an Alchemist could work. Just try and get really aggressive just because you've got that little bit of a steroid with the Keeper of the Light to get nice and active early on. Also, the Acid Spray is a pretty decent response to the Chen if they just try and swarm over you. Undying plus Concoction, very deadly in lane 2.
Palos also does have some kind of left field heroes that he plays as the carry.
Not the Spectre again, please.
Oh yeah, that's not what I was. Yeah, not the Spectre. I more mean like your Marcy's, he'll pull out your like not really the win condition carries. Sometimes the Leshrac we've seen from him.
Even like a ranged hero that builds a 4-star for a Hurricane Pike, I wouldn't hate, right? Because you can get out of the Slark Bounce, you can disable the... Ooh, okay. I don't mind this as well. Again, it's not exactly a 4-star builder, but you can just look to get really aggressive and start running people down. I feel like Execration took their loss against Liquid personally, and they're like, right, what did these top-tier teams, these perennial grand finalists do against us, and how can we use it to our own benefit?
5 seconds remaining.
So I wonder if now you just... Do you Enigma now into this? Like, I think it's a fine enough Enigma game. They don't have a lot cancel for Entity for Gabby to be able to play. They've been playing it a lot. Razor can somewhat deal with the Eidolons. And I guess the Undying can as well, but you just want to try and stay as far away as possible, and that's really what Enigma allows you to do, right? Just keeps the lane a little bit further pushed back towards you, and then once the Eidolon split, providing you're playing with a Primal Beast, you've got a lot of damage output potential.
Can't like quap off lane, can you?
Ooh, the quaff lane?
Oh, that's a stretch. I'm just trying to think of like mobile heroes to play into the Razor lane.
Bat? Is Bat banned? Don't hate a bat. Gabby likes to play it. I mean, offlane puck. If anyone can do it, Gabby can.
Man, I have not seen offlane puck in a very long time. Yeah, what do we got? They will bat. Very good call. Okay.
Wonder if it even is offlane though. We still don't know 100% because remember, this is Stormstormer that we're talking about here. It is going to be Gabby playing it though. Katomi once again picking up the Primal Beast. I just like Entity's draft throughout. Probably like if it wasn't Watson playing this Slark, I would be feeling a little bit more anxious about it. But he is just so solid on all the mechanics in this hero that it leaves you with a sense of ease, you know, that you've got to be able to have faith in it. I mean, Snapfire into the Ember Spirit, it's a good lane. Batrider Primal Beast, it's strong lane. Chen Slark, it's a relatively strong lane, especially against a melee hero like the Beastmaster. So
You think?
I think it's relatively strong, right? Beastmaster can't rely entirely on the axes to get his farm in the lane, right? You need to be right-clicking a little bit, and you're going to be taking some harass going back the other way.
All right, I'm intrigued. I think Execration win both their side lanes, so I
think they can. Like this isn't like a massively one draft for either side to mine. I would say this is the happiest I've been after seeing an Execration draft for the entire tournament.
I do agree with that point as well. Yesterday it was we obviously see. I mean, this is very different. They've taken a page out of the book of Liquid as well, which I believe even the games that we weren't covering later in the day, they even picked up more raises. So something that is starting to come back into popularity. I have not checked if the other teams are running it in Group B as well. But we'll see how Palace is able to shape up on the Razor and how they can perform as well. Because of course, like we were saying, to start kind of this series off, this one is important in regards to seeding. Entity looking to try and get that third position so they can verse the 6th place in Group B. And Execration, they're fighting for the 5th place so they can verse 4th then. So still a little bit that they are going to be fighting for. So
I mean, with them, you just need to try and win, right? Like winning is habitual, is what a lot of people say, right? If you start winning, you'll just win more, basically. What's up?
Palace said Pinoy. Is Gabby?
He's European
okay,
now.
There we go. I see the GPK fan too, so...
I can. It was that update, man. We just needed to wait.
Yeah, true. Gabby. Alright. Let's see. Got a interesting movement out of Entity, deep inside Execration's triangle. No one's going to be home at the moment. Looks like Radiant currently setting themselves up over to the right side of the map. I did already get an observer down though, so they are well aware of this potential movement.
I've whipped out the old Google Translate, by the way. Gabby was saying, don't be arrogant with that in response. So, yeah, a little bit of banter to be able to start things out, but I don't think Gabby's one to shy away from the bans. He rated Execration as an F tier coming into this event, so you know what? Maybe he could cop a little bit of the bans.
It's important. If you're gonna dish it out, you're gonna be able to cop the banter as well. And we'll see if Gabby is able to do that. Gotta keep eyes on tips. Gabby uses his.
All important.
Yes, the all important. I do very intrigued how this mid lane goes as well. I've not seen it in quite some time, but do you want to elaborate a little bit on why this Snapfire is a very good matchup versus the Ember?
I mean, you just got a good attack animation. You've got pretty good armor, so you can withstand from the Sleight of Fist relatively easily. And if you go the Flame Guard build, you're going to be able to just quickly burst through it with your magical damage as well from the Cookie and the Scatterblast. So it just feels relatively solid. And I mean, with Ember, especially at the earlier levels, since they nerfed the Sleight of Fist cooldown a little bit, you're having to come forward. So like we see just there, he just gets slammed in the face with the Scatterblast as soon as he moves forward, even an inch towards these creeps to try and secure those last hits.
I mean, now as well, 3 points in Flame Guard is not going to protect you against a 3 in Scatterblast with that nerf. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how much it's going to further impact this matchup in particular. Top lane, it's a back and forth going on.
Power of the block grenades, man. They're enabling potential kills from both top and bottom, to be honest. Like, I'm really thinking that maybe this Undying, which... Look at bottom, man. We're once again getting the... I don't even want to call this musical lanes. It's like a conga line at bottom. With the Undying and Primal Beast just trying to manipulate where exactly it is. This is a double wave coming back towards Execration. And Gabby's just trying to keep it as far away as he can. I mean, this is the way you play against an Undying, though. You don't play against it. Just try and make the lane somewhere else.
Yeah, sometimes...
Happy.
a Razor as well, too, on top of that. So, I mean, that's why Gabby has the Windlace queued up too. Just do your best
Gabby got a single last hit so far? No, he hasn't. He's just been spending his time, pulling things around. Atomi has 3 at this point. Not the perfect spot for the lane to be able to rest in, so it's going to start pushing back once again towards Palace, who's farming next to his tier 2 tower. If wanted to be really efficient, he could be standing underneath the tier 2 for that extra regen, but you know what, we'll give him some leeway.
He's fine. He has a Tango on the banner creep.
Yeah, he'll be just fine, actually.
Yeah, he would have been full health second. I'm
dying.
Bang, what's going on? Oh, Gabby, come on, dude. Really? You got the high five. You got the kill as well. So it looks like you can dish it out a little bit. Top lane, Tino. Watson's already used the pounds by the looks of it.
What Arbing picks up here. I don't know if he started with a Windlace or if he's just secured it for himself now, but that'll certainly help him from trying to run away from this Gabby Batrider as he's... It's already 3 minutes in. We're already getting the Windlaces. I'm expecting to see, a few waves farmed at this point, but there hasn't been a lot of farming going on this bottom side outside of Palace.
I guess one thing is that the position 4 and Entity is going to have a bit of a difficult time being able to make stacks for the Batrider to catch up, so we shall see how they're going to be able to continue to help Gabby out, as they will once again go back to the pulling shenanigans. Mid lane though, Storm up, is in a lot of danger. Slides back up for Bob. Like you said, with all the armor that the Snapfire is able to play with.
Extra tower hit as well, Bob there. Really dangerous to have to come back forward. Oh, the slide.
Ooh.
The one there. I wonder if there's going to be a rotation. I mean, I'd really love Shanks to be able to stack these up and then go to the top water rune and make sure he's able to steal that one away from the Snapfire. That would result in a 1 lane, and, well, there we go. Able to just yoink it away. You've got a bottle refill there, and Storm is kind of begging for someone to come to this lane to be able to help him out. But if Shanks was able to just go and yoink away that bounty rune as well, it would have been a huge win for Execration.
He does have this to be able to fall back on. Gives a bit of breathing room as well for Bob, which is important. We said with it being a bit more of a trickier lane for him. It still drags the Coddle away from top, so you're not continuing the spam in the lane, which I thought really was going to be the issue for Watson. I mean, this hero wants to just live on as minimal health as possible until you get level 6. They're actually going to make a go onto the Beastmaster. Shanks is back nearby, doesn't get the Blinding Light push back onto the Slark, but it's not going to be an issue though.
He'll be fine. I mean, that's the thing, right? You've got Shanks making some of these stacks for them. You've even got the boar, not named, sadly. We love seeing the named boars, the one for named Bob we saw all the times during CDBC, but it happened this time around.
Let's see if they're going to try and make a go on Bob before his 6. Slide is down, which is always a bit of a window.
Doing a good job, though, body blocking this, keeping the creep wave as close to the tower as possible. If it just... that tiny little bit of extra armor, that's why... Oh, nice slide
Slides down. And they're going to... Oh, bottom lane. Got to dive onto the tower. Now back to mid we go, Bob. A little bit awkward there. I believe the Chains was able to hold back 1. So close to having the level 6 on Stormer as well. So with all that action going on, we did get to see the kill down bottom onto Gabby's Batrider. And there's a lot of damage into the tower too. It's a full wave along with the catapult.
Nicely done. This is still a game where you feel like it's not necessarily set up for the lane for Gabby, right? Like, I wanted something that was able to, maneuver over cliffs and have a bit of reposition with that flame break just to be able to deal with this Razor. It's a game counter, right? Because you know what Razor builds. He wants to get into that AB.
And kisses as well being used as well. Alright, double kill across the map for Entity.
You get what I'm saying, right? Like, they really are just valuing this lasso so heavily, and with an Undying, even the Coddle, honestly, there's not a lot of kill threat once the lanes start to dissolve a little bit, so someone like a Batrider can afford to get incredibly greedy and just be, like, cutting waves right in front of your tier 3 towers.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to bring up. Is like how do you actually address a Batrider when he's cutting waves? You've got a Chen that can do that. You've even got a Primal Beast that can do that as well. So these entity heroes are going to be able to find gold across the map. It doesn't matter if they've had a rough start, and they haven't. They've had in fact a very good start. Slark, top of the net worth, 1 perma Agi. Importantly, he's about to hit level 6, which means he can play the lane solo, and then Fishman can go back and farm the jungle. So you're going to have a pretty fast early items out of the Chen. He's actually going to go Medallion first on Fishman.
Makes sense, I guess. I mean, I'm sure he's just going to be leading things to how Watson wants them to be done, right? Because what's he nearly got coming out to him on Watson? Just the Blade of Alacrity for now, but if you get into an early-ish Diffusal Blade, you could really start to wreak some havoc. Solar Crest enabling that even further. Plus side is, Tino, he's not going to be short of farm. Lots of stacks being built up by Shanks, which of course, the stacks end up giving him that golden experience as well. So, Execration making sure they secured their Wisdom Rune, they're not going to be lacking in levels.
It's a huge rotation down to bottom. Katomi's going to be the first one to start. It's a deep dive out of the tower. Palace is going to have some assistance with Bob TPing in. And with the Ember Spirit should be able to clean up. They're going to have no response with all their abilities previously used. It means that Bomb flying to third, and now can be able to chase down Fishman as well. And this was all set up thanks to the Observer Ward inside the river. They had the awareness that a movement was going out from Entity, and they could respond in a heartbeat.
That's the thing as well, like, it took a long time to kill this Razor, a good, 6 seconds, and by the time they went onto him, he just got raindrops delivered, he had 21 charges, so far longer than they had hoped, and with that Eye of the Storm just getting a few of those procs off, you have an Ember Spirit with a Blightstone as well, maxed out Sleight of Fist, so Bob was able to just clean up in that one, dealing 2.2k damage.
And it's another pretty goddamn good Ember game as well. They don't have a lot of ways to be able to get into place as this game goes on.
Speaking of Bob, he's chasing down Gabby as his Firefly's just worn off as well. Might be looking to go for the kill. He's got 3 levels on the man.
Should be able to get it. Bob. Ooh, yep. Abilities back up. Meanwhile, opposite side of the map. One of Makis is in use once again to help get the kill onto Tino. They're also going to scale out the Ancient stack. They're even going to try and consider about going for some more kills. This is super deep, though. Stormer. Satita Tower, and he didn't even get the kill. Bob here for the cleanup. Katomi should be able to get the charge away, but...
That's way too deep.
Yeah.
That's way too deep when you know that the Ember Spirit has that TP available. He's even going to get a bottle refill coming in from the base for Tino. And the other part is, Entity, diving deep makes sense if you're actually able to use it and steal away a lot of these camps, but they really don't have any heroes outside of the Batrider that's capable of doing it. And Gabby's still level 5, so he really just wants to get up a few of those earlier levels, get that Firefly maxed out into the lasso, and then you can maybe look to do it.
Radiant structures.
Good for Execration.
Looking very good for Execration.
More stacks being built up. I think Tino might be getting a little bit greedy here. All the creeps are just running into each other before he gets a chance to stack them. This is the Bob we wanted to see, right? 4-0 and 2. Doing a lot to be able to put his team on his back. Already finishing up that Mithril Hammer, so with a lot of that minus armor that they've got, with the Orb of Corrosion, with the Eye of the Storm, and just pure damage coming through from him, he's going to be able to rip through a lot of these heroes.
You should run.
You feel like Entity should consider about... I mean, it looks like they'll probably be a little bit too late to contest the Ancients. Katomi is scouting it out, trying to soak as much experience as he can. He's pretty close to level 6. They're going to be able to utilize the Roar. Not much they can do to block the charge away, though. When you... Oh, well, okay. He's stuck on a cliff. Still going to be able to TP out, though. Watson looking to try and get the remaining creeps. Potential kill as well. That's going to help them get some separation.
Storm
mid lane, yeah, Storm is getting dived onto the tower. Bob,
he's got 2 remnants.
Does he want to go for it? He's considering it, Bob. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to go.
He might have been able to kill him if he kept running outside of that tower range without the extra armor that it provides. 5 armor is huge at this stage of the game. Would have probably been able to get the kill, but Bob, for once, showing some restraint. This isn't the guy that we know.
Bob is... not even Bob, man. Palace is second in net worth. This Razor hero Like, max plasma field, and with the Eye of the Storm, if you just use it off cooldown, you farm incredibly fast, and we are seeing that be the case currently.
Arben gave him a free lane, man, with all of that creep manipulation that he did. Sure, he gave up the first blood, but it was well worth it to get Palace off to this sort of start. And this is where we see Execration play their best owner. A lot of people... Watson, able to get away with the pounce.
He's in danger, though.
He's got the Shadow Dance.
Level 10 on Bob. Have to use the ultimate early. They actually want to try to take the fight. It's a pretty good start from Kitomi. Lasso going to be used as well for the chain control. A huge streak. It's going to be Fishman claims the reward of, and now they want more blood as well as Palos, along with Shank, should be able to find their own escape avenue, but Entity, they strike back.
Gotta be careful here on Palos. They're using the Twin Gate to be able to get down and potentially kill him, but Watson thinks better of it. That was the fresh reveal of the Diffusal Blade as well, when they were going for that, so I'm not sure if they would have been able to secure that kill without the extra mana burn damage that it provides, but I was thinking maybe they were going to hold back on that until they got the Solar Crest, and indeed they did. Fishman, good response, just layers out so much more damage, and now they're going to get into that mechanism after that. So, Entity, they're preparing to ball up, but they're just not quite at that point yet. Love about the Chen as well, right? Look at the net worth. Easily sitting above all the other supports in this game. Even a Primal Beast that's super capable of farming up a lot of creeps. And Smoke, though, try and take away some of these stacks or invade into Gabby's area. There's a little bit of a vendetta there, you might say. Killing their fellow countrymen, making sure he's like, yeah, you sure about that decision to go over to Europe?
See if scans on the mark. It's like Bob does show.
It's like, please, just don't walk up here. Let me finish this stack.
Anyway,
they will be able to secure it for him. It'll be at the loss of a tier 1 tower, but as long as you secure that stack, as long as you stick around perhaps for the Wisdom Rune, I think you're going to be generally okay with it.
Martino's getting his own space as well, farming another stack at the Ancient, so this is about to be Scepter completed for the Beastmaster. They're not going to bring more heroes down to bottom, though, on Entity to contest this Wisdom Rune, so it does... Oh, they're going to come now, but they might be a bit too late. Let's see. Katomi's going to give them the information. Tombstone drop down, which gives them firm control of the area. Kiss is still going to prove to be a bit of an issue for the moment. He does get the Wisdom Rune, though, before he dies, so... it's not too bad.
It's not too bad, but you do lay it down essentially.
This could be bad, though. Bob, back in with the combo. Palace as well is going to get involved. Gabby finds the lasso control, and now they're going to have Watson even getting involved. He doesn't have a lot of mana. Watson now easily can turn, eats the Healing Lotus, and now he's going to be able to munch onto Abeng. Does have a teleport, and should be able to make it with the pounce on cooldown.
It's a little bit too keen. I mean, that's twice now that they've been fighting away from the Tombstone. Previously, up top, it was on like a 7-second cooldown still when they went for that previous gank attempt. And really ends up costing them multiple times. You can't be giving up these two heroes that were having the best start to the game by far. They've got their own Wisdom Rune sitting down there. And, well, Tino, this is a real early Aghanim Scepter as well that he's been able to pick up. So a lot of that AoE damage coming through. We were worried that they might not be able to have the potential to deal with the Slark with AoE damage, but this is a nice way to be able to address it. Also, Chen creeps too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What do we feel like we can expect out of Watson over the next... Well, hold that because of fight. It's brewing. Gonna try to get the wrap around. They'll start on the Undying, but Kitami as well sees an angle to get onto Tino. Looks like he's still going to be able to get the Roar, but it does not matter. So Entity find a couple of kills. They might be considering Roche.
They got a lot of minus armor. They
do.
Got drums just used, so it's not actually the active there, but yeah, the little Shredder, got Solar Crest as well. Have plenty of damage to be able to take this one out with all the Chen creeps. Gabby just doing Bat Rider things. Look to cut waves, look to just play as far away from where Execration really want to be playing, which is, you know, damn aggressively.
I like this Lotus Orb choice from Gabby as well. You've got the spell for the root, the Roar, the Static Link. I mean, it really just enables Watson to be able to play super aggressively this game on the Slark.
Mm-hmm. Even just the plate mail is going to do him a world of good, right? To be able to be in the thick of things, really getting full benefit out of that Firefly and not dying to the Eye of the Storm and the Sleight of Fist.
It's such a incredible timing though for them to win that team fight. You've got time for another 3 minutes 30. You've got kind of the 2 items that you'd ever hope for out of Watson, so it's just going to be them sweeping across the map. Bottom is all theirs. You've got great vision up top as well. So pretty much you are always going to have some information on multiple of the Execration members, so you can do whatever you want with very ease.
Yeah, Palace, you might see Kataomi here, and is he going to die from this? You have that diffusal blade available on the Slark.
Mass TP, so they want to continue to go for the kill though. Watson has got a whole lot of damage at the moment. Still should be able to get the kill into Palace in the end. Do they have the reinforcements to be able to continue out the fight? Is Watson starting to stack up the essence, and he's going to continue to feast onto our Bang. Watson is a gigantic issue for Execration at this stage of the game.
He is. I was really thinking that maybe they might just TP like one person back that's going to be able to save him. Maybe Shanks, just with that blinding light pushback. They get rid of the ward, and they take the tier 2 top. I think that was the bigger deal for them. They're still able to open up a bit more of this map for themselves, and it's a really important thing just considering you are going to be playing against a Slark that already has a good amount of vision, especially during the nighttime, but he is that big counter to the Beastmaster as well, so you want to make sure you've got plenty of wards up so that Slark spends his time worrying, well, where can they see me? Can they not? Why is my Shadow Dance working? You can see he's already getting the D wards off, carrying nice little Lotus Sentry wards for himself.
Something that all the best Slarks do. It's free gold.
That's what I say, man. Slark's like, support, buy the Sentry. Sort of like, bro, do you not want gold? Do you not want XP? OP.
Yeah, yeah, it is OP. Free stuff is always very good. So, you see, Watson without a doubt has been able to get great use. I mean, so ridiculously far, man. This is stupid. They're even setting up onto Palace bottom lane as well. Palace, I mean, good luck, brother.
Desperately needs that BKB.
No
nice
way.
little dodge, though.
What?
Alright,
Alright.
clever. I like the fact that Kataomi held the onslaught, though, just not giving him the vision because you can hear it from the fog. So, just waiting, letting Gabby be the one to make that initiation. Yep.
Onslaught's still on cooldown.
Oh, he's staying a bit too long.
Team's a little bit closer now. They are smoking to try and connect. Tombstone's going to get laid down. We saw how taking Palace has been prior. He'll back up to full, but Watson's going to be here for the cleanup. They'll do their best to protect the Razor, but it's not going to be enough. Maybe Bob has got the damage to potentially turn the team fight back around, but it's just Bob against the world, because over to the right side, Gabby tried to use the lasso to be a bit of a nuisance onto Execration, but it's actually an all-out retreat as Entity. They're going to try and cut their losses. Gabby should be able to fly on away. Kataomi, though, will not have the same fate. So in the end, Execration, you once again do lose Palos. You will be able to find a couple of kills in return.
They almost got Stormstormer as well. I'd love to see a replay of that. I saw Tino go for like a 360 no-scope onto the Snapfire, but just with the increased turn rate, he was way too slow, and Snap was able to get out of dodge before he was able to land that extra axes. That would have been enormous if they were able to kill Stormstormer and really halt a lot of his item progression. He's nearly behind the Chen in net worth, despite having this really solid lane setup for himself.
Good lane. Picking a Stormstormer. Look to try and make the attempt onto Tino. They've got the numbers advantage. Maybe they go Spirit instead. Lacking a potential little bit of damage. Bob's got one remnant to work with, along with the lucky haste rune. Tino went back in though.
Deep, my guy.
Yeah, instead of running the opposite way. I mean, he probably doesn't escape anyway, but he's like, alright, I'll just try and bring someone down with me, but it's not going to be the case. Watson, is that... Oh my god, he's got 11 perma agi.
He's got like 9, 0, and 4, and he's even looking to protect the rest of his team. Never mind the rest of his team, he wants your team.
And they might be able to get Palos as well. As look at Gabby's positioning, flying over from the left side, gets to control to make sure there's an extra kill to add to the tally, up to 19, and a big net worth lead to go along with it as well.
Got the Shroud available, he went that early Mage Slayer that we were wanting, love it. I mean, again, a lot of this damage that they've got coming out is magical right now, outside of, yeah, the Razor a little bit, but the Ember Spirit, there's still a good amount of magic coming through with that Maelstrom, with the Fire Remnant, with everything else that you've got coming your way. Gotta remember that it's spell damage as well, not magic damage that the debuff ends up getting rid of.
I'm in a lot
See
of
you later,
danger.
Bob.
Yeah, all right. Well, if you get the first kind of pounce, then maybe you do have a lot of difficulties with potentially playing this game for the Emperor. Who, I mean, what was he like 4-0, and now he's 5-4.
He was 4-0-2.
Yeah, that's just. He was almost the man to be able to do it for Execration. We've really felt his presence in the early game, but a couple of deaths. I mean, you were just highlighting Stormstormer's net worth, but he's overtaken both Bob and Palace, who was also having a very good game early on.
Yeah, all it takes is a couple of team fights, and Snapfire is one of those heroes that you really feel kind of useless from this like level 13 to 19 point. You know, you want to make sure that you get up to that level 20 as quickly as possible, and the only way to really do that is team fighting. You don't have the greatest farming potential, so Execration are kind of playing into Entity's hands here, and they're going to be damn weak after taking this Tormentor.
Oh, I don't know the way they'd hope to start.
They got
Maybe
DD
they're
though.
not too worried though, with the double damage rune on Watson.
Still has
Start to get the essence onto Tino. Won't have an opportunity to use the Roar. Actually does get it off, and Tino might be able to live. Watson, one more swipe, secures the kill, and now with all the essence, he's going to continue to go for more as well. Watson wants the Ultra. Gets yoinked in his face. They still spy out Bob over to the right side. He's got one more remnant to work with. Gets a little bit of separation, but really that distance is not enough as Watson... An uncharacteristic miss from him, but it really is not going to matter in the end, as Watson is beyond godlike. Pipe.
Sure, why not? Someone already has pipe, right? I remember seeing it.
He's been spamming it since like draft. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's better than Zeus ult now, which we were getting a little bit tired of previously.
Boys are feeling himself.
Why not?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Must say, I don't know how much this has impacted them in regards to the playstyle, but Watson is looking very good at this tournament. It looks like he's a little bit more enabled with Gabby instead.
It's his Slark though, man, right? Like, this is the hero that he really became famous on. I think, and being able to have the luxury of, like, last pick Slark as well, it's like, well, what more could you possibly want? And that's the thing against a Beastmaster, it kind of goes both ways, right? You can get that quick jump if you time the blink into the Roar onto the Slark when he doesn't have the Dark Pact available, but also got a way to be able to scout out, hey, they've got plenty of vision around for us. Yeah, Beal, another charge in. Like, look at the vision on Execration. It's just shrunk massively. Let's see Snapfire up top, though. So I wonder if that's going to lead them to think that they can actually make a play, because Stormstormer, he's doing a decent amount of their damage right now, and this smoke kind of feels like it's a way to get away a little bit. You know, go for this big wraparound that they're drawing in on the map, just to connect through with their other two cores that did TP up top. Bob has been working on this BKB for like the past 10 minutes, it kind of feels like, and he is still a good 600 gold away. Like, you just need to avoid right now. Just do not fight until we've got this item, because they are ruining us with it.
Oh, this is a scary position. Entity having the left high ground. Palace will sneak on up. BKB does just get completed as well. Watson's going to try and target down a Bang for the moment, but they spy a juicy kill into the Razor, but the chain control is going to be a little bit off the mark. Palace protected thanks to that completed item.
Sure, but Bob still doesn't have his. Like, there were 3 creeps that died right in front of his face as he remnanted back to join the team, but it really doesn't feel like you're all that effective. And, you know, they get one kill, one that really anchors the fight around a certain area. They take out your vision, so once again, you're basically playing blind. Now what can you do? You know, you're still having to walk back to the bottom area that you were just farming. It just feels like they're getting their priorities a little bit out of order right now on Execration.
And this game doesn't get any easier though, with Roche being up in 20. That fight gives you all the control at the top side. You see Gabby's cutting bottom, so all the lane's going to be in a great position. I mean, this Roche is... you could maybe try and contest it. I don't know if it will go in your favor though, but I don't know if...
I think you have to. It's at the point where they have to. You know, they need the BKB. They would love level 15 on both the Razor and the Ember Spirit, just for a little bit of that damage boost. But beyond that, you just have to contest. You're not going to get a better opportunity.
And they're going to try. So what they're able to do with these BKBs completed for Execration, they're going to charge down the lane.
Stormstormer would be a good target.
That he would. Pretty tanky though. 2400 health they have to go through. They're going to look to try and back on off. Alex will lead the charge. Watson's the first point of contact and definitely not the target they can also bring down to start as Palos a little bit separated from the team, but Eakin knows that he has some breathing room as they're going super deep. Entity, if they can just kite up the BKBs, they can turn back afterwards. Watson's going to look to try and deal with a tombstone. It's looking like a pretty good start to the fight for Entity, but the BKB's now over. This will give them a free fight to be able to clean up. Not only will they get the heroes, but they can also reap the rewards of getting Roshan as well as Tino will give over the triple kill, and they're even going to call it. They want to see no more of this game as Entity will force them to tap out.
Look at all that damage that they did. Like, that's crazy. They did like 5,000 damage to Kataomi in that one fight, and he still lived off the back of the Chen heals coming through. Nuts amount of team play coming through from Entity, and it really felt like Execration. Like we were saying, they just had their priorities a little bit out of whack. You know, if they get that earlier BKB even by like 5 or so minutes, maybe they could take some of these fights before you get into that next tier of items, and then the tier above that, and above that, you know. You were able to escape a little bit too easily there on Stormstormer because he was given the space to finish that Manta style after everything else that he'd already gone.
And it's just crazy as well that Bob was, like, I actually thought Bob was going to be able to do it for the boys with the start that he had and the game that, you know, there wasn't a whole lot that he had to be concerned about until Scepter was picked up on Slark and Palace was free farming, and then it just kept pushing down.
This was the definition of a bot game, though, right? Like, absolutely dominating.
Yeah, that's true.
Couldn't be stopped, and then he... Surprisingly enough, you remember how surprised I was that he didn't go for that dive on Stormstormer past the tier 2 mid tower, where I feel like he honestly could have killed him. And then a minute later, he's like, you know what, let's make up for it. Let's go for a dive solo into 4 different heroes. He dies, and then suddenly the ball starts rolling. This is the one, right? He's going in semi-solo, gets stunned, gets lassoed, and that gives up a big... well, not even a kill streak, but that was the second time that he died just early on into this game.
I didn't even see it when that fight was going on, but they cookied a creep that was about to die that got burnt to the flame guard, so it stunned instantly. I don't know if he honestly probably lives if that didn't happen. So I also want to mention Entity with this Primal Beast. I think this is a very interesting... Entity have always had like interesting strategies. I think if we go back to ESL one Thailand, I think it was, or Genting, where they were playing the position for Sven at that time, and they were having a lot of success on it with like the Agshard Warcry, where we're starting to see like this Primal Beast was a hero that was popularized from mainly nothing to say on PCLG at the Bali Major. It's looking pretty good as a position for, man. Like, this hero does a lot. And with that change to Pulverize going through BKB on like a 30-second cooldown, this hero can really provide a lot to a draft. So I wonder if this is, you know, something that we need to kind of pay attention to now with the upcoming games and days too.
And just for my selfish benefit, I love watching Kataomi on these heroes that he can style on, right?
Yeah.
Like the individual players coming through, like he was pinging after this team fight. He had tanked up 5,000 damage for the rest of his team. And at the end of the day, like, you're a Primal Beast that's used your Trample, that's used your Pulverize. Is there really any value to killing you anymore? Probably not, but it's just the way that Entity positioned themselves. Watson felt unkillable on the left side, dealing with a Tombstone, and then he just joins the rest of the team when the BKB is expired, like you mentioned, and it was all done from there.
Yeah, that was indeed. So Entity, a incredible start to our second day here at the Riyadh Masters. It's very important if they can build some momentum this day as well, considering they have the decider match going on later on. So off to a good start. Can they continue with the momentum? We'll find out after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
We are back with our second game coming up shortly. Entity off to a great start on the all-important day here. We'll see what Execration are able to do. We both were saying this was definitely more of a draft that we've seen work out for Execration in the past. It was looking great to start, and then a couple of things just fell the wrong way, and all of a sudden the cookie crumbled, and Entity were happy to munch it up.
That was not a draft issue. That was Execration's execution. That was a bit of an issue. You know, they finally set up to have a pretty good game, and unfortunately they just fed way too much of that permanent agi over to Watson. And we were saying it before, right? You were a little bit anxious. You know, can they contest this Roshan? They were already 14k behind, but if they lost another fight, if they let them farm for another 5 or so minutes, Snapfire would have been level 20, and it would have been over anyway. So they had to take their chances while they had them, and unfortunately Entity were just too good in that game 1.
You can wipe the slate clean, though. Look into the next game and see what they're able to do a little bit differently. Looks like in that in particular, you will not have two of the same heroes with the Primal Beast and the Chen Bandar.
I wonder what Execration are going to pick here. Are they going to go back for the Undying, or are they going to pick up, once again, the Beastmaster or themselves? I like Beastmaster overall, and I think you do need to steal it away from Entity, because they are a team that will absolutely play it if you give them the opportunity to. It's just a great pairing in the first phase, especially because, once again, Entity have that second pick. So you can pretty much win a lane with like a Beastmaster Skywrath combination. You know, there's way too much damage, decent enough survivability that you're not going to be chain feeding in that lane, and then you can just set up your mid and safe lane for success.
Yes, we get no Broodmother.
It's always a plus. We have too many spiders here anyway.
Yes. One less spider will always make the world a better place.
Did your spiders miss you in your casting shed, by the way? I know you have a few that are residents there.
I vacuumed them all before I left, and
oh my god, heartless. They were keeping the flies away.
They can go screw themselves. Well, you know, they weren't hurting me, but still, there was a bit too many of them for my comfort. So I was.
You were sending a message.
Yeah, I was telling all the other spiders here, you think about coming in this room, I'm going to do some unspeakable things to you. Suck you up in a vacuum, and... that doesn't sound like a fun life to be living.
You ever worried that they're just going to crawl up the tube of the vacuum afterwards?
Yes, sometimes I am.
You got to get rid of that bag immediately after you do it. I don't know how I feel about the Clockwork, by the way, as a first overall pick, especially considering you banned the Primal Beast. You know, I know it's a versatile hero. You can play it 4 and 5, but I would have been totally fine with them just picking the Undying again. I really just think that they chose a couple of really bad fights, and it stopped their snowball. They were reliant on getting those early BKBs and just running at Entity before Watson and Stormstormer got too big, and they didn't take the opportunity.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wonder what route they're going to go down now to pair the Clockwork up with, because I'm too a little bit intrigued on this first pick. So like
I'm still fine with the Beastmaster, honestly. Like, you want better vision than the enemy team when they've got Glimpse and Lasso available to them. Like, if you could just scout out a bunch of ganks, it forces them to use smokes for that sort of potential, and smokes are a finite resource. You only get so many of them. So something that you've already got a Clockwork to give a little vision, but it's not like permanent vision, you know? So I'm very happy with Tino to pick it up again. There you go. So what do you take away is the real question, because this Batrider can go anywhere other than mid 3-4. Watson's not going to be playing it, but you've already got an incredible amount of flexibility with second pick.
You can play Bat as 5? What do you mean?
He's got to disrupt it, man. It's going to be Fishman playing it. He's got like 5 heroes that he plays.
Okay, sure. All right. Sure. So you don't mean like overall, you mean like this one?
No, yeah. This game, yeah. This draft. Where's the inspiration? What can they look to go for? I mean, at least they've got a little bit more control for this Batrider now, right? Previously, they had Chains and they had Raw, and I don't think Tino played a bad game, but they did feel like they missed out on a bunch of kills just off the back of, like, I mentioned the 360 no-scope attempt that didn't come off, and also just a few of those fights I was just waiting for that Raw so that they could make the most out of the BKBs when they were popped, and it just never came.
I don't know, I'm very intrigued on what they're going to pick at their 16th, 17th. I guess we can Look at entities though. More than likely, we're going to see their secondary support drafted. Trying to think of some melee heroes, because of course that is where Katami really thrives. So, I mean, no clock, no primal. So we haven't, at least the games that I've seen, they haven't tried to run the tiny just yet. Don't think we've seen them pull the tusk out as well.
Is this the Pudge game? Is this the one? Probably not, but you know what? I can dream that it's the way. I mean, who knows? Maybe. No, Shadow Demon feels pretty horrible this game. Actually, I'm just thinking of stuff to build up stacks for the Bat Rider to be able to take. Treant, no. Spirit Breaker doesn't feel amazing against Clock and all that. IO probably not. Pudge probably not. ST probably not. It might just have to be the Tiny, honestly.
10 seconds.
I mean, yeah, that is if the Bat Rider is going to be played as a 3, right? Then like that's why we're looking at like a melee 4. They do want to give the Stormstormer the Bat Rider, then of course the potential then to go for Gabby's hero.
With the being Stormstormer's hero potentially, I'm thinking I don't think Execration think that's going to be the case, or like Entity would ban out Bloodseeker, basically, because if you're going mid Bat Rider, you really don't want to be playing against that Bloodseeker, right? You're all based on movement, you're a lot more, let's say, active than like a Position 4 is. Surprisingly enough, like Position 4 Bat Riders are actually very farm intensive, or rather they're like distract oriented, you know? They're playing in front of a tier 3 tower, cutting waves and getting neutral camps at the same time, because you can afford to die. Mids can't afford to die in that way. They need to be looking to go for kills and taking up some of the safer farm. So I think if you get rid of a hero like Bloodseeker, it's really just going to open the game up for Bat Rider to be as aggressive as it wants to be.
Yep. I think for Execration, because I was trying to think of some of the heroes that could go 16th, 17th. I have no issues with them going back for Bob's Ember. I think it matches up very well versus the Disruptor and the Bat Rider. I would like, if that is the case, then a lot of damage from afar, because you kind of don't really have that. Like all 3 of your heroes need to be in the middle. Maybe that's when where the Sky could have came into play. Would have been very nice with the Clockwork pairing.
Ooh, Shadow Friend, huh? So what do you go against this? You go like a Puck? I don't think they're lacking in damage necessarily. You know, Dream Coil plus, let's say, level 2, maybe 3 Battery Assault, and you should be able to confirm a lot of these kills. You can still look to go for, you know, a higher damage Position 4, like, let's say, I don't know, Dark Willow, for example, to be able to combine together with all of this. And Willow's fairly capable of ganking a Shadow Fiend as well.
How certain are we that this is a Watson SF over Stormstormer?
I'm not certain. That's, again, Entity are just so good with their flexibility, right? I was thinking maybe they would reveal that the Bat Rider's a core with this pick overall, but now they're just revealing that you still don't know where this Bat Rider's going. It could be 2, 3, 4, and we're still going to show that Shadow Fiend's not even necessarily locked into the safe lane either. Don't hate this, you know? Like, yes, Pugna, it's a lot weaker than it used to be, but Storm Spirit should be able to get enough farm for that mid lane. I wonder now, like, is now the time to go for the Spirit Breaker and just absolutely crush that mid lane if you feel confident enough for the Shadow Fiend to be played there?
Yeah. Which is a Shadow Fiend favored matchup.
It is. Storm's, like, better than, like, you know, your Ember Spirits and all that sort of thing. Speaking of Ember, they're just going to play it into the Storm as well. A lot of physical damage output potentially coming through here.
And not a lot of easy control, though, for Execration, so... We have kind of seen Kiyotaka in particular is one that has revitalized the Orchid Storm. I know some other people are doing it as well. Might be something that you're considering this game to give you a little bit of extra ways to lock the Ember into place.
I think so. Like, you don't have as much of that, like, regen and intelligence coming through from the Awkward as you used to, but you've got a Pugna to be able to play around with, so he kind of solves that issue for you. So it really does force SF and Ember to go into those earlier BKBs to be able to survive through a lot of that pressure. Not that Ember doesn't like to do it, but it certainly is a bit of a response that's going to be necessary. I love this ban as well, the Faceless Void. I really feel like you mentioned it before, right? They're lacking a lot of that reliable catch. You know, the raw, short-ish range. Hook shot, you need to be really on point. Storm Spirit, you can react in time as he zips in. I guess you could probably say the same about the Faceless Void, but really, how many position ones are there out there that can provide that hard lockdown that they're... I still feel like they are lacking somewhat on Execration, you know?
Couldn't be a PL coming out? Timber Legion band?
It's possible, but again, you're against an Ember, you're against a Shadow Fiend. They do decent enough against the PL, I think. Maybe not so much the SF. Like, you're not going to be building Magic Shadow Fiend as a position 1. But again, they still have the last overall pick, so just look to a PL response in there.
It would be a bit difficult. Well, what are they? So I guess they think the Batrider is a support with those last two bands. So if it's a Batrider core, there's not a lot of ways you can address an illusion here in regards to the supports. So we'll see what the choice is going to be for Execration. They banned up the Morphling as well, so even though that Heroes was nerfed a little bit, still matches up very well versus the Shadow Fiend. So they are trying to at least protect the SF in regards to some of the carry matchups.
I'm wanting to see what Execration go with this last overall pick, but for Entity, I'm leaning towards like a Marcy or a Nightstalker or Gabby, just because they don't have an incredibly strong lane yet at this point for Execration. And if they pick a slowish, weak laner, I think you can absolutely get away with either of those. And I mean, especially the Marcy, just pair that together with a Shadow Fiend, and you are not lacking in that early right click. A little bit of extra control for the Storm Spirit as well. Doesn't go astray.
Always take a little bit extra control. It does kind of make Dota a little bit easy to play.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking, like, yes, they can go things like, you know, the Mars and the Axe that'll deal with, like, a Storm Spirit or a Beastmaster, but you still have to consider that there's a Pugner in the game. So I just want something that's going to be able to get onto the Pugner. Ooh, okay. Something else that we don't really see all that much outside of, like, Liquid.
We just played it too.
Yeah?
Did not have a lot of success against Asta with it.
Yep. I need to just go the Mars. Okay, I mean, I don't hate it. Especially now, I suppose, with the Muerta, right? Like, if you're going into that ethereal form with a Pierce the Veil, you still can get speared. You still can get locked down, and you are preventing a lot of this ranged right-click damage on the enemy carry, which is, of course, going to be such a key tool to be able to stand and fight. Because if you're not having to worry about the Muerta, Watson is just going to be able to lay down hell with this SF.
How are we feeling about this draft overall? Because, you know, we've got some interesting stuff. Muerta's done a carry that we get to see too often. Shadow Fiend had, you know, a couple of good games at the Major. I know Tier 2000 was looking very good on it as well, but this is still a hero that can be very hit or miss, especially up against a lot of heroes with a BKB piercing control, like the Clockwork and the Beastmaster. So, how do we feel with this second game? Do we feel like Entity have what it takes to be able to get the 2-0?
I think they do. A lot of that just goes to how they've been playing overall in terms of that versus the draft. Like, I don't think this is a horrible draft by any means. By Execration, I can see it working. There's a lot of synergy there between, you know, the Pugner and the Storm Spirit. That's obvious. The Clockwork and the Muerta, you can use the Dead Shot with the Cogs just to have it act as a stun. Doesn't matter how you need to target it. You can just get a lot more damage off. And even just the Beastmaster, right? It's a reliable laner. It's going to give a lot of information about this enemy team that's going to be playing a farm-ish heavy draft. And when you're playing with a Storm Spirit that just wants to be constantly zipping in, that's what you want. You want the information to enable you to go for the kills. So I can see Execration's avenue to potentially win this game. I'm just more confident in Entity being able to get it across the line, as they have 5 times so far in this play-in stage.
What are we effing about? Going on?
I think it was Execration's rating that Gabby gave them.
I thought it was a G. I don't remember.
No, he gave TSM a G. And they 1-1 them. So they did lose game 1 to Virtus Pro, though. TSM, spoiler alert from one of the other streams. So that means that Entity win this game, they lock in 3rd. There's no question of how these tiebreakers going to work, yada, yada, yada. Win and you're 3rd, and you're facing 6th place from the other side. And that might be Beast Coast. I haven't. We'll have to wait and see the second round of games, how they're going to come up, but they did have to play with stand-in here and there, which is part of the reason for their results not going necessarily completely the way for them.
Who's this? Beast Coast?
I believe so, yeah.
Who's the stand-in?
They were using their coach.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. He was standing in for Stinger on the latter part of the day. At least against Pandas.
Hopefully everything is okay. What that is spread out. I've not seen that. Not that it does too much. Palos.
His cheeks are about to get spread out.
What? You can't be saying that. That is so outlandish. You can't say that, dude. No way. I don't even care about the first blood. That is...
Arbeng is psychic. He knew what was coming.
Wild thing to say. Alright, first blood picked up for the boys on Entity. Who got it? Was Katomi that was able to find it. So let us see how this mid matchup's able to go. We've seen this matchup for years of Dota. Storm versus the Ember. Definitely for a while was Storm Spirit favored. I'd say it's much more even now with how strong the Ember has been as of late. But I would really just say it comes down to execution.
Execution and power room control, or even water room control, honestly, is going to be a big factor towards all of this. Of course, the one that is going to be enabled a lot more in this game is Bob. Like, eventually, you're going to have the Shadow Fiend that's got the presence of the Dark Lord and everything else going along there to really give the Ember a little bit more of that right-click damage. But we were saying it before, you've got the Pugna gas station, you've got the Beastmaster Hawk that's really just going to allow Bob to try and find those key kills and be able to use that to be able to try and get their second win of this play-in stage.
Tomi might be in some trouble. Bang, only level 1 at the moment. Kind of a nice start with that blood grenade into the dead shot, but regardless, just some harass.
They need the cogs though. Like, this is something that you probably secure that kill if you just have the cogs available to keep him locked in. I suppose he has the Firefly though to be able to get out of it, so it's not a complete secure. But I really don't want to see Abeng using this blood grenade just willy-nilly. You know, you need to use it to confirm a kill 100%. Poor Katomi. I mean, sorry, poor Abeng. He's just like stutter-stepping away from this clockwork as, well, we look up there and they are going to be back to safety.
Come on, give it another hype. There we go. One more? Ah, it's kind of boring. Alright. Where my high fives at? No high fives down bottom? No, no high fives. So, I mean, all is going well. Nothing too crazy. Everyone's having a pretty good time. I guess the Beastmaster's not getting too much. I mean, even mid lane 17-6 compared to the 10-2. So, I do actually wonder, like, with that slight nerf in the Flame Guard, the magic barrier, how much this goes back way of the Storm Spirit. Like, because, again, it used to be Storm favored. Is it now kind of at least a little bit more in your favor or not? We'll see with the changes, but Bob's off to a good start like he was last game.
You're just saying, like, the slight overall barrier decrease?
Yeah.
Because I think that change where they made it where it was like, what was it, 70% of the damage absorbed is actually done to the Flame Guard. So it actually ends up lasting longer. I thought that was something that I was actually a buff to the Ember Spirit at the end of the day, right? Because it means that you've got a little bit more uptime even if you are going for this, like, full-on spam for the laning stage.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was at that, you know, this hero was very strong like we saw at the Major and at Dream League. A lot of people were hyping up in that first round of picks as Fishman almost going down to the round. He axes down bottom in mind to the blood grenade and survives on 6 health. I think I saw him drop to as Watson should be able to chase down Shanks. Pops herself, steps into the tree. Shanks is going to be okay. Do they turn on Watson though? Tino's lacking a little bit of mana to keep the axe spam going.
His last one. He might have one more. See if he's on point with Watson, because he does have 10 stacks of those wild axes. Just hits one of them. Might have been enough. Still holding on to that magic wand for full efficiency is he. And it's going to be a little bit of time until he gets some sort of regen coming through as well. I mean, might even be forced to just walk all the way back to base. Ishmael, they might get a kill instead. Oh, this just back and forth. And while, like, there was a lot of action going on mid, but bot lane is where they secured the kill.
Yeah, you brought up before, like potentially this matchup can be dependent on who's able to secure some of the runes, and we saw that be the case with Katomi rotating over. So Bob's going to at least be able to get a bottle refill thanks to Shanks TPing in. So
tactical death, we love it.
Ah, yes. But you do leave Palace now alone top lane. Tries to play around with the calling, but it's not really going to help too much. Gabby's still got the spear to work with. Gets a connection up against the tree. And this is going to be a wave and a half that the Muerta is missing.
He uses a blood grenade. That's not the real purpose for using that one, right? It needs to be once again to confirm a kill. And Arbeng, he might just die again. It is still 20 seconds until the Bat Rider has all of his spells available, but that's fine. Arbeng, he's not really in a position to be able to make too much contesting happen at all, and Palos feels like he's just going to be left up here solo once again. Could dive if they really wanted to. Instead, they're just going to take a free wave away from him.
Are they just going to kill the clock?
Yep.
Tommy can do it by himself. Why not chuck out a spear from Gabby? A little bit of gold going to the bank for him, so... Oh, this top lane's off to a great start. We'll see what the other lanes are going to be able to do to potentially offset one of the weaker starts for them. Shanks thinking about rotating over to try and secure the rune, but once again, it is going to go the way of Entity.
It's a shield rune as well, so good luck killing Stormstormer now. Almost up to level 6 on both of the Spirit Bros in the mid lane, but again, this is going to be... it might be active against each other, as there we go, that shield rune is forcing it to be popped, but... I have to say, as soon as Arbeng shows in this lane, do you not just go for a kill?
What is that? No way. Alright, Fishman, great position with his Disruptor. Somehow was able to find the glimpse back. He might die to the blood grenade, although he's got enough health to be able to survive through the ticks, so... beautifully done once again from Entity, 5-0.
Dance all day. Keep getting away from them, and yeah, this early game really not going the way that they were expecting on Execration. Once again, the lane setup is fine for them. I think it just, they're out executing them right now. Wonder if they're going to go for some sort of YOLO play here, trying to yoink away one of those
Watson
wisdom
bottom lane.
runes.
Zipping from Bob. Raindrops not going to be enough. He's got a big one to play with. Watson tries to turn with the razors. He might be able to get the kill actually onto Tino thanks to the damage output. Fishman, you get the vision. Oh, glimpse Bob instead, who now might see a freebie. Doesn't have that much mana to work with, but it's just enough to get the kill. And Tino will soak some of the experience as well and live to tell the tale.
I mean, that was really nicely done by Bob. He made sure to give him the bottle sips over, make sure that he was able to live through the couple of those tower hits. He gets an extra bit of assist gold. All the while, you've got Pugna sitting mid, getting that very, very valuable mid experience. He's also the one that was lowest on the experience charts at the point, so he ends up getting that wisdom rune in addition to Bob. So I think little things working out for Execration off the back of that last little rotation. Nicely done by Bob. And that was without a power rune, we have to remember as well.
Need to keep doing that though for the Storm Spear. Need to also get some power runes as well. A little bit too early with the remnant there from Stormstormer, so Bob's going to be able to snag the double damage rune, which these are the runes that he needs to be able to have a successful early game. Who's chasing down who? Katomi gonna be able to get the kill. Nice TP out from a bang.
I don't know if Bob should go on for this.
He's gonna try though. Spies a freebie onto Fishman. He's got off no mana to still play around though with his food. Looks like it's not gonna matter.
I don't want to see him be the one to take up this big hard stack inside of their ancient camp area, just because
Bottom lane?
you're driving.
Aura from Tino. Palace gonna try and enter through the rift. Watson, he needs some boys, and there's no one. Watson's gonna try and charge up the Requiem, maybe into a TP out. He's got the triple razors. Now with the damage, the turnaround will be there. Finally, reinforcements have shown up, and they just need the vision for the glimpse back as well. Fishman drops the ward to drag Palace back to his own death. Watson's gonna still be a little bit cautious that he doesn't join him, but really nicely done with the Requiem early level up. It does leave Gabby alone top lane though. So Bob instantly spies a freebie. He's going to be rewarded for that maneuver.
And he just dodged everything there on Watson. He was, duking out using that great movement speed that Shadow Fiend has just innately. able to walk away from a lot of the aggression. Of course, helps out that it's nighttime as well, that little bit of an extra movement speed buff that all these heroes get.
Oh, bye Palos. Oh no. Oh man, he gated bottom, tried to get the kill on Watson, dies, TP's mid, then gets glimpsed all the way back to base. The feels bad, man. That is, yes, that is a feels bad, man, indeed.
So what Stormstormer got? He's got his Orb of Corrosion finished up, Gabby. Nothing, no major items, but he's got that Arena of Blood available. They're willing to kill onto Shanks, really preventing him from hitting up onto that level 6.
And Bob's gonna be cautious. Fishman is really close to having the Static Storm. Needs his Creep Wave. Have to keep tabs on if they want to go straight away or not.
Stormstormer's a bit low on mana. I don't think they can if they had the Static Storm.
See what they're getting top lane though. I mean, Mars is a hero that doesn't make a whole lot of rotations early on. Very strong laner once you're able to get these stat items, and with what's in here as well, you're going to be able to get a easy tower, probably uncontested. Moita's going to start to come. I feel like Entity are kind of wanting people to defend this area. They're really looking for a fight having this arena.
I mean, Kataomi's got plenty of movement speed to be able to play around with. Tranquil's Windlace, Lasso also available, and they actually spot out the Courier, Alice's own little, even is that little rabbit thing, giving him away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wabbit.
Wabbits. Weren't really a Bugs Bunny kid.
No, not really. The Wabbits are kind of cool. Worry the Wabbits.
Feels a lot more like a C game with a pause, that's for sure.
That is true.
Used to be at the start of every single game that we were casting, but
sure.
You know what?
Gabby.
Most of the time in a C pub, it's because someone wants to go have a smoke after the draft.
What's Katomi saying?
I don't know. I would hope that Gabby has taught them a bit of, Tagalog to be able to throw at them, specifically for this matchup.
Maybe just let the gameplay do the talking, because currently it is doing that. Now the tower's going to go
Gabby
down.
we're talking about, all right?
That's true.
Let's not get it twisted.
That's true, that's true. We're going to see Execration start to consider about balling up bottom lane, trying to play around with their strongest hero, being Tino, top of the net worth. And Bob's also is pretty farmed as well with those 4 kills like we saw last game, but it's just a question of what is he able to do with this time around, because had a good start. Well, there's a couple of deaths on the Ember, meant that he was kind of a non-factor towards the middle stage. That could be a very similar thing this game as well.
Maybe they're feeling like they can go on to Gabby. Bob's just used his full mana to be able to zip all the way back to base to get a refill. The only reason I can see for that is if they want to go for a TP into an instant zip forward, because he had plenty of creeps to be able to farm at his disposal. But who do you go on here? He's just going straight back to where he just was, so I think that's a bit of a wasted opportunity, especially when you've got this level 7 Pugna to be able to play around. Now he just doesn't have that TP, so if a fight does break out, you don't have a Storm to play with. Not super late game, he's not going to be able to zip across the entire map. Just remembering the Null Talisman patch. The 5 Null Tallies never run out of mana.
I forgot about that, honestly. Probably a good thing.
Just put it out of your memory.
Yeah, it didn't last for too long. Yeah, the Arcane Blink as well, on Storm Spirits.
At least that costs a lot of money.
Yeah,
you know?
True. No, so this is also the annoying thing about a Batrider, right? Where you can just take mass jungle camps inside the enemy's territory. Palos, I mean, they see a bit of a freebie.
You are very far forward.
Yeah, you can't be farming here. You did have a support to act as a bodyguard, but I don't know where the clockwork went. Palos would try and turn with the PSC Veil. Might be able to get the kill on the Fishman. Get into the tree line. He does. And with Gabby holding Palos down, it means that Fishman's going to be able to watch by. Oh, they get the kill. So that's just another one onto Gabby. 4 deaths now.
I mean, he just cannot be up that far solo. He must have thought that the clockwork was with him to be able to act as that bodyguard, but there's no tier 1 tower to be able to play around with, and Disruptor missing off the map makes you feel very, very anxious prior to picking up a BKB, and he is nowhere close to it.
Alright, Tino is the X factor for me. He's about to get the kill onto Katomi. So he is incredibly farm, but what are they going to be able to do with the early timing out of the Helm of the Overlord is the big question.
Is it the X factor?
I think I said X factor. I meant to say it, but sure, X factor works as well.
Absolutely. I love a pun.
So tell me,
but yes,
what
I'm
do
in
they do?
agreement. They need this up with the Overlord pretty much, right? I'm a little surprised that they haven't gone for a few more kills, but maybe now with the Witchblade, with the fresh Wisdom Rune picked up, they feel like now's the time. Like, you've already lost tier 1 mid and top, but you still have enough of the map to be able to make plays with. I'm just really looking at Tino, where he sends this next call, the Wild Call, as to where they're going to look to make a play. He's backing up, he's still going to be farming for this next little bit, and I feel like you've got to use everything that you've got at your disposal. You can't be wasting too much time. There we go. He finally sends out the Hawk, but it's going to be after they basically connect onto a hero.
Hero might be Gabby. Shot's going to be on the mark for him. Bang. The follow-up will be there from Bob as well. TPs are starting to come out, but I don't think Gabby's got the health pool to survive through this initial round of damage. And this is what we've come to expect over the Pugna and the Storm. But they want to fight. Shanks, well, there's a freebie. I don't know if they're going to get Bob, however. What's the call now for Execration? They've got a couple extra heroes here, even Wetzer in the tree line, but you probably don't even want to reveal yourself if you're powerless. You are so far behind that you could just be a free kill. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-1. Both supports going down from Execration, but to at least get something out of the map, and Tino has this Helm of the Overlord now.
I was so nervous for Palace there. Like, he was farming up really close to where they placed that Deep Observer ward. Could have just trolled back past it and ended up dying once again. But instead, goes bottom, takes a nice juicy wave with a flag bearer creep and a couple of range creeps as well. Also got a siege creep to be able to pick up. So he's actually going to be able to recover his net worth a little bit off the back of just this one simple move. So that is a very worthwhile team fight. I just think we need to see more of it out of Execration.
Nice flame break, max distance. Gets him out of the cog. Still not going to make the attempt, but the Static Storm was used on his dying breath. If they got the damage, though, Shanks tries to help out with the medic. It's not enough to keep him alive. And now Watson, well, he's ready to go. Gabby's got another round of the spear. Gets a connection. Shanks, he'll delay this momentarily thanks to the decrep. But now Gabby's even eyeing up Tino. Arena's up now. And this should be an easy chase down. Really nice spell casting. That's all set up thanks to the flame break. They're able to just stall that death out from the disruptor. They could get the Static Storm. That little bit of extra control meant the Storm was killed off. That gave enough time for Entity's heroes to be able to join the fight.
Oh, look at this. They're pinging Palace as well. Trying to pincer him with one TPing into the tier 2 tower. One coming from the outpost. But Palace, good enough to be able to realize that that's what was coming for him. Backs off. Goes back to farming.
This Entity team looking pretty good. They are looking pretty goddamn good. And I will say as well, Gabby quite impressed with his performance so far. One of the games we've seen him play in the offlane. That is not an easy role to be able to rotate to at all. I mean, at least, you know, he was kind of a bit of a carry, so knows maybe some of the matchups and how to play against that. But I think he's having a pretty solid showing so far.
I just love watching me some Katomi and Watson Dota. They are the big two standouts on this team for me. I know a lot of the time when they were having a lot of their big success, it was Stormstormer doing a lot of the work, and we saw it the other day against Liquid, giving them their only loss up until that point was really on the back of his Invoker. But it just really feels like Watson's playing on another level right now. He's feeling himself. He's built up the confidence over DPC tours, and I think we're going to be able to take this Roshan quickly enough.
I think they will.
I know they're all coming.
Arena up in 5. Bang's got a pretty good position to act as a blockade. Does his best to be able to cancel the blink, and he'll buy enough time for Roche to be claimed. Still a Static Storm's dropped on the outskirts. Fishman has no one else to follow up until Gabby's going to be able to jump in. It's a little bit awkward of a start, though. Watson will attempt to charge up the Rec Room. The chain control's going to be there as well, but the Aegis wasn't given over to Power Loss, so they'll put him in the grave, and they might get Bob as well. An ambitious TP, but where are you going to escape to now? The Aegis taken out of your hands straight away as Entity can surround him on the respawn. A perfect timing out of the spear means that Entity will get everything they needed off the back of the fight.
What the hell happened? I really thought that was a really nice fight set up for Execration. Sure, Abeng dies, but you're very happy with that if you're able to get away with the Aegis, but just get caught. Multiple person static storm. I thought Shanks was perhaps a little slow with his life drain. Just beat away a couple of too many kills to the start of the fight, and you're not able to make full use out of that Aegis. I mean, it really doesn't feel like Muerta can fight at all until she's got that BKB, right?
Man, she needs like BKB Daedalus +1, I think. This hero is just... You need so much on this hero. She's got like a quad triple stack at least. They're gonna pop Pierce the Veil for it, but this hero needs so much, man. And you've got 5 deaths at this stage of the game. Like, you are a late game carry without a doubt, and I don't know if you're gonna get there. Ooh.
I mean, it's at the point where, like, with the drums, with the Inner Beast, with a BKB, they have to take out Gabby first. I think if Gabby dies, they actually have a legitimate opportunity to win a lot of these fights. The real thing holding them back right now is when you pop the Pierce the Veil, you don't want to be moving. You want to be just standing there and attacking. And with the Arena of Blood dropped, you just don't get that freedom to do so. All of your shots are just going to go right into the phalanxes and ensure that you're not able to do any damage for a big cooldown investment.
And it's not going to get any easier to be able to kill Gabby. He's got 3,200 gold in the bank, so almost a BKB for him completed. 2,200 health they have to go through. And if you commit heavily, then you're going to be setting up for a potential multi-man static storm. The lasso from Katomi, like, he's close on a 4-staff. He's got the Eye of the Vizier as well to help out with his cast frames. Like, it just doesn't look like this game gets any easier. And you know, maybe if you were playing at an even footing on Execration, like, we could speak a lot about how late game you've got access to the Shadow Fiend with 2 BKB piercing controls, and Muerta could be able to carry, but oh man, we are so far away from having that conversation with them being down 8k.
We are, and hogs, but nothing's happening. Just the timing of Entity picking up their own BKBs as well, right? Like, when Palos feels comfortable enough to be able to take fights with his BKB, and he's lucked out in getting a Grove Bow, they're all going to have BKBs on the cores of entities, so you're actually going to be useless during that Pierce the Veil. Like, it's literally going to do nothing for your biggest timing for the game, so I'm a little bit worried about how they're going to be able to respond to that. I still think, you know, you want to at least get those BKBs running a little bit lower off the back of a fight that forces the SF and the Ember Spirit to use them. I'm still not expecting things to turn out overly well for them either. He's Palos should be able to pick up this Wisdom Rune, get to his level 15, so now you've got an extra 35 damage for free.
We'll just try and get the Tormentor out for Execration. So, don't have the greatest Ag Shard.
It's pretty useless.
Yes, it is pretty useless indeed. We're going to see Entity look to smoke as well. I do not believe that smoke was under the Hawk. A lot of lines being drawn on the map though. We'll get a glimpse of Stormstorm inside the river, so maybe they know at least a roundabout area.
This is their triple BKB timing as well, and look at Palos.
Oh no.
They just go the full wraparound, not getting greedy, not wanting to reveal too much, but rather just use that full extent of the smoke that still has about quarter duration, and, well, Muerta, you are a dead lady.
And Bang's probably dead as well. Maybe? Okay, never mind.
Oops.
Oh yeah, they should be able to get the glimpse. There we go. Drag back, reveals at least the ward in the area. That'll be a double kill that's able to transition into a couple towers as well.
That Presence Aura affects buildings was picked up 3 levels ago. Watson is not lacking in damage, that's for sure. Well, he's level 18, he's even got that Requiem maxed out too, so gonna force someone to come back and defend this. It really doesn't want to be the Muerta. Again, still no BKB on her. Tino still needs his. A little surprised that Bob hasn't gotten a whole lot more active this game. Like, that is the Bob style of gameplay. He needs to get kills consistently. That's why you pick it together with this Pugna and the Beastmaster.
Yeah, we haven't seen that, right? Like, they're starting to maybe make an attempt bottom, but
all the rainbows.
They're backing off. They will lose this high ground ward though without having both Gabby and Katomi here. They're starting to move on over. They might be a little bit too late to protect her. You really want to control this area for Entity right now, so maybe they won't leave.
They still feel strong enough to fight, right? Like, they know that there'll be a little bit of time as Arbeck might have been saved. Never mind.
Got a D-ward with the boys. They just left him. We D-ward him with the crew. Not to be easy kill. They defend the area. The big reason why this is so important, because you can cut mid, you can cut bottom, sets up for the tier 2 tower, and you're probably going to be able to get the mid tier 2 tower as well, so...
I like this from Shanks. He's doing his best to try and just keep the wave away from that tier 2, keep it alive for as long as possible, and give his cores the space that they so agonizingly need to be able to get into this next set of items. So he stalls it out a little bit. You don't get control over that high ground vision anymore, and you still get this tier 2 tower bottom. So it's not all, you know, smiles and rainbows coming through for Execration, but it's the little things, right? When Entity, they had the choice to do whatever they wanted. They knew that there were 4 heroes with no TP.
Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. Top lane, they got Palos. Nice start from Katomi. Straight back into Watson's AoE. Requiem should come off at the buzzer, as Egoisto is having quite the game. 8-1 and 6, 2 deaths on Execration. And
it's an anime reference.
Egoisto?
Mm-hmm. From Blue Lock.
Another
yeah,
one.
man, you gotta watch it.
All I keep hearing is Blue Lock.
Yeah, there's a good reason
Seeing
for
an
it.
arena as well. Gabby just onto the clockwork, nothing too crazy. Fishman's going to be here to try and clean up some of the mess as well, if it is required out of him. Will be indeed, but it comes back that you just can't play the map, man. You've got double blink initiating heroes. Ember doesn't need one. Fishman just needs heroes to play in front of him. And with all the gold that they've been able to get across the map, with him staying alive for such a long stage, they might even get bombed. Oh, he went to the logo. Very close.
Very, very. So, I mean, those are the sorts of plays that you need to make, I suppose. He really wants this Kaya on the Storm Spirit. Maybe they just feel like they don't have the damage to be able to confirm a lot of these kills. But, I mean, if not now, when? Is basically the question that I want to ask. You know, Roshan's just about to come up. If you can get a lucky kill, use that to transition into another area where you get a little bit of map control back. Maybe you get the next Roshan.
Oh, Bob starts. With the Hawk Vision to be able to play with. They're going to try and get the setup onto Katomi. This is a lot committed just for a Batrider.
Still alive,
now, but the turnaround, Static Storm, but the response is there for the BKB. Watson's in a little bit of danger, though. Raw holds him into place. Watson's going to try to output as much damage as he can before they kill him off. Is it going to be enough, though, to help Entity turn the tide to Stormstormer? Or he has gone unaddressed. Tino's TP will be cancelled in a heartbeat. And our Stormstormer is going to be able to deal with the remaining cast as well. He's going to be cautious and Moeta. Flame break back into the right click, but the arena from Gabby stops the projectile animation as Palos should still be okay. I don't know if he's going to get any kills, though.
That's the sort of part I wanted to see from Shanks. Says, oh no, he's left him alone. I spoke too soon.
Oh, nice dead shot. Gabby's still got another combo. Does he go for it? No, he got rebuke. It's alright. Oh, what is going on?
From downtown.
He wrote bang. No. All right, man.
You know what? They're having fun.
Yeah,
that's what we want to see. All right.
Let's see.
No, French, not Tagalog.
Oh, dude. How much gold did he get? 1,300 gold from that fight on Palos? Man, he's kind of rich. I mean, he's not Watson rich, but at least he ain't broke anymore. What did you just buy? Is this
It says something about knotted fingers. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, good thing we don't hire you for translation role.
Right, blame Google.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just the scapegoat Google is. Alright, you haven't done your homework of learning new languages.
That's true, I did let the owl down for Duolingo.
Yeah, how dare you. Oh, might see another fight. Is this... I think they did see that. The high ground ward, yeah, the pings were coming out.
I mean, the rocket as well.
Yeah.
Kind of giving away their general positioning.
Hawk too, I think just after the smoke. They're going to see Watson. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, though.
That's a better ward. Just out of range of the sentry.
How do they get the start? Gabby leading the charge. Bang's going to try and wrap around. Smoke's going to pop. They'll see the clock. Meanwhile, Ember to get jumped on as well. The chain control needs to be perfect.
Nice.
And it is. Execration. A great start. Do they go back in now, though? Bob's still got 4 minutes to play with. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but still, they're in a pretty decent position. Back and forth, Bob. Trying to force some reactions out. He'll be so cautious of this Static Storm now with the BKB on cooldown. And he still feels strong as well.
I know they've got this vision up as well. Do they have any sentries, though, to be able to counter it out? It doesn't seem like they do. Dropped everything that they had previously. Even just putting it down on Abeng just prior to his death. They're able to clear out instantly, and they just want to look to play around their vision. And why not? You know, this is the big objective. You want to play for this Roshan, and it's Execration that are on a bit of the timer. They got to go instantly off the back of this. They've got a sentry, they've got a smoke available, and they're probably going to use it straight away. I believe they got caught again by that ward that Tino had pinged out that was there. They know that it's there. They've got a sentry and an observer ward, so they're kind of in two minds about what to do, and
they're going to get Roche,
almost alive.
Might get the kill on a Bang. He's got a buyback. He's going to use it instantly. Roche will go down. Bob picks up the Aegis. She's on Palace. An aggressive Viper in the middle, but the Glimmer Cave's going to go to protect Fishman for the moment. Gets the Static Storm once again on his dying breath. Is it going to be enough, though, as Execration try and turn with the BKB, but the damage is lacking until they get onto Watson. Right. Lasher will buy in some time, but it might not be enough as Watson tries to step out. Turns with the Requiem. Watson will not even die. Bob, he's going to try and do his best. He's angry for the kill. He'll find it, but he's also out of mana. Might not matter, though. Execration still got the numbers advantage, and Entity lacking the resources to be able to make amends from that fight.
Getting the Zuck from Shanks. Obviously not as strong as it used to be, but really you see the strength of this combination, right? He's already ready to just instantly make stuff happen around the map if he wanted to, but Entity back off as a team. And they lose a couple of heroes. Watson just for the 3rd time in this game, but you see that damage output that they've got potential for as it's a regen rune that Bob's got here.
The potential kill onto Gabby then as well.
Nice Halberd. Oh, Ben got blocked.
They got Lasso.
Doesn't have mana, is what he doesn't have.
And he needs the Pugna. Pugna's starting to move on over. Might be a little bit too late, especially with a glimpse onto the high ground. Gabby doesn't forget that previous tip. Now, do they want to go for Shanks as well? Glimpse is up in 5. Can be a long chase down. They might be lacking the vision, though.
I do like the attempt that Gabby, that Bob went for, right? Like, you've got to go for those kills with Gabby sitting so squishy there. You knew he didn't have the BKB, but it was a fresh Halberd picked up that prevented stopping it. Alright, here we go.
Yeah, vocal we are. Bob's...
see kick.
I see Stormer. Storm's really like, dude, what are they saying, man? I've done nothing wrong.
They're basically saying, Gabby said you'll kick him too. So I'm guessing he was a bit close to Carlo. Fella says, I hope there's no fight. And then Bob says, that's alright, I'll just come replace Stormstorm.
Okay. Like you said, some fellow brothers.
This is the shard that they were hoping for with the previous Tormentor that they got. You know, Shanks, he's gotten a tiny bit of value out of the Aghanim shard for himself, but unless you're against an illusion hero, you don't really see it. Whereas Abeng, now he's got that jetpack, so you could be in those tense situations like we saw before. You could use that as a bit of like a smoke breaking tool, or to potentially get some wards down inside the smoke on the backlines. So at least now they've got even more information to be able to play around with on Execration.
I think we discussed like around the 20-minute mark of like the carry matchup, and you know, we kind of weren't at the stage where we needed to talk about it with how strong Entity we're looking. But you know, these past couple of fights, we have seen that raw along Muerta's damage is enough to kill the Shadow Fiend. This person needs to be right-clicking. If you are controlled just even for a couple of seconds, that could be disastrous for your success in team fights. So yeah, I think a lot of that's going to come down to Tino's positioning. Blink helps that out, but also Gabby then as well. Potential arena to stop some of the projectiles from the Muerta could keep Watson alive.
Literally needs to get 100 to 0 though, right? Because again, you have the same issue as Stormer. Good shot.
What? They got him? Oh, wow. Wow.
All right. He was trying to be a little bit cheeky there. Again, the power of the Hawk, right? Spotted him farming. This is what... I sound like a Beastmaster Sim, but it's such a good hero. Dota is all about, at this level, of just abusing what you know and the enemy team doesn't, and he had no idea that they could see him farming up in that really greedy area.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Sequence of events starting to go the way of Execration. They're fighting back this lead. 9,000, nothing crazy.
With each of these things, like, it becomes easier for them to 100 to 0 people, right? The BKB's a lower cooldown, but now Raw lasts a little bit longer, Hookshot lasts a little bit longer, Storm Spirit's level 20, so Vortex lasts a little bit longer. You can 100 to 0 people because they don't have any, like, saving support
They're gonna try
on
on
Entity
Gabby
right now.
We're trying to force out a BKB unnecessarily. Tina's gonna jump in. This is now Raw not being used on Watson. What? The Conqueror stun. Watson's still gonna be able to charge up the Requiem in combination with a Static Storm, but the instant BKBs will shrug it off and now a bang. I don't know if they'll get the kill onto Watson. The damage coming out is going to be relying up to Mwetzer, and Palace is nowhere to be seen, and they'll cancel Bob's TP at the nick of time. It looked cute. You got the kill onto Gabby. He was forced to buy back. You cancel the Requiem, but it did not matter in the end as Execration clean up their mess.
I don't think they had any idea that he was there channeling the Requiem unless my eyes are playing tricks on me. That was just an interrupt that could have made it look even better for Entity, but like you said, they get the buyback, they get another BKB usage out of the Shadow Fiend and the Mars, and they get a tier 2 tower. So
Fishman has enough gold for Scepter, and even enough for a gem. So, alright, we've seen some pretty good Static Storms so far. Now you will not have a way to be able to counteract that one.
The absolute dream. I mean, you'd love a Blink Dagger just so that he could stay on the absolute backlines. Even some kind of cast range assist as well, so that he's able to get that extra range on the Blink and the static cast. And Mwetzer is total squish. Like, you have very, very few stats right now on this item build-up that you've got.
Top lane, Watson? Nice man to dodge. What? Instant on the finger, and there's the reveal. Scepter, Static Storm. Where's your BKBs? They're gonna do nothing. As Entity, they bring everyone. They were so goddamn fast. The reactions were there, and that was thanks to Waston. Mr. Rank 1, quick on the man to fingers, stops the use of the Raw, gets out.
And he's level 25 now off the back of that as well, so even more consistent damage coming out. If Fishman's able to find them in those big groups, he can just lay down the razors and take them out. I mean, that's all off the back of them still not being able to take a tier 1 tower top at 37 minutes, just making a lot of those reinforcements so much easier to be able to claim.
At it. The gold.
At least they get rid of the creeps. Midwave is too far pushed in. Abby and Katomi are just waiting for someone to come forward, but just wanting to make sure that that backdoor protection doesn't kick in up top. Use their potentially last glyph of the game. Try and hold out, wait for Mwetzer to be back up online, but this is what someone like Fishman is able to do, right? He is just such a good player on his signature heroes.
I'm just going to be cautious. My god, that is a fine line to be playing.
He's got to just play this distraction Dota right now. I'm sure he was just keeping track of how long that Static Storm had left on the cooldown, and I don't think it was very long at all, so he had like one last opportunity to potentially stall things out, and you know what? They don't lose a melee racks in that mid lane, so you know, that sort of play, it's worth it, but they're still playing so far behind.
Interesting choice from Gabby going into the Lincolns. Had a refresher queued up. Maybe didn't have enough mana for all of the combo.
I mean, it's not even just for himself, right? Like, I'm very happy with him going this Lincolns, because how have people died previously? It's been off the back of, like, a hook shot into a Remnant into a Raw. So if you just place that in onto whoever gets jumped, whether it be yourself or Shadow Fiend, you're golden, right? So I much prefer this to a Lotus Orb.
That makes it much more easier now to see high ground. You know, maybe that was their potential issue to close out the game. And hang on, Bob. Nice start. Instant drag back with the lasso. Bob gets the BKB, but it did not matter. The damage from Watson just Evaporated his health pool. And did they get it? They saw Palos. Stormstormer comes back. Instant use of the BKB. He's not going to mess around. Nice dead shot as well. All right. Palos finds something out of nothing. Gabby's still going to try and jump into the middle. Arena doesn't provide them too much. And meanwhile, over to the left side, Tino's got the run to Watson as well. They step the boundary. And they're going to be condemned for that. Is now the cleanup. It's a pretty decent static storm, but Gabby will not escape. Storm is almost back into the middle. Going to be cautious. So
Another
double
raw
raw with the refresh. It's going to be a dive back.
Tino!
Execration. Are they doing it? Palos needs
the dead
last
shot.
little bit of damage onto Katomi for the axes from Tino. What a team fight. The Beastmaster Raw came in huge.
They just got way too greedy, man. You knew that the Storm Spirit had popped the BKB. You got a BKB out of the Muerta as well, and they kept diving. They could have just backed off for a good 15 seconds, make sure that they were able to come back into this, but instead, you've now got 3 heroes dead with no buyback. It's going to take the biggest Ag Static Storm of all time, and even then it's going to require a buyback from Watson, which he really doesn't want to do. All of those souls going away, just the 13 stored up in the Necromastery. They do it. Defying all the odds. There's an 83% win probability, and it's swung back in Execration's favor for the first time since like the 15-minute mark.
Oh. It's a big jump. Fishman.
Yeah.
Buyback if needed. They should be able to get the kill. It's going to force out the buyback. It is wasting a little bit of time. They're going to go for the throne, though.
Why not?
So we've got a glyph. Fine. Do they stick around, though? Palos bought out for the MKB. No buyback for him. This is kind of an all-or-nothing play.
They life drained the creep just to keep that backdoor protection from being there.
Tomi gets the start, drag back into the Static Storm. Is Watson going to have enough damage? So he's lacking some of the souls. Can they secure the kill onto Palos before he can turn? This is not looking good. Execration, no way. Can they just walk it down and go for the end as Watson? He'll die with a buyback, but it might not matter. The throne is falling lower and lower. Gabby tries to protect it.
Palos is alive.
He's on the outskirts of the war. Slithers into the tree line. Palos is still alive. Just go for the throne. Someone kill it. They don't have the damage just yet, though. It's chaos
Shanks
inside the
it.
Radiant base. As Execration, they can't end this game. Entity, they will live to see another day by the skin of their teeth.
Almost a disaster there from Gabby. He was in a prime position to just spear that Muerta back
Fishman,
inside of the
you can't say that. No.
You can't say easy game at this point, but you know, this is pretty standard in the C region. It's met by laughs coming through from Shanks and Palos, and they do have buybacks to be able to play off the back of. Just Shanks using it now. He was nearly that soul sieger for the team.
He said G on Shanks.
Come on, let's go. 1v1 me mid.
Alright, what do we got? Just a raw check is huge. No Static Storm as well.
Wild axes every 3 seconds as well for Tino. Start to ramp up, give him the time for it. And respect Palos being back alive. They'll know the BKB's available. He's also got
Ooh, see. 1200 health?
Alright.
Come on.
I can't say cheeks, but you could say that.
What? Dude, yeah, but you said something else along with it. It wasn't just cheeks.
I don't know what you're talking about,
yeah,
but we got 5
right.
seconds left on the Storm. We've got an Aegis coming up as well. 5 seconds away, they can hook. They can lay the rocket down towards it, and they'll see that it's getting low.
This is scary, man.
Land the hook.
This is scary, man. Bob's gonna zip in. Who gets the Aegis? He snatched it. Bob got the second life. Watson tries to turn. Tino's gonna be there with the wall. They need some way to keep Watson alive. Anything. A Static Storm, that's the best they've got, and it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Watson? No way. Any detection, they've got it. Watson down. That's a dieback. An ease game. It's come out from Bob as well. They know it might be over. Fishman might be able to get Tino over to the right side. Disruptor against the Beastmaster. An unusual duel, but one that will still not really matter in the end, as the key heroes and Execration are alive.
Yeah, but there's no creeps. That's the biggest issue. This backdoor protection's kicking in. The Ancient's healing. And right now, we saw lines drawn on the map by Watson, just basically saying, keep these creeps the hell away from our base. It's going to be the mid lane. It is the quickest one to be able to make that sort of play. Can Kataomi do it? Gabby, he's just going to, quickly yoink it down, and they won't be able to claim it.
Gabby's got buyback as well, so it's kind of a worthwhile sacrifice. He kind of needs to get this wave, though.
Doesn't have BKB. Oh, doesn't commit. Shanks there. Level 25 on the Pugner. Could Shanks do it solo? That plus 150 nether blast damage.
Don't you have to kill the wave outside the base? Bob's gonna start. Into Katomi. He doesn't have
Gabby's
a buyback,
going
and yet you see Gabby's trying to do so. No backdoor protection. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too late. Palace. Dude, look at him just standing there. He's not even right-clicking. Oh my god, they are toying with Entity, and I'll get the win in the end. Ease drops a very, very interesting game. Thank you, Mars. An incredible actor from the Southeast Asian region as Gabby gives a nice win over to Execration.
A nice win, there's a little bit of gifts coming through, maybe Gabby looked down on them thinking, they were showing some of the F-tier tendencies, but honestly, that doesn't give enough respect over to Execration. They played quite well in those later stages. They don't win that game probably if Bob doesn't land that Aegis snatch at the end. And again, this was a draft that it felt like Entity had the edge, but Execration, we could see the ways that it was able to work. Watson, once again, showing why he's such an individually skilled player, going for these crazy jukes, just able to dodge out, living on about 100 HP at the end of everything. So, eventually they finally woke up and chose violence, saying, hey, we could kill people if we could just 100-0 them with our own survivability with that BKB.
I don't really know what this kind of means in regards to the how the seeding occurs, because TSM they got a 1-1 over Virtus Pro, so they're 5-5, Entity 5-5, and TSM and Entity they 1-1'd each other, so it's not like the head-to-head goes in either way. So I don't particularly know who gets 3rd seed, who gets 4th seed. We'll have to work that one out, but I mean even VP and Execration have the same win-loss as well, so that'll be something for the admins to work out, but
enjoy. That's all I have to say. I mean, the only thing that I can see that makes sense if they're not going to do tiebreakers, maybe whoever finishes 3rd in Group B gets to choose who out of 5th and 6th they want to play. That makes a lot of sense, but that doesn't really resolve the 3rd and 4th situation that we're talking about in Group A, now with TSM and Entity being locked in place. So, I don't know what's going to happen there. It's an interesting conundrum that people are going to have to answer as we see a lot of these highlights of this game. This was by far the most entertaining game that I've at least seen so far in this, and it really felt like both teams were just having a lot of fun with it, right? This was a classic 5v5 pub stack of Dota with answer going back and forth either way. Really felt like the rest of Gabby's teammates were joining in on the fun too.
That they were. Everyone was having a little bit of fun, some tips, even in the pre-game as well. Execration, I think, it may have been Shanks, someone on Execration told Fishman to choose Radiant. So they were already starting before we even got into the second game.
This is that spear that I was expecting to see. You can see Muerta right there outside the fountain, true. And I was thinking maybe this could have been what ended the game. Ends up not really getting away as Shanks trying to be that base destroyer, but even he ends up falling down. But yeah, triple buyback once again coming through from Execration. They're able to turn it around. They try and delay it a little bit, but they were just, again, a little bit late, right? They had the opportunity to be able to kick that backdoor protection in once again. You see the great Aegis steal coming through from Bob. Another nice hook shot coming through from Marbang. Well, this was all they had. They'd expended a lot of the buybacks previously, so they had nothing left to be able to fight around. Maybe it was a Satanic that Watson needed to be able to, in the middle of a lot of these engagements.
I think regardless on what item choice was the route that Watson may have needed to go down, I think this, at least the late game fights, was a perfect example on some of the weaknesses of the Shadow Fiend. You are a hero that you must be standing your ground. If you have a second, just 1 second, even half a second where you are not right from a bash, from a roar, from a hook shot, we see that you will get blown up, and that happened multiple times inside the fights. I think Tino had an exceptional game. I mean, he was somehow finding farm across the map when there looked like there was no farm to be had, and then just his hawk placements and with the roars overall as well. So was a very interesting way to close out our first series of the day.
It was with some pretty defensive items as well to be able to protect Watson. Like they had BKB, Trickster Cloak, Lincoln Sphere on his own, and then you also had a Glimmer Cape, a Halberd, and someone else had a Lincoln's as well to be able to potentially save him. So even with all of that, Execrations, full on run at you, balls deep style, was able to get the W in the end. And good on them. I want them to be feeling a little bit more upbeat, and maybe this was the win that was needed to get them back into their groove, because they're going to be taking on whoever's third or fourth. We don't know 100% yet in Group B, and we don't even know who is going to be in that third or fourth position for Group B, because we've still got those 3 series to come.
That we do. A lot is still yet to be determined for our second group. 3 more series, at least on this stream. We got OG taking on Xtreme Gaming. That is a very, very exciting series that we will all be able to have a little bit of fun and enjoy once the break closes. Shouldn't be too long of a break, so when we come back, second series of the night, OG up against Xtreme.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up in. I'll be ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We are about to wrap up the play-in stage here for Group B, or at least the round robin stage. That is, welcome on over to Stream D. It's Seek and Strike here myself, and joining me, as always, is my very happy friend Winter. Look how excited he is to be here, as we're going to be taking on Winter, OG, taking on Xtreme Gaming with two Malaysians, JT and Ghost, both repping that Malaysian pride here at the tournament. How are you feeling about this matchup as a whole? It's got some pretty big stakes, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme Gaming, if they win this series, they make sure that they have at least a chance to directly qualify to the group stage, so they don't have to play more games if they get 2-0. Actually, it also depends on what happens in the other series, but they are going to maximize their chances by 2-0. OG, on the other hand, they are kind of like whatever, they can't really control their fate.
No, I mean, a 2-0 for them at least is a strong way to end the group stage after having a difficult day one. As we can take a look at our play-in teams, right? Group A, already done and dusted. I don't believe there's any need for additional tiebreakers there, as it's Aster and Liquid directly qualifying into the group stage here for the Riyadh Masters. However, Group B, we still have to settle quite a few things. Only Beast Coast Destiny is certain. They are playing more matches for sure. They actually only ended up winning one series overall yesterday versus OG, and failed to secure any other wins. The rest of Group B, as you're saying, is a little bit more up in the air. We can see our play-in... Sorry, this is where the play-in teams want to go. Of course, Aster and Liquid have already guaranteed themselves slots into this next phase, whereas the other positions, we have to play more games to find out. Again, on this channel, we're going to be taking on, or rather, it's Xtreme taking on OG. We'll see if we have any standings available to look at just so we can get a clearer picture. But for now, of course, the prizing is very clear. It's very clear, Winter, how much money is at stake here.
Why are you reminding me?
I'm not reminding you of anything.
I'm not part of the prize pool.
No, you are not, Winter. Those days of yours are long gone. As you said, fear and resolution were bullying you over in Bali.
What can we do, man?
What can you do?
I need to grind more MMR so it doesn't happen again.
No,
so that Rezo does not bully me anymore.
What can you do, man?
I need another extra 3,000 MMR.
I mean, who knows, man? Maybe if when you're talented at the next tournament and a team needs an emergency stand-in, maybe next time they'll pick you, Winter. We'll see how they get going along here. It is OG who did win priority here. This is a best of two series, by the way, in case you guys are not familiar. This is the last best of two for now that these teams, pardon me, are going to be playing before the deciders move on into the BO3s. Group A is already fully seeded and ready for their opponents. And OG, they won the coin toss, Winter. They've chosen second pick here, with Xtreme then choosing the Dire side. We were talking earlier about how you would have assumed, because of that Roshan 15 to 20 minute first timing, that many teams would have preferred Radiant side. What do you think it is about Dire that's so appetizing to the side of Xtreme?
I have no idea. I think apart from the Roshan, it's also the farming pattern as a carry. You just farm faster because when you're farming on Radiant as a Radiant carry, you go to the top side. You don't get the armor aura onto the creeps. You get the mana regen, so you don't farm, and you can use the mana regen to farm. So you actually farm faster on the Radiant side. At least that's what I understand. Based on what I've seen during Bali. So I'm not entirely sure why do they want to go for the Dire side. So I can't really answer that question.
Do you believe any of the either side, Radiant or Dire, right now? You know how with the edges of the map increasing, right? Specifically on the safe lane side. Do you believe either Radiant or Dire is easier to invade out those super safe camps? Once the carry gets kicked out of lane, they generally farm the easy medium camps over there. Would you think it's about the same? Yeah, I haven't really noticed much of a difference.
I mean, the carries are so happy right now, especially if you're Naga, because when you split your illusions, you go to the lane. I mean, that's why the hero is so imba right now. You send the illusions to the camp next to the tower, so you farm the lane, so you're getting EXP on both sides. That's why you accelerate very quickly as Naga Siren. That's part of the reason why Naga is a really strong hero in the meta. You can only do that with Naga, because the other illusion carries, you can't really do that from the start. You need to get more points in your illusions before you can do that. But Naga, on the other hand, yeah, she's strong enough to do it from the start.
Well, it's we'll see if we end up seeing a Naga Siren. Xtreme Gaming actually taking out the Darkseer already in the first phase, and that usually screams out, you know, illusion carry or some sort of illusion hero.
Darkseer is also a really strong hero right now. I think teams are starting to realize this hero is pretty useful in terms of how you want to play the game. Because I remember yesterday when I was telling you about how the teams want to, you basically you put two immovable heroes on the side lanes, right? So you keep farming the waves, you keep shuffling, and you farm every single jungle on the side. So Darkseer is very, very good at that. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen teams do it with Brood, especially Doom, Underlords, Tides, all these heroes, Timbersaw, you know. So Darkseer is right now I think teams really favor the hero because the other heroes all got nerfed, right? So Darkseer didn't get nerfed, so he becomes the first one that you want to pick when it comes to the offlane heroes.
Xtreme Gaming opening up with the Undying here. I just want to take a quick nod towards OG's bans as well. Snapfire, Meepo for their first phase bans, I think is somewhat interesting. JT did just play the last match that Xtreme Gaming played last night. They had a Tricore, which was, I think, a Queen of Pain, Meepo, and a Medusa. Ended up absolutely owning in that game to take a 2-0 over Quest.
Yeah, Meepo is very annoying right now. With the new build, the ATOS build, she's very scary. Once you get a good start on that hero, you just keep killing heroes. He's also a very good hero at utilizing the bigger map. A lot of the extra jungles, it's very easy for him to farm with his clones. And you have the Mega Meepo, which is actually quite useful against all the traditional counters, the splash damage against Meepo. So you just get the Mega Meepo and you stack everything together. And then on top of that, you know why they buy the Manta? So that when you stack all the Meepos together and you click Manta, they all split.
Yep.
Right away.
Oh, so well, we won't get to see it this time. OG banned it out, and they pick up the Enigma. This has been a very popular first phase pick for them. Just making sure before I misspeak here. Yeah, it seems like so far in Riyadh Masters, any time that Enigma has not been first phase banned by their opponents, OG have picked it first or second, basically, as soon as they could. Including in their last series, it was both their first picks even, and when they did have first pick against Secret. So they'll go back to that strategy right away.
Enigma is a very common solution against Undying, because Undying basically means that the lane is very hard for the offlaner to play, like normally. But with Enigma, you don't really care, because you deny the creeps, you pull the wave back, so Undying can't really bully you. And this is like the kind of the anti-Undying lane, you know. If they do lane the Venom and Enigma together on the offlane, so Undying can't really do much against these two heroes. And obviously the Enigma is also, in my opinion, very strong in the current patch because it allows you to abuse the Twin Gate. As you pull the wave back, and it puts the carry in a very susceptible position in the lane. So your position 5 from the safe lane can actually just use the Twin Gate and gank from behind.
Right, we saw Solo utilize that move a couple times yesterday in their matches here when we were on the B stream. We'll see now what OG are going to be hoping to do with this Enigma Veno lane, if that is going to be the lane. Xtreme Gaming, they're going to respond with the Drow Ranger. That seems a bit painful for the Enigma, as they do pick up, I assume, Ghost's hero already.
Yep, very, very nice hero against Enigma, like you said. I think this hero is also particularly strong right now. I feel like with all the other carries, especially the Dusa and the Morphling getting nerfed, I think Drow Ranger is like a coming top 3 carry, at least, in my opinion. Like Drow, Naga, Terrorblade, those heroes feel pretty good right now. Like the Drow and Undying are very classic combo. Tombstone in the team fights, it gives you vision, and it allows the Drow Ranger to just play this really fast-paced game where you just keep grouping up together, you take towers. The Undying helps the Drow get Roshan, get the Aegis. So just a lot of synergy between the two opening picks from Xtreme.
I just want to also point out for the side of Xtreme, this is their first time in the tournament they've been able to get their hands on the Undying. It's only been not banned against them once, but Nine Pandas Solo immediately picked it up against them for the first pick overall. This time it's first pick overall for them, as they do get a stab at it with OG instead choosing to ban out the Meepo and the Snapfire. Obviously, OG seems like they had a plan in mind for it. We'll see if Xtreme had this Drow Ranger, you know, kind of drawn up already as a response to some potential counters to the Undying. How important is it for you Winter, that this Undying, find relevance in the early game. He is a hero that got nerfed, by the way, a little bit in 733E, I believe.
Not that much. He's still useful. Like the shot nerf is, I think, pretty reasonable. It's way too strong, and he got a slight laning nerf with the regen, the HP regen nerf. It's not that big of a deal. The hero still gives you what you get from an Undying position 5. He kind of makes sure that the carry is protected in the lane. And after the laning phase, he's very useful in the team fights with the Tombstone, and he helps you get objectives and Roshan, towers and Roshan. And right now, the hero that I'm looking right at is Primal. I think if you have Drow Ranger, you definitely would want to ban that hero. That hero is actually pretty darn bad for Drow to play into. And on top of that, Primal seems like I think he's one of the OP heroes right now that some of the teams have been like constantly speaking, and I feel the hero is actually quite broken at the moment.
You're looking at heroes that basically can gap close to the Drow Ranger and that have some pierce through BKB, I assume.
And obviously in the early game, it's pretty difficult for the Drow Ranger to just farm in the safe lane. It's too easy to gank the Drow in the early game when the Primal gets the rune. Like if you're playing against Primal, it's so important to rune control and not let him get the runes. He's just really good at using all the runes. The shield rune, the haste rune, the DD, all these annoying runes. If you're a Drow Ranger, you see a Primal running at you with all those runes, you're dead.
I'd also be quite upset if I saw a Primal Beast with all of the runes active running at me. Sounds like a good Ag Scepter upgrade for a hero, potentially.
They chose to ban the Clockwork over the Primal. I mean, Clockwork's also a gap closing hero.
Right.
But I feel like he's not as scary against the Drow Ranger as a Primal. And maybe it means that they want to pick the Primal because Clockwork is very good against the Primal Beast. Because the Battery Assault stops his spells. The Cogs are really, really good at blocking the charge in, the onslaught in. So pretty big counter against the Primal Beast, the Clockwork.
Yeah, and OG have gone to the Clockwork recently, especially with a draft like this. OG drafting up the Enigma, Veno, and Clock in their victory versus Secret. So clearly a strategy they think can work. And I'm seeing a couple of Clockwork games, in fact, for them throughout their stay so far here in Riyadh. OG are the ones actually to ban out the Lycan. I was wondering if that was something they might have considered, but they're going to ban it out and instead take up the Ember Spirit. So Winter, why do you think OG have decided on 15 to reveal a core instead of a second support?
It might mean the Enigma is still being considered as a support. So if you pick the Ember here, it means the Enigma is very high chance that they are still considering moving him onto a support role. Ember is like a mid laner that it's okay to pick it early.
I mean, assuming your enemies can't pick Huskar, right?
I mean, sure, if you want to pick Huskar right now, because the Ember can still be moved to safe lane.
Safe lane, yeah,
they can
that's
pick
true.
another hero to go mid, so it's like kind of like a bait.
I believe one of the many times that Seb went on one last ride with OG was during the Stockholm Major, where Taiga played quite a bit of the support Enigma, and I would say dazzled me on his abilities there, especially given how little farm he was really getting when Seb was, I believe, playing the 4. This time, of course, I believe we'll see how OG settle in and where this Enigma is going to end up going, as it is no Huskar yet. Instead, the 16th pick now for Extreme is the Dragon Knight. We saw a little bit of DK yesterday in the hands of Ramses, I believe. Didn't really look too effective. Do you think it's going to be a bit better now in the mid lane versus the Ember Spirit?
It's very different compared to that game. That game, it's a carry DK that ran Radiance against a Phantom Lancer. This game, it's more about playing for the Drow Ranger's timing with the Undying. So you're going to see probably a Blink very, very early. Blink, Soaring, Power Threads is going to be playing around his team quite frequently. And like you said, the lane against the Ember should be pretty straightforward for DK. DK should have a much better time compared to the Ember in the lane, as you can just stun him all the time when he's last hitting and deny creeps. So it should give DK some edge in the lane. And they're going to pick a Mirana to pair up with the DK stun. So you have some kill potential in the lane itself.
Oh, bit of a disconnect there. It seems like everything's good to go with PC couple of OG heroes disconnecting and a couple of extreme players disconnecting, hence the weird particle effects you've seen there. Everything is good to go now. Yeah, like you were saying, I do really like that DK Morana combo. Is there a chance that this is just straight up an offlane DK even for you, Winter? Is that still viable these days, or would you prefer this just to be the mid lane because you already see the Ember Spirit showing?
Just to be a mid lane for me.
Okay.
Because DK is I think a much more suitable hero that can. I mean, sure you can play on off lane, but I think there are better heroes to sit in the lane and farm. I think DK, you want to utilize his strength early. He can take towers, so you buy an early dagger. You can rotate around, use the runes, gang, take tower, gang, take tower. I kind of like that more with their current setup. Like I think they need like their last pick should be something like a frontline hero, like some Tide, to protect the draw in the team fights. Brewmaster, Tide.
Something to deal with these illusions, right? I mean, this PL, it's not really a surprising hero to see too much these days. Extreme Gaming acknowledging their weaknesses against illusion heroes with that Naga Siren ban.
It's a very slow hero though, Richie, because PL is good against Drow and Undying Tombstone, but to be able to do that effectively in the game, you need a lot of farm on a hero. Like you need Diffusal, you need the Aghanims, you need the Manta. It's all about like the Aghanims timing.
Are you saying that this draft from OG might be a bit greedy then, with potentially an Enigma support, Ember?
It is. Veno and Enigma support duos. Enigma itself doesn't matter you play him as a core or support. It's gonna be innately already a greedy hero, you know. You're gonna take a lot of farm. You're gonna be hoping to play a slower game. And right now against Dragonite, Undying Draw, I feel like the game is gonna be pretty quick.
Really? I assume you're heavily favoring then Extreme Gaming's draft so far. There's that Tidehunter ban, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the pace of the game. Doesn't mean I'm favoring them, but obviously with the Beastmaster rolling up, with the draft, it's very classic draw draft. You have Aura Hero on the off lane. You have Initiating Hero, DK. And you have supports that can protect you in the team fights with Undying. Like that's what Drow needs in the game. And I feel like as long as she doesn't do badly in the laning phase, I think this Drow is just gonna have a very, very good game. Sure, he has a Phantom Lancer problem, but that's gonna be dealt with by the DK, I think. If the early game goes smoothly, the DK gets an early blink, he secures the map, gets tower, then the DK can consider going for the anti-illusion items like either the Radiance or getting Maelstrom, Mjolnir, etc. But they actually have Beastmaster. Yeah, Beastmaster can deal with the illusions with the Aghanims.
Yeah, especially with the Drums of Slum. I was about to say, Beastmaster doesn't really struggle too much with those these days, and JT's been playing phenomenally thus far. It is Taiga on the Enigma. It seems to be a core Venomancer, though, Winter.
Core Venomancer against Drow, Undying.
Position 3 Veno, and it is going to be, of course, the supports in inverted commas Monkey King for Seb. I think this hero suits him well.
Scary. Monkey King Veno against the Drow Undying. I think the idea here is to just flat out try to win the lane. Because Monkey King support is also really good against the Undying, because the Undying cannot really trade against Monkey. You get the Jingle at level 1. I'm not sure if you get off Venom, but usually I've seen that done before. Like you just run over and you hit the Undying, and there's nothing the Undying can do in this kind of setup. And you have a Veno in your lane. So one Gale, you're dead. You're basically dead if you're out of position.
I see what you're saying there. Are you feeling like OG might be able to make enough space though? Like you're saying that it's still with the Monkey King last pick, maybe
lanes. They have to win the lanes by a fair amount. Even like a little victory, I think it's not enough. I think they need to win the lanes hard so that their greedy draft can be allowed to proceed to the middle game. Because if the lane is 50-50, Extreme, you shouldn't be greedy. If you get to 50-50 the lane, you get out of the laning phase, everybody has levels, everybody has farm, then you should be really, really happy with a Beastmaster Drow draft.
Yeah, I would say so, right? That Inner Beast, that Drums of Slum, you got it on Undying as well for AoE control, even if they do have the PL, who eventually is going to be able to make very quick work of that Tombstone. I agree. We'll see how OG are going to be able to get out of this. I mean, they do have 3 Grandmaster tier heroes, so very, very comfort heroes here, as they have a couple of mic issues, so we have a short little pause at the start of the game.
On the other hand, I feel like if the Enigma is laning with the PL, I feel like this lane might also be a tough lane for the PL, like laning against the Beastmaster and the Mirana. I've seen like some Enigmas like at level 1 right now. What people like to do is you get Malphis and Blood Grenade, so you deal a lot of damage and you try to kill in the early levels. But if you don't get those kills and you already skilled Malphite, you can't have the ability to deny creeps, then the lane could be really difficult when you don't get the kills and you're oftentimes really low level and you're a liability to your team. So it's really, really important that they do very well in the lanes.
Yep. Right now, all of Xtreme Gaming seem to be moving top. I mean, I always think for a Beastmaster, there's a world, especially for a Mirana, where you say, okay, lane's hard, go stack the jungle, I'll max axes, and I'll get recovered that way. Why would a world like that be so problematic? Is it just because it gives OG's rather greedy lineup room to breathe and grow?
Not really though. I feel like you should still do that. You should still stack. Like if you're winning your lane or at least breaking even in a lane, it's like stacking is always good for the support. You get XP and whatnot. And Beastmaster gets to, accelerate his timing. You really want to get to the Aghanim's timing this game as Beastmaster. Like Vanguard
you can already
first.
see. I was about to say you can already see Seb expecting a couple of stack shenanigans. Places a pretty deep ward just for observing. Doesn't block either of the camps there. Actually, he does. He has blocked the Ancients, pardon me.
Yeah, the Sentry blocks it. So they are really putting a lot of emphasis into making sure that this Beastmaster does not get a lot of stacks, so he doesn't accelerate his game too much. I like that idea, because if the Beastmaster gets too good of a start, he's basically the carry. And he's going to force a lot of objectives on your map, and the map can become really, really small for you.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how strong Drums of Salam have proven to be, especially against a PL, right? That ability is really no joke. Especially that lifesteal that you can get just allows you to sustain and kind of just turn fights low-key. Turn into like this Tidehunter hero almost, where everyone wants to try and kill him and he just refuses to go down. You talked already about the strength of that aura. So him, being JT, getting to that Drums of Salam is going to be all important. This mid lane, a DK into the Ember Spirit. Not having anything, I would say, too crazy. It's that crazy of a matchup. Used to be quite a boring matchup even back in the days where DK, DP, Ember, mid lane every single time.
Yeah, the crucial lane would be like looking at this Benno lane. Because Benno is like a core that you do not want to fall behind from the start. So it's very, very important for the Benno to get a good start so he can actually snowball the game. Like right now you see the Undying, you can't really do much against the Benno because he's just going to kill you in the lane. So it's pretty difficult for him to arrest, but what he can do is just try to focus on last hitting the range creep and just protecting the drum, making sure the drum gets the creeps. But DM, he's gonna get ran at. His gale is on cooldown.
He's just dead? He's just dead, Winter. That's 12 stacks of decay that he had let accumulate on himself. And Ghost with the movement speed slow, even just a little blood grenade, that's enough to take him down.
Yeah, that's very, very sloppy. Like, he used his Gale previously on the Undying, then he didn't have Gale. And the Monkey King used his stun to try to get the range creep, so they both have no spells, so he should already be playing safer. But
Seb even
he
taking
did
a
not
bit of a
expect
beating.
to die there, for sure. Like, this is the thing with Blood Grenades, right? Undying used to not have this kind of kill threat in the early game until you get higher levels, but because of Blood Grenade, he can actually just kill you like this.
Ooh, nice fat double decay as well here. This lane might start to get difficult. I mean, you know, in fact, maybe they make a play for Seb. Seb forced the TP away as they even dropped the tombstone. They're going to look just for more residual damage onto DM, but Seb was forced to TP all the way home. Maybe a win, considering they forced the tombstone and the lane is pushing. This creep where the camp is actually blocked by an extreme sentry, so they won't be able to reestablish lane equilibrium too easily.
Yeah, but this is not looking very good for the Benno, you know. Like, this hero really needs a lot of kills in the lane to snowball. And on the other side of the map, the PL is like still farming great at the moment. Enigma's like controlling the wave nicely. He can't really pull the wave, but he has the deny with demonic conversion, so he can then always make sure that the creeps are near the tower, so PL can last hit.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty decently at that. You know, this Beastmaster off to a pretty strong start, though. JT has not really been bothered by the Enigma as much as maybe they were hoping. Keep our eyes on top lane in case they decide to get aggressive.
So he's going to be free farming this lane for now. There's not much the Enigma can do anymore to post a kill threat on this lane, so they are going to be just happy trading farm.
Especially with the point and leap now already for Sin Q. He's not really in any danger
top
here.
Lane. Ghost.
Yeah, they're going top on the Ghost this time around with Boundless Strike. Oh, the deny!
Nice.
In time. That's a big play out from DY. It's still time wasted at least for OG, where, you know, Ghost is not going to be able to get any farm. with the wave pushing under tower, this is still not that bad of a move out at all from Xtreme. Really clutch deny there. Zeb kind of canceled the boundless strike. He wanted to give the kill, obviously, to DM, but maybe he was better off trying to secure it or at least stunning DY. Unfortunate timing there for the side of OG.
Yeah, and Drow didn't really lose that much. She revised in time just to come back to the tower and mop up those juicy last hits under the tower. So she didn't really lose much from that death. And in the mid lane, like DK against Amber, the DK is like expected to. He's actually winning by quite a bit more than I expected.
13 denies. I mean, it's the classic just stun him and get a range group deny. There it is in action.
There's not much you can do as an Amber in this matchup. It's just gonna be hard for you, and you're just gonna be playing for the runes and try to make sure you 50-50 the lane.
He's got this Blightstone, but Paparazzi 3 points already in Dragon's Blood. Almost able to out-heal that level 2 Flame Guard already. And, the level difference, this XP advantage is only going to continue to build. Things are going to start to look mighty difficult there. As top lane, Seb. Oh, they're not going to be able to cut him down from his tree. Just being a little bit obnoxious there with the Jingu Mastery securing a couple of CS.
Yeah, like so far, all 3 lanes going well. Like Extreme is very clearly winning mid and top. Bot lane is kind of like a draw. But overall, XG are really happy with how the lanes has progressed so far. Taiga, he gets a blood grenade on him.
But they missed the arrow. He should be alright here. I mean, they are really going to persist here. Nice demonic, or not demonic conversion, just a regular conversion. Oh, it is demonic conversion, pardon me, to at least get rid of the boar. Unfortunately, they had him dead to rights on that particular attempt. Approaching the 6-minute mark now, Winter Seb drops a tip onto DY. I suspect that's because of a misplaced tombstone, shall we call that. Might give OG a little bit of an advantage now as Seb does rotate on over to the mid lane. Taiga as well, eager to give BZM a bottle refill. Does give them a good opportunity to secure the first power rune here, Winter.
Yeah, and they were thinking about trying to set up with the Mirana earlier. Stun into arrow. But like I said, 6-minute power rune, so Mirana's gonna stack one cam. Shinkyu is gonna run to the rune right now, hoping that the rune spawns bot, but it's gonna be the top rune.
Be top. It's a arcane rune, he's no storm, but certainly still, of course, the spirits really good users of these runes in general. DY is being chased by Seb now as the action is onto this mid lane where Paparazzi eagerly popping the first Elder Dragon form here. Has that range done, has that Sacred Arrow ready to go out from Sin Q, has also the wagon beaten down this tier 1 tower. I think it's just going to fall, Winter.
I'm surprised that the monkey decides not to help, Like he came over to the river, but then decided, okay, maybe he doesn't feel like he can help defend the tower, and he goes back top.
Now that was basically 100-0 on that tier 1. Just goes down so quickly here with this DK double bracer, almost the full power treads already now on his way. Top lane, it does leave DY potentially in a bit of a tough position, but they just can't really dive a tier 1 tower. They're not too tanky, this Veno, this Monkey King.
I guess they just felt like they couldn't do anything against this DK, that's why. But it's really bad to just give up the tower for free. Right now, Xtreme Gaming, they're in a very, very good position in the game for sure. Also control. DK already got his tower, so the next Dragon form, you're going to see him moving to the side lanes to take even more towers. JT is almost level 6.
Yep. Seb with a pretty good, a couple of really good wards, in fact, over in towards the mid lane, as well as this cliff, which is going to spot any rotations that Paparazzi looks to make towards the top lane. Down bottom, though, is where at least things are looking pretty decent for the side of OG. Yuragi well on his way to the Diffusal Blade. Has already that first Blade of Alacrity being flown out. Top lane, though, is where there's trouble, as Ghost is going to go down. DY able to at least trade away for DM, and might be able to also secure the kill onto Seb. Level 1 Jingu Mastery here. Seb's going to get it secured, but still will fall. Bonus damage and lifesteal not nearly enough to fight through this Undying.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for them. They did manage to kill the Drow Ranger, but it's at a pretty steep cost, losing both heroes right there. And the Beastmaster right now, he has his Vanguard, his level 6. He's going to start to pressure the tower, and the DK is going to probably move towards the bot lane to get the tower. I don't see what OG can do right now. If they didn't defend the mid tower, they're not going to be defending the next tower as well.
Yeah, especially with, like you say, Paparazzi making his way on over. Taiga only up to level 4. As he's going to rotate on over, so seems like OG are interested in making an effort here. They are without the Wukongs. Ooh, and they've cut down Seb. That should be a relatively easy kill, especially as Paparazzi will connect with the Dragon Tail stun to secure the kill. Seems like OG aren't going to have to let this tower go after the death of their stand-in.
This is really bad right now for them. The map is going to get smaller and smaller, and they have to rely on the Ember Spirit getting some runes, you know, rotating to the side lanes to try to make some space. At the moment, BZM is looking at a Ghost on the Drow Ranger. They saw him last hitting the creep, so he's probably going to try to maybe wait around until he sees the Drow again. And Ghost doing the smart thing, you know, like he's just jungling right now. He doesn't see the Ember on the map, and he feels like he's threatened in the lane.
I mean, that's the right move to make. Taiga doing his best to be as annoying as possible, does block a stack, is going to be now picked up by Sin Q. Does have that arrow, that level 3 Star Storm. Primal Roar already utilized here by JT, as they do still find Ghost. BZM able to connect successfully there. Taiga killed off as the courier was giving the vision. Sin Q with a tip onto Taiga. Couple of voice lines in exchange, but the kill onto Ghost is still a big one.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to actually go up to the lane. I thought he actually knew that the Ember is missing and he was trying to play safe, but you know, carry players, you know, they see a wave in front of the tower. Okay, maybe I can actually last hit this creep.
I'm a ranged hero. I can hit it from pretty far away. As Seb claiming a couple of little bit of lags. All right, quick start, thankfully. Hopefully we don't have any too long of a... Hopefully that's the only pause, in fact, that we get all day here. Winter DY popping that Flesh Golem just to give the boot now. That's a BZM. Big kill there, and again, Yuragi, you know, despite him being unable to really stop the push that was coming down bottom, does still lead when it comes to CS. Doesn't translate very nicely when it comes to net worth, though, as we can take a look at that. Paparazzi, JT, and Ghost actually all still leading him. You know, signs of life, though, from OG. DM is still the richest hero on his side and nearly has his Hand of Midas completed. That'll at least allow him to scale, pick up a couple of more items, potentially become very, very annoying here to the side of Xtreme.
I mean, talking about Midas, the DK is also queuing up a Midas. I actually feel like I don't really like it so much. I think getting a Blink first, then getting a Midas later is probably safer, you know? Because if he gets the Midas right now, he thinks he can get away with it by being so greedy. And if he dies 1 or 2 times, then the Midas first is going to be really bad.
Seb, he went out to farm the wave, has a pig pull to try and escape. But Paparazzi taking the racing line here, cutting down that tree. Seb looking for the TP out, and I think he's got him on this occasion. Will be able to make it safe and sound back into the fountain. Well played there, wasting a bit of time out from Paparazzi.
Top lane, EY.
Yeah, good old Gus here. They're going to try and turn on to BZM. Ooh, the damage. It's high. BZM avoiding a little bit of it, though, but did not have a safety remnant when he made that dive, Winter. He will fall. Ghost picks up the kill. Sin Q was behind all the while, ready to jump on in to secure it if needed. Tower will go down as DM's push is successful this time around, but they're baiting him. They don't know that Sin Q's in the trees. Arrow connects. There's a TP scroll available from DM. He's going to turn and try and fight his way through this one. He will fall. Ghost still might end up going down. He TP's into the fountain, and he's going to be A-OK, safe and sound as well. OG, they're going to lose 2 cores. They do pick up the tier 1 tower. That was a pretty painful loss for them to bear.
Yeah,
Paparazzi, they're going to set up on him here. See what they can get done. There, Seb, of course, will need to save his stun.
No mana.
Paparazzi all out of mana. Do they actually have the damage? There goes the stun. BCM as well has no points in Searing Chain,
no
so he's
chains?
just walking past to his tier 1 tower. Beastmasters here has Primal Roar, looking to try and find it potentially onto BZM. It's Yuragi, though, who avoids it deftly there with the Doppelganger, but another TP now coming from DY, who does not have Tombstone for 14 seconds. However, it is still a hold out from Xtreme Gaming as they keep alive their mid lane DK. Will be able to repel the push from OG.
Probably regretting not having at least 1 point in the chains there. I guess he's also pretty low level because he lost his lane. And that really cost them very dearly. They wasted so much time for nothing. The DK would have been a really, really big kill for them.
That double bracer has got the strength treads and, of course, maxed Dragon's Blood with the Breathe Fire debuff as well, reducing your damage. I mean, the PL's damage looks pretty respectable, but as soon as you do burn that mana, that Diffusal Blade's not doing nearly as much for you as it used to.
Easier than shooting creeps.
This game he's going to need a lot of items. At some point, he's probably going to have to get a Silver Edge as well to deal with the DK. That's why I feel like it's a very, very greedy setup, you know, for OG. They need a lot of items on the PL. The supports need a lot of items as well. The banner on the offlane also need a lot of items. And right now,
try for a kill here on the Sin Q, by the way. This is best to fight through this one, but against 3, especially as BZM joins, not a chance. That'll actually give just enough gold now for BZM to finish off the
accepted
Maelstrom.
his fate after he got killed. I'm not even gonna use my leap charges, you know, he knows. Draw Ranger, on the other hand, he's going for Levi, Dragon Lance, right? Yeah, he has a Dragon Lance and Yasha, and he's going for the Aghanim Snakes. That's gonna really help him deal with some of the PL illusions. But overall, they're gonna try to hit like a very, very good mid-game timing with the Beastmaster Axe. Beastmaster is just one component away from getting the Axe. Undying is getting a Medallion, so they're gonna have Medallion, Beastmaster Axe, and they're gonna have Blink on the DK in a couple of minutes.
Yep. Good effort there, by the way, from DY to cut the tree down of Sebs. That, of course, replies immediately with a tip, as they will fail to catch him this time around.
He's been trying to do that since the laning phase. Trying to just drop the Monkey King all the time.
Almost caught him a couple of times.
Yeah, but the game is still currently pretty slow, like for XG, because they decided to go for a Midas on the DK instead of a Blink. So everything is a lot more farm heavy right now until the DK gets the Blink. 500 gold shot before the game actually starts for the Dragon Knight. And meanwhile, OG, they're happy, you know. If the game is not speeding up, no kills, nothing happening, everybody farming, OG is really happy.
Careful here as well. Sin-Q again might be in for a bit of a tough time. BM does scout him out there with the Plague Ward, but he's not really going to be able to contest too much there, especially as Sin-Q is under the effect of the Mighty Mines. Look at that HP regen. How can you stop him? Casual stack there as well. I mean, right now, Xtreme Gaming moving around the map, farming very comfortably. We might start to see that change, though, Winter. First couple of big items are coming through as Paparazzi, alongside the Midas, is about to be able to pay that off with his first big item. That'll be the Blink Dagger. JT, Drums of Slum, now online. Are we about to see Xtreme Gaming look to make a couple of aggressive moves here, or are they still eager to wait a bit longer?
No, they definitely have to make use of the Blink. Get towers, get kills, and then get Roshan because of Medallion.
I think Seb missed his stun on that one, on that particular occasion. Not quite sure. Sin-Q, either way, he's not scared of Seb. He'll drop the tip right on back to him. He might be a little bit more scared, though, of BZM, as they have already used the Searing Chains. There's going to be the Urn Charge as well. Sin-Q leaps up to the high ground and away from the Bounty Monkey King, although BZM looking pretty deep now. Does not have a Remnant on back. BZM is going to be able to secure the kill. That's his last Remnant. TPs will be cancelled, actually, by the side of Xtreme Gaming, at least the one. Paparazzi is eager to TP on back and will secure the kill there on a BZM.
Not worth it.
Yeah, JT takes the tower down bottom, and the XD from Sin-Q.
I mean, that's such a bad thing to see, you know, when you're a mid laner and you try to kill the support and you have to die for it. You know it's not worth it. You know? I mean, on the other hand, he created a lot of space, I guess. That's the bright side. Paparazzi manages to blink away, so it didn't really get stunned.
That top lane, actually, they are going for another bit of a skirmish as they have caught Seb. Taiga, who we've yet to see a black hole from all game, is going to be forced to retreat. DM's already thrown at the Gale. Still actually is holding on to that Noxious Plague, though. As Xtreme Gaming not too eager to go too
JT.
far. It is BZM, though, who's going to find JT. Searing Chains connects as JT, Drums of Slum, and Primal Roar both at the ready. Seems to be unable to find anyone else here as he does conclude his sweep.
Yeah, you have to run if you're OG now. If you see the Beastmaster, you're ditching, you know, you're going to the other side of the map. He's like a Timber that's fat right now. You don't fight into the Timber or the Beastmaster. Try to dodge him right now. PL is the one that needs to get more items until they can actually deal with the Beastmaster. Like generally when you're an illusion hero against the Drum of Slum, you need your team to get a pipe and you want to buy the Mage Slayer on yourself. So that when the team fight starts, you put the buff on him and then you put the pipe on your illusion so he doesn't lifesteal from it.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the pipe would be a really good move here.
Oh, but our friend Veno is not buying that. He's buying
That's the problem, yeah. Veno, he's not like an aura buyer, is he, these days?
I am not really sure what you buy on this hero. So he's like trying to play as a core. So he's rushing like Axe so he can actually deal a lot more damage with his spells, with the Poison Nova. Taking
a look at the Dota 2 Pro Tracker builds here for Venomancer. And occasionally you will see like this Guardian Greaves into the bongo boots on top of this Urn Vessel kind of a build-up, but doesn't generally tend to be more, too many more, pardon me, auras than that.
Yeah, but I do feel like this game, his role is to prolong the game, defend towers, and slow the pace of the game down so PL can get to the stage where he can actually just straight out win the game. And I'm not really sure.
Spicy though. How are we going to get there? I mean, look at the push that Xtreme Gaming have coming.
Really
even
sure
as
if they can hold the game, if they don't have like a pipe.
Oh, look at Ghost. Look at Ghost up top lane. He's daring Seb to cut one more wave. Seb, impatient up here for now, is eventually going to let loose now onto the wave. Jumps back into the trees. Ghost, he's going to be rewarded for his patience. Seb, he picked the wrong wave to cut this time around, as Ghost will be able to punish him for cutting the wave. Tower has gone down as well in this top lane as well, as Xtreme Gaming looking for more, looking to try and push back OG now, as they will rotate across the map and push out their bottom lane. Really nice move there from Ghost.
Yeah, but on the other hand, OG also forced a couple of heroes to rotate bottom. Shinkyu and JT, they were forced to TP bot, and right now they get some space at top lane, so for PL to continue growing as a hero. He needs, I would say he needs another like 5-10 minutes before he's ready. And any rotation that his team can force out.
Oh, he didn't see that TP, really? Alright. I thought he saw that one to the outpost. Maybe he did?
No, he doesn't have a hawk.
He didn't have a hawk. I mean, he was right next to it. Oh, I don't think he saw that one either. Holding on to the axe. Oh, he's going to actually make the Blink Dagger onto BZM. Arrow caught by the Eidolon as the Yule Scepter is going to stop Taiga from counter-initiating with the Black Hole, at least right away. Out comes the Wukong's command. Blood Grenade even thrown now towards JT, but the Drums of Slime keeping him alive. He actually had the Aegis, by the way. So OG looking to back up with the counter-initiation. Now Paparazzi finishing off Taiga. DM hoping to try and TP away. The damage is not sufficient out from the side of Xtreme Gaming. He will be allowed to leave. Seb as well makes it out alive. It's an Aegis for the life of the Monkey King and the Wukong's command. Top of this Noxious Plague. Not the worst trade out from OG, but Xtreme Gaming continue to move confidently around the map now.
Yeah, and look at the wards. This is your favorite part of the game.
Yep.
Aren't they beautiful? From Xtreme Gaming. One line.
They look really good. They look really good. They've got one right on top of this Ancient watching over the 21-minute Wisdom Rune spawn now, so they do see Yuragi. He's fresh out of mana, one underneath the tier 2 tower. Oh, and this is a sneaky one that they have near the bottom tier 2. I really love this one. 5up, highly recommend his videos if you're trying to learn how to be a better support. I was always raving about this one. You can cut these trees as well, and then you get really good vision. Highly recommend.
Yeah, whenever you're like controlling the game, you're like putting pressure on opponents, it's always nice to have lane boards, you know, because you want to see where they're heading so you can kill them.
Yeah, especially that one, which gives you the high ground over the trees, so you can see if anyone's trying to be sneaky, like a Monkey King, perhaps. Ends up being really, really valuable.
Oh, they're waiting for the Monkey King at top.
Oh, they see him. Paparazzi. Oh, couldn't get him off in time. Seb a bit too fast.
He wanted to Midas the creep.
Well, he did get that Midas off, so he's going to be at least quite happy with that.
Goes right to Arrow. Almost found Seb.
They still won't be able to get their hands on him, at least not this easily. That making it quite challenging here.
Yeah, OG is still holding on to the game. And all they need is one really good fight with the Black Hole, and they're going to be able to just immediately seize control. One fight. All they need is just to win one fight. And it's probably going to be like around like some high ground push, you know. At the moment, OG still wants to try to split the map. The Monkey King is going to cut some waves. Ember's going to cut some waves. Enigma's going to be split pushing as well with the summons. But
Yule Scepter.
Monkey,
yeah,
it's okay,
this
Space.
Is the death
Somebody
of the
has to
monkey.
die. Somebody has to die.
Good space created there at the very least over for the side of OG, who continue to do a little bit of chip damage to this bottom tier 2 tower. Xtreme Gaming, though, even without the Aegis, moving very confidently, though, still around the map. BKB in tow now for Paparazzi.
Yeah,
he's feeling really good. And I love this Yule's pickup as well from SinQ.
Yeah, they need to be able to catch heroes. Right now, the game is all about like running around the map, picking OG out and catching them. So the Yules is definitely very, very helpful for the Mirana to set up.
Let's talk a little bit about this PL, right? We haven't really seen Yuragi join basically any fights. He's 0, 0, and 0, so he's kind of stayed off the radar, ours included. How's his farm doing so far? He's got this Ag Scepter, only the Yasha, so not the Manta, as he is deciding to finish off the Heart first.
Interesting. He probably feels like the illusions just die very quickly against the Beastmaster, and you don't want to give him more illusions to lifesteal from. So he decides to just get a Yasha into a heart.
OG, they're eager to fight in this area where they've got a lot of wards up, as the extreme smoke might end up taking them into this area. So yeah, just trying to get max illusions. Oh, well, they found him. He's hoping that he had this heart finished off now. Still has the doppelganger to try and escape here. The Drums of Slam, though, at max beating now, as it is going to be Yuragi who takes him down. The rest of OG seems like Sin-Q actually forced to use the Yule Scepter defensively. Oh, the Courier of Ghost has scouted BZM, but he's got a Remnant, so I don't really think they can catch him. They're going to try, though. Paparazzi TPing back to the Tier 2 tower. Oh, the Dragon Form now activated. We'll see if they can guess where he's at. The Blink Dagger, I think they might have caught a glimpse of him there, but now there's just no way you're catching him.
They're going to be playing for the next Roshan, control the map, and wait for the next Rosh. Next Rosh would mean that they're going to be able to go high ground. Drow is about to finish his Manta next, so that's going to help them siege the high ground. And Paparazzi is still looking for Sep. Still trying to hunt him down. They know that this pesky Monkey King is always constantly trying to cut waves, because that's the only thing he can do right now.
This Hypothermia as well is going to end up being really darn good for this Drow Ranger. Oh, Paparazzi. Ooh, did not see anyone here quite yet. There is a sneaky Seb once again up in these trees. Can't really move off too much. Oh, he's moved. He's going to throw the stun even. There is going to be a little bit of support out from the side of Xtreme Gaming. DY in the vicinity, as well as the Moonlight Shadow activated. BKB from Paparazzi. It's going to allow him to get off of the high ground here. Blink Dagger now ready to go. Will use so defensively, as DY even receiving the aid of his teammates in order to escape. Kind of a win there for OG, especially as we are potentially in this Roshan window by the time that next BKB use is ready to go.
I feel like they have to try to contest the Rosh. Like, OG has to try to do something. If they give away the Rosh for free again, it's going to be very difficult to hold the high ground. So I like their smoke right now. They realize they have a pretty good ops. They saw the Drow Ranger farming the Ancients earlier, so they're trying to expect that he's going to be still nearby. But they're going to run into a Beastmaster instead. That's not the hero they want to run into.
Nope. Zeb can't contain himself. He will go out and farm up a boar. Just thank you very much. Scan on scan.
You know, you can't take the carry out of him, you know. He's always like the carry on the team.
He's farmed up. I mean, actually, he's not the most farmed. Of all the games, you get to say that. This game, not very true at all, Winter. Sin-Q has still the arrow. Didn't want to use it on that initial go-around. Maybe saving it now in case Taiga decided to throw down the black hole. No chance for him to do so, as the arrow finally let loose. Will connect on to him. This is, well, we'll see. It's a short Roshan timer, Winter. 13 seconds till he's back up at Xtreme Gaming, especially with Taiga dead, might have just made themselves the exact window they need. But no, they're going down bottom. I believe they've seen Seb jump into one of these trees with the lane ward they have down. Tombstone is ready to be used. Ooh, DY, he's guessing. He's looking for that extra stack of decay. He's looking for the mine. Oh, he got him this time. Oh, and Seb just jumps down. DY, he doesn't like what he sees because Yuragi's on his way on over as well. Yule Scepter used, will be able to catch Seb, even if he does avoid the damage. Tombstone now defensively placed down, but JT joining the fight with the Drums of Slam, finds the roar onto Seb. He's already dead. Yuragi at least finally draws blood in this fight, in this game rather, but it might be now at the cost of his own life, as JT sweeps him up there with the Wild Axe. There's no way out for him. Ghost already pushing back towards the mid lane. Means Xtreme Gaming with another pretty nice win. I thought they were just going to wait for Roche. Instead, they looked for kills.
I'm not sure who was trying to kill who, you know, because the monkey actually definitely feel like he could have killed the Undying. I mean, this is the problem when you have like a banner off lane that's not building team items, right? He's also playing like a carry, sitting in his lane. Like so far, he hasn't really done much for his team, you know. It's just how he itemized. He's gonna be like playing a lot for himself, like being really greedy. So as a result, the PL is gonna, you know, have less space to farm on the map. So if you see the PL, he's like, okay, since I can't farm, I have to try to help my team kill heroes, right? So that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we'll end up taking his second death out from that. OG, though, moving towards the Roche pit with a good amount of confidence here. Xtreme Gaming might have something to say about that, especially as they do have this Blink Dagger BKB now finished up for JT. He's going to be bypassing the creep wave here, allowing Ghost to finish farming those up. See what they can find. OG. Not really properly positioned here. The arrow sails through. Will connect on a Roche, but it's going to be now the Roar connecting onto DM. The silence prevents him from doing much. At least he does get off his death poison Nova, but won't be able to really do much other than that. Still a couple of OG heroes in the vicinity, Winter. Taiga does have himself this Blink Dagger. As Seb finds the Courier. Pretty big kill. That was the Mjolnir for Paparazzi on that Courier taken down.
Yeah, pretty nice
Still
pickup.
just don't think they can contest Roche here. It's going to go the way towards Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, but the whole game we still have not seen like a black hole, right? I don't think we've seen even one single black hole. That's how much OG has to split push and dodge and how much they can do, you know, like with the way the game is being set up for them. They're just
We have seen exactly one Wukong's command and 0 black holes.
Tells a lot about the game, the story of the game so far. Like OG, they only need actually just one good team fight. If they can conjure up a magic, win one team fight with the black hole, they're good to go, you know, in the game. But until that happens, they still have to keep split pushing and just play this red Dota game, you know.
The Rat Dota game. Well, I mean, they do have the heroes to get it done. Seb's proven to be quite efficient at it. It has come rather, at the cost of his really own net worth and you know, continuing to scale well into this game as the Monkey King. Taking a look at levels, he's kind of surprisingly not as low as level as Taiga, maybe because he's gotten the latest Wisdom Rune, but it has been quite painful for him here in terms of his scaling. Up to level 12, and much poorer than Seb as Q drops a tip onto Taiga. I quite catch what that tip was
he
for.
canceled his own TP to blink out, you know, and that actually saved him.
Good play there. Seb, you know, continuing to be annoying, is going to trigger a couple more TPs as Sin Q. Ooh, has found him with the Yule Scepter into the arrow. Seb is going to be knocked down from his tree, finds the Boundless Strike only onto Sin Q. Does not stop Ghost from absolutely pinning him down with the arrows. Mid lane, though, DY is going to set down the Tombstone. His DM in some trouble. Paparazzi finding the stun. Yuragi looking to at least dissuade them from going forward and killing his friend. As Paparazzi might look for another blink on forward. Still has the BKB. Searing Chains and these PL illusions doing a good amount of work, especially as they're set now onto DM. Clears them very effectively, though, especially with Decay doing a ton of damage. That's not even with the Decay talent, man. That's just illusions, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Undying used to be very weak against illusions, but not as much anymore with the current Undying. I mean, this is why the hero is so popular right now. It's not just only about the lanes. Like after that, he can push waves with Decay, and he can deal.
We'll see if they can actually connect the stun onto the real one. Taiga threatening for the black hole. Ghost setting his down, trying to fight BZM though. He's still alive. No, with Taiga as well. Unable to get off the black hole. Set from behind. Yule Scepter interrupts him for getting off the Boundless Strike. It's still at least the first life onto Ghost, but he's going to stand his ground and continue to fight. Yuragi at least able to break that marksmanship proc, the aura, but it's not going to matter as he is still finished off relatively easily. He cannot stand his ground and fight here on this PL. A buyback out from Taiga as he's still been unable to find a black hole. In Xtreme Gaming, I mean, it's a fight that starts off somewhat awkwardly, and they still end up comfortably pushing up high ground at the tail end of this.
I mean, you see like a lot of problems with the Drums of Slum against the illusions, and on top of that, the Breathe Fire, like that's also a very, very good spell against the PL illusions in the team fight, like severely limiting his damage output in the fights. And without like a BKB black hole, I don't see how OG can actually win the fight.
Ooh, JT, he's just in. Oh, and they have the follow-up arrow as well. The kill trivial here as Ghost will secure it. The frost arrows from beyond. There's a buyback on DM. Taiga as well, again, still waiting for that right opportunity to black hole. Maybe it's next game. Yule Scepter has caught Seb here, and he is going to go down. Despite his best efforts, does not have buyback. Does make it now a 3. Make that a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, I have a feeling we are never going to see a black hole this game.
No. Have hope. He's just waiting for the right one, okay?
Right.
Don't pressure him.
PMA.
He's got the Smoke of Deceit now. He's going to sneak around. He's going to catch all 5 heroes. BZM and Seb are going to kill everyone, and OG are going to move on to win the tournament. You know, here's where it starts, Winter.
Small baby steps, yeah?
The first step begins, you know, the journey of 1,000 miles, as they say, begins with the first step, right?
Yeah, I like that motto. Can you please tell me that every time I complain to you about something?
How about this? I'll I'll print it out on cards and I'll hand it to you every single time you complain. Yuragi, though, I mean, he's had a lot of space and time to finally get his items online. I mean, the biggest problem for him is just everyone on the side of Xtreme Gaming has just simply outscaled him, haven't they? Beastmaster with the full Octarine core. Paparazzi made a brilliant decision to go for the Hand of Midas. Now has his Ag Scepter online as well as the Mjolnir, so he deals very well with these illusions. And of course, even the Drow Ranger about to pick up a butterfly is going to start presenting opportunities for him.
I feel like I'm not even sure what are they waiting for. You know, like the only thing I can see is like the BKB black hole. But Taiga had to use buyback in the last fight, and he still couldn't get a black hole off. So he's never gonna get his BKB before the next fight, and he has to try to fight. Like they need to win one fight, so he gets to the stage where he has BKB. And right now they have to try to find like openings. You know, they have to try to ideally bait with the Venom. I think the Venom has to be a bait. You go in, let the enemy focus you first, get your spells off, and then you die, and hopefully you set up the black hole.
Yeah, or Seb can act as the bait. Xtreme Gaming have proven time and time again they're willing to really commit at least a tombstone to kill him. OG, this might be their opportunity here as they do smoke up. They've got a ward now on the high ground, which scouts JT is completely alone here, Winter. Black hole number 1 of the game. Oh, and it's not going to be completed, though, as JT eager to try and turn this one around. They've already gotten the kill onto DM as well, and Yuragi, and Seb being beaten back and wiped off the face of the earth. OGs tried their best to find a surprise fight against Xtreme Gaming, but it immediately does not go their way. Xtreme Gaming, they save the life of the Beastmaster, and they take down 4.
It's a valiant effort, Richie. That was a pretty decent chance that they had a high ground ward, so they thought that they had a pretty good vision there to fight on their terms, but just too far behind. Maybe if they were another 10k goal, they had another 10k goal, they would have killed the Beastmaster before his teammates arrived, and that could have been a different story.
A very valiant effort indeed. As the French call it, the pis-aller, the move of last resort. You've got really no other options. We call it in America the Papa Roach. That was their last resort. They're suffocating.
The Papa Roach.
Yeah. It's a music reference, don't worry about it. The buyback now from OG is this one really has to be it, but now they're without Black Hole for another 90 seconds, well, even more, 110 seconds, Winter. Xtreme Gaming not in any hurry here to secure potentially their passage into the group stage, guaranteed, right? Of course, with the play-ins, the top 2 teams from each group do move on directly into the group stage. It seems like Quest Esports... well, actually, you know what? I won't spoil anything, folks. There's a lot of Dota to watch on the other streams. Be careful, though, as Dota's kicking off in this stream now. JT spooked into popping the BKB. OG poking and prodding as they still wait for their opportunity to grasp their way back into this game. It'd be, I'm struggling to come up with an analogy, though, that allows them back into this game. You know, it's...
BKB.
My goodness, JT just frickin' roared the creeps.
Blink, BKB, Black Hole. That is their ticket back into the Monopoly game. They are currently in the jail, you know? So they have to wait their turn until the BKB is completed, and they're gonna be able to play.
You know, late game Monopoly, it's actually better to be in jail so that you don't have to land on your friend's real estate. I mean, yeah, at that point, you've got really no reason to move around the map.
Nobody wants to
lands
go to
on
Mayfair.
Boardwalk.
No, nobody wants to go Mayfair.
you land once on Boardwalk and it's GG, Seb. Yeah, there's no way out of this one for him. I think he's going to be killed off here from outside the pit. Ghost nearly 2-shots him. It's godlike now on the Drow Ranger. 10, 3, and 7. JT, though, having one hell of a game, Winter. 5, 0, and 13. That was the equivalent of Seb landing on Boardwalk and getting bankrupted out of the game.
Yeah, JT is the one that has, 2 hotels on Mayfair?
Yep. Why Mayfair? Why not just Boardwalk? How do you know such obscure...
Mayfair the most expensive one?
What is this, like British Monopoly? Mayfair? Get out of here.
Mayfair is the
in
last
trouble,
one,
though. DM, Taiga blinking back now defensively as Paparazzi pops the BKB. Eager to chase now, as he does have DM within arm's reach of at least the Dragon Tail stun. DM is going to tick on down, does get within range of the Poison Nova at the very least. Not really sure if OG have got a fighting chance in this one, especially as JT jumps forward. He finds the roar now onto Yuragi. Ghost letting loose the arrows, and they have the kill onto Yuragi. Seb doing as best as he can now as he does lay down the Wukong's command, but he is going to be finished off here as Ghost is just way too strong in this kind of a game. Leaping up to the high ground. That's the dieback now on DM, and Seb's going to throw in the towel. OG, they fall in game number 1. as the side of Xtreme Gaming absolutely dominate here. 6-32. Oh boy, Winter.
I don't understand what the Venom is meant to do this game. If he's building like as a carry and trying to do damage, then I don't really get like what's the game plan, because the draft then becomes pretty greedy. If the Venom actually decided to build, like you said, the aura items, you be the front line, you're defending the tower, you're making space for the PL, then I understand the strategy. But what they did this game is quite quite hard for me to comprehend. I wasn't very sure what the overall plan was, apart from just getting to like super ultra late game with your PL and with a BKB black hole to win the game,
Yeah, and I mean, just no opportunities really presented themselves there
you
to
just
be able to
can't
get.
play Dota like this, Like I feel like nowadays the teams are just way too good to just let you get to your timing that you're so strong that you just outright win the game. Like the game has been so much tuned to like fighting the early game. You want to get control of the Lotus, the side lanes. You occupy the side lanes because there's so many camps on the side lanes. So if you're the team that has a very, very slow draft, you have to give up so much of your map, right? Because you cannot contest. Your team's composition just doesn't allow you to do that. So the only way they could have played the game is what they did, split push. Monkey King has to die. And Enigma dies like sometimes, like pushing the wave. They have to just do it and trade their lives for it. And hopefully, eventually, you get BKB on Enigma or your PR eventually carries you. But even if you think about it, right, if you get into late game, 50 minutes, the PR has full slots, 6 items, You're playing against a Millionaire on Dragon Knight with Aghanim's. He's going to deal with illusions. You're playing against Beastmaster with Axe. He's also going to deal with your illusions. And if your Venom's not buying any aura items, your illusions are just going to die. So how are you going to win the game? And the only thing that will help you win the game eventually is the BKB Black Hole. And you also have to pray that Beastmaster doesn't have Raw to cancel it.
Yeah, you know what that last fight reminded me of? The one where we saw OG take the fight in the Xtreme Gaming Triangle with the first and only Black Hole I think we saw all game. It reminded me of the good old days for OG fans when Amar was still on the team, specifically at ESL 1 Malaysia, the most recent one out of the 3 outings that they did up in Genting. Yeah, a couple of months ago already. Where Amar rebuked all of the other normal builds as he tends to do, and was just killing Enigma with the Mars Ag Scepter. Remember that would, whenever you toggled on Bulwark, he would just do a bunch of damage. That's what that one reminded me of there, because Beastmaster already had the Drums of Salam going, and he just easily out heals any sort of kill attempt that they had there. I mean, just so difficult by that stage, right? The way that Xtreme Gaming itemized, the way that they distributed farm very equally across their 3 cores. It felt like even if you got the Black Hole that caught 2 cores, there was still a lot more pain coming your way. And that's basically the way that game 1 wraps up here. As OG, they will fall after this game to 3-6, I believe. We'll see now what they can do in their last game, if they can still stop Xtreme Gaming from making on into the group stage. Well, all of that, we'll have to wait for a game number 2 Winter. We're going to be going to a quick break, and when we return, it'll be Xtreme Gaming and OG. Game number 2. We'll catch you then.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Riyadh Masters 2023 play-in event. We are here, Winter, with an update. And unfortunately, if you're an OG fan, it isn't the best update, as after that loss, they are now mathematically forced to play in the additional play-in phase. I don't know, this tournament has like 6 phases. They will not be able to proceed directly to group stage. They must now play against, well, I mean, I guess it depends on the outcome of this match. They still have a couple of ways to make things a bit easier for themselves.
You know what, Richie? So Nine Pandas lost the first game. So if Xtreme win this game, they are qualified.
There you go, folks. They will be, I believe, placing second. Is that right? Because I don't think they can quite catch Quest. It depends how Quest's game has gone. I'm not quite sure how that one has started out, but we'll be able to check that out in just a little bit when we wrap up the group stage, and then we'll actually start the play-in group stage, and then we'll get into the play-in matches themselves. Not all, doom and gloom here for OG, though. Again, they still have themselves a chance. We'll see who they have to face. It might be either Entity or Virtus Pro. We'll see here who they get their which opponent they will eventually get. For now, though, Winter into the draft for game number 2. It's OG this time with first pick as Xtreme Gaming with second pick on the Dire side. OG will deviate slightly from their opening bans as they will seek to remove the Timber Saw, and they're still going to take out that Snapfire first. Xtreme Gaming with another Darkseer ban to open us up with.
Yeah, this hero is just a really strong hero, it seems, right now. Like, the second pick team seems to just want to remove it out of the pool right away. I'm quite curious, though. Like, what do you actually do against Darkseer? If somebody opens Darkseer, like normally what we did in the past is just pick anti-mage. I guess because it's the first pick Darkseer, you can't 6-7 AM because you get counted at pick number 8. I guess that's probably why they just decide to ban it. It's just easier that way. And they ban out the Undying as well, which was quite influential in the previous game.
It was. For their own side, though. Maybe they're afraid OG will first pick it. Instead, OG, again, like I've said before, if OG have the opportunity to first pick the Enigma, they have done so almost every single time, only choosing to 6th pick it once. I was wondering if we were going to see the Enigma. Indeed, make that the Rubik. Indeed, we do. This hero has also been quite a popular first pick so far in the tournament. An Xtreme Gaming Winter, they're going to pair it with the Mars.
Yeah, it has to be like one of the highest pick rate heroes, like Rubik. I think Rubik has been picked like so many times. Like, the hero is just very, very versatile. You open a draft, you don't really want to show like what you're up to with the draft. Like, Rubik is the hero that you go to. And on top of things, you're playing his Enigma, so it already makes Rubik a lot more stronger in the game already. Rubik Mars, classic lane as well, like a pretty strong, potent lane.
The good old you hold, I punch kind of a lane, I believe.
Yep.
OG immediately move into the Storm Spirit. Okay, so a hero that usually doesn't have any difficulties against a Mars, at least zapping and zipping around in the fights, avoiding the spears, but always a slight bit of danger when you do have that instant lockdown in the form of Rubik. Rubik also not the biggest fan of playing into the Storm Spirit. You can just kind of get 100 to 0'd by a high level Storm Spirit if he just finds you in the fights. So bit of back and forth in this matchup.
By Glimmer. Survive.
It's true. Pretty decent Glimmer game, I would say.
I mean, Glimmer as an item is actually really, really good right now. I like the move speed, the shield, and everything it gives you at the moment.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad because the shield, does kind of feel better situationally, especially early. It feels much better than the old 50% magic or 40% magic resist you used to get, because that thing was low key very good.
Late game,
even if they had detection.
When you had a lot of items, that is very good for you. But right now, the Glimmer is better early game.
Yep. Those flat numbers, they don't scale as well, but they do feel a lot better early on. You know what else feels really good here, Winter? Banning out Silencer if you were an Enigma. And OG are going to do just that, just to make sure that they've got themselves a chance here to be playing the Enigma a little bit more active. I suspect it's going to be yet again another flex between, well, usually I believe they've been running at support, but I know DM is no stranger to the Enigma.
I want to see a core Enigma. I don't really want to see a support Enigma. I think Enigma belongs to the core role because the hero is going to be so greedy. you want to be farming all the time. So why not just do it on the core role? And I like to emphasize how the game is being played right now, as you have two heroes on top and on bot lane, basically sitting there and farming, and Enigma is perfect for that. You just take over the part of the map and you just keep farming, you keep scaling, and Enigma is like Doom, one of the best late game heroes.
It's true, especially with the refreshers, especially when you do lack a hard counter. I mean, Extreme, they do have a Rubik, right? So you are going to have to go for a Lincoln's or something like that in order to prevent the super easy the super easy counterplay. But you're right, into that late game, you do give yourself a lot of opportunities to scale and just kind of take over those late game team fights. See if we get there.
Sometimes you see Enigma players when they're playing against Rubik, they don't really play for the black hole. You see them buying all the aura items, so you group up and you just push, and you never really actually cast your black hole. So we'll have to see what they're gonna try to do here. Because even if he decides to go for the PKP black hole, like Midas route, I think the Storm Spirit is an excellent hero, to deal with the Rubik, so that the Enigma can black hole in the fights.
I have a feeling that OG, they may have been thinking about the Medusa, by the way.
Very, very China support, or the other only team that kind of likes picking Elder Titan. Like, we see that from LGD, we see that from Xtreme.
Right.
You see that.
Talk to me a bit about what about the region, do you think? What is this the only region that has ET players? Or
I mean, we have
an
ET player in SEA too, like Talon, but only played in China for a few years, so he's kind of like he has adopted their play style. This is
I love this hero too.
The Chinese teams, they like heroes that are very strong in the team fights, especially on a position 5 hero. Like, so you see them picking Phoenix, you see them picking Elder Titan. I mean, obviously Undying is the best one because you are also strong in the lane. Like, I think Elder Titan is a lot weaker in terms of the laning phase and in terms of the early team fight. But when you get to very, very late game, the aura becomes a very, very powerful tool that you can have. And obviously the ultimate as well does a huge ton of damage. And you can also cancel a BKB black hole if you're lucky with the ultimate.
That's true. Yeah, because it does displace you. OG, you're going to go with a Tidehunter play. So this guy's also a little bit of a lane boss, to the point where when he is super popular in the meta, a lot of teams would be, I don't want to say forced, but they would choose to pick themselves like an Enchantress, right, in order to dispel the Astral Spirit buff. So that is a consideration, especially when you're Enigma and you're going to be, converting creeps into more creeps, basically, and giving ET a couple of more units to get more damage in. It's something to consider here.
I mean, that's definitely one of the reasons why other Titans pick as well, against Enigma, like a lane, get bonus damage from the summons. And right now with the SC pick, so it means that it's gonna be some Tide plus Enigma lane. SD is gonna be the position 5, so it gives them a save against the Mars Spear.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but I'm not entirely sure with these two heroes right now, because normally what I would do is like you see your off lane, the Rubik Mars, right? So I would actually just pick my carry because I know what lane am I playing, and then I pick a carry and a support. I wouldn't pick my my off lane here, because right now what Extreme Gaming is gonna do, they're just gonna counter the type. They pick like some hero that can bully him in the lane. What's available? So there's Monkey King. Monkey King is also good against Enigma. I mean, obviously Ursa is not that great anymore.
I think you have to be a little bit careful though when it is Shadow Demon, right? Because you don't want to get your Jingu dispelled immediately with Demonic Purge. ET is already going to have that problem in fights.
That's true.
We'll go with the Pango instead. I like the Pango quite a bit. This is a hero that can build a Basher, so it does give you, quote unquote, a guaranteed BKB black hole cancel as well, right? 25% chance for melee heroes to bash, 4 procs on the Swashbuckle, should give you a bash on that Enigma.
And it's also a very good hero against Shadow Demon, like getting to the back lines, bullying the support. But on the other hand, the only downside of this Pangolier mid, if it's going mid, is the lane matchup against Storm. Like,
it's super bad, isn't it?
Storm is going to have a good...
Well, hold on. Because Storm's biggest nerf, I have to say, came in the Electric Vortex duration, especially at level 1. Let me do a double check just to make sure I'm not spreading false allegations here.
0.4 seconds, I think.
Yeah, that's huge. I don't know if that's enough to. I mean, because the biggest problem in the Pango matchup, right, is you would start your shield crash, but you don't get your shield crash buff or do the damage until you actually crash. Until then, you're just like a little ball in the air, and Storm Spirit would just pick you up and slam dunk you usually. You know, a little alley-oop for those basketball fans of you in the chat. And that would prevent the Pango from effectively utilizing the spell in the lane. So I'm not sure if it's so much about the duration of the Vortex, or if it's just more about actually canceling the shield crash. I suspect it's more the latter. So you're right, this could be very problematic.
Yeah, Storm's gonna have like a really good game unless they try to switch around the lanes. You put Pango on the off lane, put Mars mid, but either way, it's the Storm. I feel like he's gonna have a really good time. And Storm is like, I feel like in my opinion, like he's the last hero, the last mid hero you want to give like a free lane to. I mean, I'm sure there are others too, but like Storm can do so much in a game, you know.
Yeah.
If you give him like a good start, he gets runes, he kills everybody, he kills the support.
Especially when you have Extremes draft and you don't have like great Storm catch, there's no silencer to punish, stuff like that. I see where you're going with this.
ET Rubik is not that great against the Storm Spirit, so
not at all. You can easily dodge an Echo Stomp if you're a Storm Spirit, and not otherwise already stunned. It's a pretty good follow-up on Echo Stomp, especially with the natural order debuff that ET carries. That thing kind of destroys Storm Spirit, but first you got to get your hands on him, and that's going to prove to be the difficult part here. So you and I are both a little bit surprised by Xtreme Gaming's 18th Pangolier. We do suspect it'll be a Mars mid. I think that just makes sense. I don't think, even with the Storm Spirit buffs, I don't think that matchup's very playable for a Pangolier. With that in mind, then, especially with the Bloodseeker banned out, OG, the Juggernaut. Wow. Okay, that's a hero I have not seen in a long time.
Yeah, this hero is really strong right now with the change to the level 20 talent, where you get 50% lifesteal on your Blade Dance procs. So it means that the hero has 2 life bars. When we talk about Terrorblade, we always talk about why is Terrorblade so strong. Because he has 2 life bars with the Sunder in the mid-late game team fights. And same for Juggernaut right now. So what happens when you go in, you take damage, and then you cast your Omni Slash, and then when you come out, you're good. You're like full HP because of the talent. And so Xtreme Gaming goes for the Slug, which is really good against the Tide in the lane, and also very good carry to carry matchup against the Juggernaut, because you have the Shard to dodge Omni Slash, you have your Shadow Dance, you can also protect your teammates. His only concern here is like the Black Hole, but he has the Rubik to deal with it, you know, the Pangolier, the Mars, the ET.
Yeah. They should at least be able to cover. I'm curious here. OG have not yet locked in the hero for the Enigma, but it's probably a support considering DM's locked in the Tidehunter. Are they all connected? Yes, they're all connected, so they're not going to end up randoming any of these heroes. I suspect Taiga is on the Shadow Demon, and of course it'll be BZM on the Storm. So it is Seb this time on the Enigma. Last time on the Monkey King, he was, I don't know if by design or if it's just kind of by the way the game ended up going. We saw Seb take very little farm in that game. I think it was more to do with the fact Xtreme were hunting him pretty relentlessly. So I'm curious whether or not he's going to be a little bit more of a farm machine, and how much farm OG is going to be willing to actually give him in a game like this, where the Enigma has his counters, but you know, if he gets a good timing on the BKB Blink, might actually be able to get some game-changing ultimates down against the Slark especially.
Yeah, but I would say that this game is not so important for the Enigma to get actually too much farm. I think his primary job is to secure the lane for the Tidehunter, if it's indeed a Tide plus Enigma lane. So his job is to secure the lane. He's against a bad matchup, the Tide against Slug. So I feel like some lanes you have to actually just get the demonic conversion and pull the wave back, you know. I don't really like it that players are just blindly going the Malphite Blood Granite build like at level 1 every game, and then when you play in a bad matchup for your core, you don't get kills at level 1 after you get the stun. So if you can't drag the wave back, then your cores are gonna suffer a lot in the lane.
So you'd like to see this demonic conversion from level 1
if
out
the
from
carry,
Seb,
if your offlaner has a bad matchup in the lane, I think if the lane is harder, you should actually just do that to ensure that at least he's gonna be able to farm the lane. I mean, I wouldn't say that you're gonna win it by doing that, but at least you're gonna be able to break even. You know, you drag the wave back towards the tower, so your offlaner is gonna always be guaranteed farm.
All right, well, we'll see what he does. We'll click on him now. Hasn't yet put a skill point into anything here.
Yeah, he's gonna save it until he is very certain at what spell he needs to. Because normally when you run out as 5, you want to make sure that you have the right spells to get a first blood if you run into a hero. So not taking any skill points here, I think it's the right way to go as Enigma.
Just taking a look at Seb's Dota 2 Pro Tracker, he tends to enjoy going for the Malefice Blood Grenade builds. I've seen one game instead where he did go for Midnight Pulse level 1. That can't be right.
Midnight Pulse level 1?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean...
Must be some... they're trying to get first blood against a Monkey King or
it must have been. I'm not really sure what happened in that game, but usually he goes for the Malefice. I don't see a single instance here in, sample size of 5 here on his main account where he did go for the demonic conversion.
It's just a lot of damage, right? At level 1, it deals like, what, 170 damage? Yeah, 170 damage. And then you add the blood grenade damage on top of it, it's like 200 damage. I mean, we'll just have to see, like what he decides to do. I do feel like some games it's better to get the conversion.
We'll see here what Seb decides. As Xtreme Gaming will relent on the bottom runes. It'll be a 2 for 2. No one getting too aggressive yet. And we don't see any tri-lanes to start off with. Haven't seen a whole lot of that in our games. Where you tend to see, teams look for a cheeky first blood and then they use the twin gate to get the support into lane immediately.
Well, it used to be a thing when the patch first hit. I felt like I saw a lot of it in the beginning. But
I saw it like every game.
Then teams or players tend to realize that it's actually not worth it to waste so much time because you need to be in with your carry at the first couple of waves when they are weak. And if you do that, you're going to be late to the lane. And you see right now, DY he gets the buff from the spirits, and he's going to be punching and pressuring the tide. And Seth has chosen to skill his stun, so he has Malefice. Yeah, but here's the weird thing, right? Like, if he chose to go for Malefice on the Enigma, right? Like, wouldn't it be better? Like, I would think that the tide also gets gushed so that they can actually just hit the Elder Titan together.
Yeah, but then you need an Anchor Smash, right? To kill your first couple of creeps.
Yes, cutting.
I don't know. Yeah, but this is a Slark with level 1 essence. You got to be a little careful there.
Yeah, but yeah.
I support both of these decisions. What I am a little bit more surprised by, Winter, is taking a look over at our mid lane. Xtreme Gaming still have decided to run this Pango mid. But more surprising to me, BZM is not taking the points in Vortex yet. So Paparazzi has been able to get a couple of creeps using Shield Crash. He's still struggling, of course, because, I mean, Static Remnant and Overload against a melee hero does quite a number. But, yeah, you can see, normally that's where, a Storm would just Vortex you in. I assume at level 3 he'll pick it up.
Yeah.
Might go for 2
and
points
lane,
in the...
spin. Yuragi is going on Sin Q.
That he is, and Sin Q without any movement speed buff. We'll hold on to the 5-stick charges. And that's going to be first blood here for Yuragi.
Yeah, pretty good start for the Juggernaut already. Like, this lane is actually not the easiest lane to kill because with Disruption and Spin, they're not the best ways to set up for a speed. Just let me put that straight.
Not the worst either, I suppose, if you're that far out of position. Especially because with the Spin, of course, you're immune to the effects of the Rebuke and the Spear of Mars. Could have been a pretty nice move there. XG did rotate a support over mid lane. Sinq briefly making an appearance here, but they failed to secure the top rune, so they are not going to be able to deny BZM his water rune refill. BZM who's gone for 2 points in Overload. So the Pango mid matchup, of course, still Storm favored, but Paparazzi finding a bit of farm.
And on the side lanes, like DM is he's doing decently right now. He has 9 CS to 2 denies. Gonna get a couple more with the Anchor Smash after this. So, oh, they have Midnight Pulse at level 2. Okay.
Seb really likes Midnight Pulse, I guess. I guess he doesn't want to give the demonic conversion?
Yeah, for the Elder Titan to get extra damage. I think that's probably why.
What's pretty nice about this ET matchup is that Anchor Smash only reduces your base attack damage. It doesn't affect any bonus damage. And Astral Spirit, the buff, is only bonus damage. So you still are a little bit efficient. Even if you do lose a good amount of your base damage, you still actually have a good incentive to continue trying to hit him with your briefcase with the staple gun. Ends up being pretty decent here.
Yep. Right now I'm just like, can't wait to see who's gonna rotate first with the twin gates. DY still playing really aggressive on top, like pushing both the heroes back with his level 2 spirit, so doing a really good job there. Actually even going to get a kill.
Wow. Yeah, he'll find it. DY will die in exchange for that one underneath the tier 1 tower. I suspect both supports are going to TP mid. Once again, there's going to be the spin disruption setup. JT forced to TP away from this one. Only TPs to the tier 1 tower, but quickly receives a Tango refill from his comrade.
Yep, and Seb decides to TP back top, so BZM is not going to get a bottle refill. He's going to just move over to get a bounty rune. But with the second death on the Enigma, right now the lane is starting to get hard for the Tidehunter. So he won't be liking what he sees very soon. The Slug is already level 3, so it's very, very hard for him to go up towards the lane to get creeps. He's always going to get right click a couple of times, so he needs the Enigma to pull the way back. He already has a sentry to deward the camp, so he has a camp to pull. So this is going to give Tide some space to farm in the lane. I think
really surprised, by the way, how much paparazzi is getting out of this lane. I mean, maybe the changes, the nerf to Vortex have really, you know, changed how this matchup goes, but he's getting a lot more farm than I used to see Pangos get against Storm. This used to be really a difficult matchup for Pangolier.
Yeah.
But he's actually now leading in terms of experience.
I mean, the Storm is he's still gonna get his farm. Like, I think at the end of the day, that's what you're more concerned about for the Storm. I mean, it would be nice if you win your lane as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of other Storm into Pango matchups in high Immortal games, and it seems like even in this kind of a matchup mid versus mid, it's still very popular to go 1-1 to go 1-0-2. So you still end up going for points in Overload and Remnant. So I seem to still really prefer that. Seb will take a bit of a bruising here. That last little Malefice proc. Oh, DY quickly picking up the kill. Look at it, he's finishing off the Eidolons before he goes back to kill Seb. The disrespect there before he finally drops the tip.
The small little things. So once again, 6-minute rune, so both of the supports are already here. Secure the room. Yep. Paparazzi has an empty bottle, Storm has an empty bottle.
Disruption. They might be able to try and deny the rune. It's going to spawn top lane, though. DY in position. It's an arcane rune, actually. DY will secure it as BZM easily avoids the Echo Stomp. Blood grenade thrown towards BZM. He's got 8 wand charges and the Mango, but Paparazzi given time to roll up. Oh, he needs another bounce, though, because he used the swap button to get into range. BZM running for his life is out of regeneration, but might just have enough HP and mana to get himself out of here. It seems as if he will. Echo Stomp is hopeless there. DY is not going to be able to catch up to BZM. They will at least be able to deny away the rune. An effort was made there on the swashbuckle, but Paparazzi just out of range.
That casual Mango, they're allowing BZM to actually just pop it and escape, you know, giving him enough mana.
Quick little courier kill. Ghost, by the way, 44 and 10.
Yeah, he's having a very, very good time thanks to the Elder Titan's contribution in the lane early. It's basically 1v2 at the Enigma and Tide.
Yeah, Seb unable to really impact a lot of lane presence here. He's actually taking over the mid lane now.
I mean, this was what I was concerned about, you know, when you get the stun and you don't get kills, and level 1 you don't pressure, then you feel like you're not as useful in the lane, you know, and you don't pull the way back, so your off laner doesn't really get to farm a lot.
Well, I mean, to even add on to that, right, Seb decided to go Midnight Pulse level 2, so it's not like he had the, the demonic conversion to start farming immediately. So that ended up being a little bit troublesome for him. He's recovered now, and he's at least got pretty decent levels. We'll see what he can make use of as he does look to rotate away and find some impact in this game. Remember, of course, he's playing into this Rubik Endless ET, so a couple ways to shut him down, even through a BKB, should he find the money for that one.
Yep, Jin-Q, they caught him with the disruption. Gonna deny the wall as well.
Yeah, he's going to actually fight his way through this one. DY showed up to fight. JT does not have enough experience for that Arena of Blood, but that's a big old Spear of Mars, which will catch BZM. Paparazzi leaping up to the high ground. Now down the stairs he goes. Out of mana is BZM. Does not have any Mangos either, but does have at least a very strong ally here with him. Iragi shows up to fight. Will be able to take down DY, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 advantageous fight for the side of OG in the river.
Yeah, it's pretty important for Uragi to join there, you know. Like, I think if he wasn't there, the Pango would have played a lot more aggressive and tried to maybe kill the Storm there. But because he saw the Juggernaut, so he decides that it's not a reasonable fight anymore for him, so he just decides to back off. I mean, this is what you want to see from the carries. You want them to participate early, you want them to help your team, and not just like hit creeps and just ignore.
Yep. Well, the Echo Saber is almost online for Ghost, right? And I assume at that point he'll actually start hitting a couple more heroes and not just the creeps, especially considering He's got a couple of really good targets for him this game, right, to steal some Agi off of, especially your Agi. Might be a pretty good target there at some stage. But a good start from OG. BZM now really coming into his own. He's found a good amount of farm here with him the last couple of minutes. Already has that Falcon Blade online for the regen. We'll be very quickly moving into that Witchblade next item. Paparazzi with a couple of stacks for himself here, Winter, making very good progress towards the Diffusal Blade. That's going to be a big power spike for him. And JT's finally hit level 6. Is going for a hand of Midas after the phase boots. That's a curious call.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's got that in the quick buy. We'll see, excuse me, what he actually decides on going into.
So he feels like it's gonna be, his thought process must be, he feels like this game is gonna be a slow and long game. So he wants the Midas to ensure his skills towards the late game. Like he feels like he needs to also be a third core this game. Because of the...
I like the DM method, which is, yeah, I need to farm a little bit, and that's why I'm going to go Meteor Hammer. I like this Meteor Hammer build. And
I like the
honestly,
Meteor Hammer a lot more, like on Mars, actually.
10-minute rune spawn stop. It's a shield rune into the bottle of Paparazzi. So far, we've seen an Arcane. That was our last rune, and the Illusion. So we still have a Haste, a DD, and an Invis in the pool, Winter. Any of those in particular you're willing to die for?
Haste?
Yeah, Haste is pretty good.
I mean, DD is pretty reasonable for the Storm as well.
And he missed out on his opportunity. The next Arcane rune you can hope to get is going to be at minute 20. That was the first one that spawned in. Shield rune for Paparazzi. Seems like he's going to be saving this one for now in the bottle. It'll pop in another 50 seconds. But he should already have his Diffusal Blade finished up by then. Is this enough of an opportunity for you to try and smoke up and take a fight? Ghost as well has just finished up his Echo Saber.
Yep.
This seems like you're pretty strong right now.
The Diffusal is definitely a very, very powerful timing on the Pangolier. I mean, sure, the Mars is getting a Midas. I mean, sure. So the Pango has to be the one moving. I think Pango's strong enough to create the space, you know. But he has to realize that he has to be the one moving because the Mars has a Midas and not go back to farming, you know. Like Pango players, this hero is quite hard to balance sometimes, you know, because the hero requires the player to farm and move. You need to find a balance. Right. You help your team and you help yourself.
Shield rune's about to pop here. Paparazzi getting ready to move. Smoke on smoke action. Those OGs will break first, but there's wards here. There's a vision. Nice two-man stun is going to allow them to at least get the jump onto Taiga with disruption stolen. EZM very patient here on the ball lightning. Finds a little bit of his mana burn there on the Diffusal reveal. That was OG making a... I guess they were hoping to try and catch the Pangolier. Unfortunate timing for them because Paparazzi was more than ready to fight into them.
Yeah, the disruption actually came a bit late, you know. He was able to get his roll off, so couldn't really get the disruption. But still, only losing the SD there. Quite decent disruption.
Yeah, actually, with the Watcher, they've got vision here, and they've set up perfectly on a BZM. They're going to let the Earth Splitter on through first.
Wow,
perfect
nice
crowd control and a beautiful kill there onto OG. The Watcher just now timing out.
Perfect.
Lovely use of the Watcher there. That was amazing.
Perfect layering of stuns there. With the Disrupt into the Elder Titan stun, the Storm, and then the Earth Splitter with the Lift to follow up. If they would have missed by another millisecond, the Storm would have lived.
Well, unfortunately for him, especially with Ball Lightning level 1, doesn't really give you a whole lot of mobility too early on, and did leave him, you know, in danger of that one. And yeah, you could see Taiga, he's checking for wards. Regrettably, that was just the Outpost, man. Or sorry, the Watcher making the difference. And look what's coming now, Winter. JT, he says, don't worry, guys. I'll win this game for us. I've got my Hand of Midas finished up.
Hand of Midas on Mars. Why is it good? Why is it better than a Meteor Hammer?
Gives you more attack speed and allows you to transmute. Gives you that experience.
You'll be attacking in the team fights. I'm pretty sure you will do that.
All right, Winter. I'm quoting you on that one. I'm sure you will be attacking in team fights. Said sarcastically. Let the record show it, so that when JT gets a kill onto the enemy Juggernaut through right clicks through spin, you'll see. We'll all be here laughing at you, Winter. Look at man, I don't know either. All right, he decided that's what he thinks is right.
For the levels, he wants to get his levels, like to get to his talents faster. I'm not entirely sure because normally you would see Meteor Hammer. It's also like a farming item, but it gives you pressure on the tower.
Yeah, because you can see this Jug actually still persisting in the lane. A little disruption is going to annoy him slightly because those illusions can crit.
You know what? Maybe he feels like because he can't kick the Jug out of the lane, so he doesn't want to get Meteor Hammer.
I guess that's a good point, right? You don't want to give him like a free target to be Omni Slash. Jug, who by the way is farming very nicely this game, he's got a Battle Fury and already hold on to a great healing modus. So
needs to get away.
Sure. I think he'll be fine, I reckon.
He was
Echo
close
Stomp.
to killing.
It'll just catch him, but there's just no follow-up here. He'll be okay. Seb, chasing with DM. I've yet to see a Ravage. Of course, everyone knows the classic combo of Ravage into Meteor Hammer.
Into Black Hole.
Into Black Hole. That's the classic play right there. We've all seen it. I hate it when it happens to me in my games. Okay. Little catch there on the BZM. We'll put him to sleep, but otherwise is not going to stop this push. Paparazzi has himself his Rolling Thunder ready to go. Fortify committed now by the side of Xtreme with Ghost joining the fight. Has his own Diffuser Blade. They're TPing in JT as well. Echo Stop catching DM. He could be in for a rough time now. A rude awakening as Disruption will catch him, but JT patiently waited for the Spear of Mars. He is killed off, even overcommitting slightly with the Earth Splitter, but it's going to take down Seb as well. Xtreme Gaming, they defend the Tier 1 tower with ease. It does cost him a couple of ultimates though, Winter.
It's worth. They got a tight kill and an Enigma kill. I mean, the Tide just got a little too greedy. They're trying to get the tower with the last Meteor Hammer and then ultimately paying the price for it. And right now it's XG's turn to push the mid Tier 1. So with 2 heroes down, don't see what else they can actually do to defend the tower, so they're going to have to forfeit it. Ghost is ready to fight.
They have a Fortify. Yeah, Slark's ready to fight. Chug's down bottom, but you will have Ravage in a Black Hole here. We'll see what they want to go for. His Ghost might be the target. He's already actually utilized the Shadow Dance, but Sin-Q could be in for a bit of trouble. Gets the lift off, preventing the Black Hole or the Ravage, but it won't matter much because he's still going to be taken down. Taiga with the kill credit there. BZM lurking on the edge of the fight, but it's OG who defend the Tier 1 tower for now and look to finish what they started. Tier 1 tower, DM, Meteor Hammer. You check that one off your list, OG fans. That one's done. Hold on, though. In the river, Black Hole. He's going to be able to catch 2. Do they have a stun in time? Not enough meta for the Echo Stomp. BZM following through. The Ravage as well. Doesn't hit anything, but it doesn't matter because that's 2 cores already dead. JT and Ghost caught by the Black Hole of Seb, and there's the counter initiation they were looking for, Winter. They got it perfectly there.
And on top of that, you have the insurance Ravage, just in case.
Yeah. Just in case. Let loose DM, you know. He was eager to use it. He saw Seb using the big old ultimate. That means he's got to use it as well. And what a Black Hole, perfectly catching on to 2. Honestly, even if there was enough mana for the Echo Stomp, I don't believe it changes the outcome much, especially with the Ravage being committed. I think that's what DM was covering for, but didn't end up coming through, and that is a beautiful 2 kills out from the side of OG.
Yeah, we're starting to see the power of their team fight with the Enigma and Tide. So right now, XG, you see the big spells being used, so it's time for you to make something happen on the map. You have to take advantage of it. Those are 2 very, very big spells on cooldown, so I would like to see XG actually try to maybe make a smoke, try to take some part of the map back. Maybe the
just
top
want
part.
to point this out real quick. OG, they're letting the Wisdom Room percolate for quite a bit. It's still just Bing chilling here. I think BZM realizes he'll pick it up now, but that's been there for 3.5 minutes. I mean, hasn't really seemed to bother OG too much. Their levels otherwise are looking pretty good, but just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Smoke move down bottom though from the side of XG.
This is not the
2
not the
really
biggest
aggressive
kill.
wards out.
This is not the biggest kill that I hope for.
Yeah, we're not hoping to find a Seb here. He might even drop a tip or a voice line. Anything, Seb? Anything for the fans? No? Not yet. Not yet. He'll take his 30 seconds respite and come back ready to go on the next one. And he'll be ready to go for another Black Hole in another 1.5 minutes. Like you said, this is a big timing here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. Check out this ward that Taiga's just put down, by the way. I love this one. For the Radiant side, gives you a little bit of vision behind the Dire Tier 2 tower.
In between the lane.
Yeah. You see into the lane, you can see the ramp. It's a good one. Careful though. Spear has caught 1. DM is going to take a lot of damage here. Disruption not in time for the Earth Splitter. Paparazzi perfectly getting out of that pinball zone just in the nick of time. His DM is going to now be joined by a couple of allies. The Spear is going to find the kill on the DM. A DY being kept alive just barely as BZM out of mana, potentially is overcommitted here. That's going to be a stolen Vortex. Last bit of mana used to try and escape the fight, but Paparazzi and Ghost, they're right on top of him. They've secured the kill. The double defusal burning too much of the mana. JT blinking forward, finding the Spear now onto Yuragi. Ghost, though, unable to connect the leash in time. And it's going to allow OG to disengage here. 2 losses in tow. Next fight, though, Winter, might look a bit different with the Black Hole and now Ravage both ready to go yet again. Careful mid lane, though, as Taiga falling victim here to plenty of damage. Do they have a little bit more? They do. The right click of Rubik coming in clutch there as it allows Paparazzi to seal the deal there with one last auto attack. Good bits of fights out from the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I saw the power threads on the Pangolier so that he could actually finish the kill off with the attack speed there.
Yeah,
it's not something,
everything coming in clutch.
Not something you see too often on a Pango, building a threads. So it means that he's actually going to be like pretty powerful at like trading, right-clicking in the team fights.
Yeah, he's actually now got Ag Scepter finished up, flying his way on the courier. So he's well getting ready for Seb to do Seb things here on the Black Holes. With, of course, the 4-way swashbuckle. Just needs to get to that 15 talent for it to really start paying off, but it's already ready to go. Zeb has Black Hole, but is going to have to let Ghost go on this occasion. The Echo Stomp threatened nearby.
Oh, BZM. Yes, the shield rune.
Let's give Sin Q Ball Lightning. It's a level 2, which makes it a little bit more usable for the Rubik. As you can see, he's going to use it to just get back into the fountain a bit sooner, but that might come into play soon. I kind of doubt it. Never the favorite spell you want to steal, honestly.
It's a very fancy spell though. You can Ball Lightning in, lift the Enigma when he's Black Hole.
It's true. You can cast spells in the middle of Ball Lightning, and you don't have to fear. You can. Oh, by the way, we've finished our first round of power runes, right? So 20 minutes is when the second round of power runes starts spawning in. It's so far right now a shield rune in the battle for BZM. Does give them, another 600 HP to play with, so might make a difference. But we're looking, of course, for that arcane rune for BZM in this next round of fights, for that to really make a difference. Immediately into Roche go OG. They are going to finish this far too quickly as Xtreme Gaming. They smoke, but they're nearly by their tier 2 tower and will not be able to contest this nearly in time. Roche will fall. It is going to be double wisdom runes at the very least for Xtreme, so, a tiny victory for them, but immortality now for BZM. Is he going to be able to hold on to this first Aegis?
Yeah, I mean, OG are still feeling pretty good in this game right now. Storm has Aegis. They have very, very strong team fight right now with the Black Hole and the Tide Ravage. Enigma has all the auras, the Solar Flare has the mech.
Check that out as well. BZM has just finished up his Orchid, so that's completed now. Sin Q is going to eat an Omni Slash. As now Yuragi leading OG into battle a second time. Storm, looking for the silence, will find it, but goes just barely able to Dark Pact in time. Black Hole is going to come in to be able to at least try and get this kill on a Ghost, and with the spin active, they easily have him surrounded and killed off. Even if they did cancel that Black Hole, nice job there. On the side of OG, they'll catch 2 more. Not really sure why Xtreme Gaming were so eager to look for that fight, Winter. That was bold.
Yeah, and they were fighting into an Aegis as well. Maybe they felt like if they could have gotten a quick pickoff and get out, but it was quite risky for them to do that. Because you're playing against the Storm, The Storm, even though the Storm showed himself mid, but Storm can easily get to the fight at bot.
Yeah, especially with the bottle active. There's the Invis, so that's the 22-minute rune. OG making a bit of a risky move as they will take down the Disruptor. Sorry, the Tormentor, pardon me. But
Too
without,
much SC2.
What?
Too much SC2. It looks like a Disruptor, the unit.
It actually does really look like a Disruptor, doesn't it? Shooting those big old... what is it? Yeah, I mean, I only know those things as my greatest pain as a Terran player with 0 micro ability who can only mass Marines.
I mean, there
but
goes
anyway,
all your Marines with one shot.
there goes all my Marines. Just split forehead, but I can't do it. Ghost. Let's say hello to Yuragi up on the high ground. Yuragi taking a bit of damage, actually.
Yeah, you have to be careful with the spear back. That's all that
good point.
Win them the fight.
Especially with JT not having that Blink Dagger ready. Of course, with the changes to the debuff immunity, the Blade Fury only gives you, 80% additional magic resist, so you can still be hit by a couple of things here. Just Not that they're debuff immune. Smoke will break. Yuragi is going to be speared back, hit by the tree. The Ravage to try and counter-initiate, but it's going to be the Disruption stun, which saves the day here for OG. BZM makes another jump on in, but a very good Depth Shroud is going to allow them to continue fighting. Out comes the Omni Slash, but plenty of heroes, and now Creeps even to absorb this one, as Yuragi stuck on the wrong side of this fight. The Spear will finish him off, and it's a Storm Spear holding onto the Aegis, as OG losing out on the fight. Seb even is going to end up getting caught here by the side of Sin Q, and Xtreme Gaming, they clean up as it's OG go looking for a fight and leave with a bloodied nose.
Yeah, that was all set up by that very, very nice spear back by JT, displacing the Juggernaut into a very, very deep position. Even though it's a really nice disruption by Taiga to buy time, allowed the Juggernaut to actually get his Omni Slash off, but the fight was pretty difficult, you know, when the Jug is so far in enemy territory.
Yeah, plenty of damage being
That's the power
dealt.
of displacement in team fights.
Yeah, and then, you know, a bit unlucky there as well. If you're Yuragi, your Omni Slash took you literally as far away as possible from your,
Yeah,
from your
sure, you
allies.
know, but still, the fight was pretty difficult at that point.
Yeah, not the best way to start off a fight. Good Depth Shroud as well. I saw that one as well from Ghost. I believe he had to purchase even this ability, but it's a really good one, right? There's not too many carries that have, pardon me, Winter, that have utility to save your supports from being jumped from heroes like Storm.
Blade is under your teammate.
All right, give me another one, smart guy.
Song of the Siren with shot. You heal.
Yeah, so that ended up being a big purchase there, honestly, from the side of our Ghost Slark. Because that kept alive the Pangolier, allowed them to counter-initiate, and they needed all the damage they could get there in order to take that fight. OG, all of a sudden, their net worth lead that they fought so hard for in the early game is going to be neutralized by a bit. They were up, what, 6k at one stage. Now find themselves trailing just a little, the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, the Juggernaut has to be careful with his positioning. You know, he's not as invisible as he thinks he is. I think he needs to just keep farming until level 20. I feel like they are kind of overplaying their hand right now. Like the Juggernaut needs to just get to the stage where he's level 20. He's really strong, and die in the team fights. I think they're just rushing a little bit. You know, sure you can go for pickouts with this Aegis on Storm, but apart from that, I don't think they should heavily commit to pushing any towers.
Right. Well, for now, the ones pushing towers is the side of Xtreme Gaming, pardon me. XG, not OG. BC him making use of his large mana pool here as the Aegis expires and refills your mana. Pushes another wave mid, so does have that wave going with the wagon, will force a TP back, but the tier 2 tower will fall. Uncontested down bottom by OG. See if Xtreme Gaming want to mount defense here on their own top tier 2 tower. Doesn't really seem like they're in position. Ghost has an Acceptor now. He's right next to the Twin Gate. I wonder if OG are thinking about making a move, or if Ghost is thinking about making a move through the Twin Gate. Not quite yet. There's no real reason to be on that side of the map. Butterfly now finished for Jug.
JT's Midas paying off right now.
It is, actually. He's rich. He still has more gold than Ghost.
It is actually pretty smart after seeing what happened in the game. Because you can't kick the Juggernaut out. And the Jug is going to keep farming, right? So the only way you can maintain your net worth against the Jug is to get a Midas and keep scaling as well, you know. Because the game is going to go late, you can't stop him from farming. So the least you can do is ensure that you are also getting farm.
Okay. I mean, when you put it that way.
I'm not telling you to buy Midas on Mars, please. I just... this game, it's a good idea in this game.
Paparazzi picking up the Defiant Shell, which is a pretty nice one, actually. Because even if you're in a Vortex from a Storm Spirit and he throws an auto attack at you, you've got what? What is this lucky shot? 1 in 17 chance, a 1 in 6 chance at disarming him by doing nothing.
This is like one of the best.
Big old zip down bottom. JT, able to get away just in time. BZM had it, knew exactly where he was, just couldn't get there in time. Go again on Defiant Shell.
Yeah, one of the best neutral items. I'm sorry, I lost my trail of thought.
That's okay. Now on top of that, you've got a 25% chance to bash him even. So, you know, keep your eye out from that. Paparazzi, you can't hold, even if you hold him down, even if you stun him, you can give him an auto attack.
You shouldn't be able to counter attack when you're stunned.
Look, that sounds about right to me, but I disagree because now we get to see some truly ridiculous things.
You just want to see the world burn.
Yeah.
Like some black hole, and somebody right clicks the back.
Oh yeah, paparazzi just bashes him. Dude, you're right. We might actually see that. That would be ridiculous. I would refund the game, honestly, if I was Seb. I'd be like, no, that's not right. This is unholy. Take my name off of those two Aegises. I just got bashed by a hero in black hole.
I mean, you think that the worst thing that could happen to you when you're black holing as Enigma is being bashed by some random copper right click?
Oh yeah, dude, that was amazing. Out in Bali, I forgot. What wasn't that an Eastern European team? Was it Nine Pandas who did that?
Yeah, safe. No, you were safe.
Oh my goodness. Here we go though. Careful, DM. He's the only one not in this smoke. Oh, and they are going to make the jump on him. They missed on the spear, and now Xtreme Gaming, they find more than what they bargained for, as the entire team is going to look to counter initiate on them. The Disseminate already blown here as JT silenced up. He's tanking quite a few spells. Xtreme Gaming though unable to really get in there. Utilizing the Shadow Dance passive, they know that OG have planted a ward of themselves up on the high ground. As oh my goodness, JT is in! The arena catches 3. Seb, he's just left dead in the middle of the arena as Taiga ends up disrupting himself. DM also taken out. Taiga's gonna end up buying back, but they're immediately on a BZM. He's leashed up in the spear. JT! What an absolute Giga Chad move! Absolutely just starting the team fight off on his own terms.
The god of war, Mars, JT.
Those are 3 heroes dead, Winter. No buyback.
Yeah, he finds the best possible initiation you could ask for in the arena. And Tyler's like, oh great, now what do? I can't counter initiate, everybody's BKB, so you just die.
That was brutal. JT, what a performance from the Malaysian offlaner here over the side of Xtreme Gaming. That's going to be just a full set of bottom barracks, Winter, and that's not even Roche. The question is, Winter, all right, you're OG. You've just, kind of been beaten back pretty hard, actually, by JT in this engagement. You know that they're going to be looking for Roche. You can expect wards to be on your way, but you also know that there's no BKB, there's no Arena of Blood for some time. Can you contest this Roche?
The first thing I'll be telling my team is, Hyde, you need to be outside of the arena. You have to be far, you have to be further behind because you have a blink. I think the team fights is actually not that difficult for them to take if they are well positioned.
Well, we'll see. This is not the proper positioning that they're hoping for. They are perfectly scouted. JT, he's just in again. Somehow, that has caught Taiga. Seb, unable to get off the black hole. He started the cast animation. I don't think he's going to be able to get it off now as, oh, goodness gracious. Paparazzi's found his man, JT, as well, with the dieback there onto Taiga. Ghost trying to fight his way through this one as well. He's on top of Iragi. His Agi disappearing. Even DY doing too much damage. There's the spin, but without the talent. Ghost still chasing him down. They've at least gotten through DY, but it's going to cost BZM his own life as Yuragi. There is no escape from this Xtreme Gaming side. He doesn't have a spin, he doesn't have an Omni Sash, and he doesn't have a team to support him, Winter. Xtreme Gaming, they win yet another brawl as JT just initiates again on his own. He's winning on the game. They're going for tier 4s.
Ending the game, that's what you want from your initiating hero or player. No hesitation,
There's a fortify. There's a buyback. Seb's back in 3 seconds. Does not have a Link Dagger, but does have a Black Hole, Winter. 4 alive now with a triple buyback, but goes, the Ravage onto him. They have managed to catch him. He didn't get off Shadow Dance or the Depth Shroud, and it seems like Ghost will be punished for his lack of skill usage there. OG now, there's an opening for them as they're going to charge, I assume, straight down bottom and take Roche.
They have to get Aegis. If they don't get Roshan, this is going to be really bad for them, like using all these buybacks. If they get Roshan, they still have a chance in the game. Okay, Jug is going to get to the point where he's going to be level 20 finally. He gets this wave, and then he gets the Roche XP. He should be close to level 20.
It'd be a big moment. Xtreme Gaming, though, Winter, they're not going to just let this one go. They still feel confident. JT has been absolutely popping off in these last 2 fights. Each one of these swings on the net worth grab can be attributed basically to 1 Arena of Blood each. Here they go down bottom. Oh, ET is just so great at exerting Roche control as well. You see that just delaying this Roche, burning the time. He's got another combo like that available in 2 more seconds. And OG, they just can't afford to all be lined up and stunned, or slept here more specifically, by the Astral Spirit. 20 seconds left until Slark's alive yet again. And OG, I think they're realizing that they can't just afford to go in like this. The ET, it makes this impossible. With Slark now respawning, sure, he'll be running pretty far, but double pounce, he'll be here in no time. OG, they have to look for a fight instead. Oh, but Yuragi, he's underneath a ward.
They don't have
JT.
any observe ward in the jungle. They need a vision under the jungle, under their smoke fight.
This is too scary. OG, they've dropped a lane ward right where the tier 1 bottom used to
they're
stand.
backing off. Richie,
But
they're running away.
Extreme Gaming, yeah, they're back to full strength. I see why they're running away, Winter. In fact, Rubik zip it in. Look at that. Sin Q able to find Taiga here. He doesn't have buyback, so that's still a valuable pickoff. Might just buy enough time for Extreme Gaming to finish off this Roche, especially with Seb showing now top lane. OG, they're going to have to hope for a high ground miracle here. It's Extreme Gaming moving to the Roche pit for Roshan number 2.
I need like a 4 or 5 man black hole in the next fight.
It needs to be one for the history books from OG. I mean, it's a tough game. Aegis, Depth Shroud, just damn. You pick up a shell on the beach, and Pangolier might cancel your black hole. He's got an Octarine core as well, his 15 talent, Ag Scepter, and a Basher. You have Sin Q, who's popping off a little bit in this game as well, honestly, on the Rubik. You still have this Earth Splitter to contend with. I mean, Seb doesn't even have a BKB, by the way. He's still a full component away.
But I'm not even sure how much can that change the game, you know? Say he gets a BKB then. In the team fights, there's still like Rubik, there's still Elder Titan, Earth Splitter. Maybe with a Blink, if he has Blink BKB, I can see maybe there's a chance that he gets a really good black hole. But right now, he has to walk in, pop BKB, and hope he gets a big black hole.
Yep.
It's too much to ask.
It's a lot. Also, I love this Elder Titan Shard, this Echo Stomp. Whenever it's active, you get to just jump to where you've Echo Stomped to on your spirit. You combine instantly.
Yeah, so you actually just get to the target that you want to be, so your aura gets next to him to remove the armor.
Sin Q also denies away the potential of getting another rune. Whoa, what is this? Yuragi jumping on in. A beautiful stomp onto 2 is going to allow Ghost more than enough time. He actually thinks about counter-initiating here. He's taking a lot of damage, though, but still has that Shadow Dance. Disruption used by Taiga as DM waiting in the wings with the Blink Ravage to try and counter-initiate if needed. Extreme Gaming, though, they're not going to push the issue here. They're going to conserve Aegis on Ghost, as they do have another Shadow Dance to use in 30 seconds.
They have to only hold on the high ground. I don't think they can defend any of the towers. That's just the reality of the situation right now. Maybe try to delay until the Aegis is out before they start to take a fight. I think that's the best bet, you know.
Yeah, because buybacks are looking pretty desperate at this stage for the side of OG. You know, they kind of bought back earlier. Only one who has buyback here, crucially though, is Seb.
The Mars is hitting your tower.
Yeah, and look at that bonus attack speed. He's almost 25, by the way. Wow. Maybe that Midas really has quite paid off this game for him. Draghi, quick little bash into the stun. Extreme Gaming, though, biding their time. Not the initiation they're quite looking for. Big old zip zap on the way on in. Doesn't really bait out much from the side of Extreme Gaming. Telekinesis. JT holding on to the spears. Yuragi spinning to win here. JT, they've actually found a silence, a stun onto Yuragi. The disruption save in the nick of time as JT did connect onto the spear. BZM onto the backlines trying to disrupt this fight, but it's not going very well still. As Extreme Gaming, they're just too strong. The Omni Slash is coming out, but the Creep Wave is here to tank it. Yuragi, he comes out without any mana. DY's right on top of him. There's the Spear Mars. Ghost laying into him now. Finds a bash even from Paparazzi, and Yuragi throws in the towel. All of his Agi's been taken. Extreme Gaming, they will take the 2-0 over the side of OG, despite Seb's best efforts here for the Black Hole.
What a performance by JT on the Mars here. You know, like winning them the last couple of fights with his initiation and his confidence when he was jumping in, fearless. He knows that he's really strong. His team's going to back him up. Just very, very well played as a initiating hero this game, you know. I think you could not have asked for a better performance on your Mars player.
Yeah. I mean, we both kind of questioned that Midas, but I think JT
it was
has
mostly
earned...
me. I take that blame.
I mean, look, I was also surprised. That's why I pointed it out. I do bring these things up to bait you into these, as well. But sure as hell ended up being the right choice here. And OG with some pretty phenomenal fights in the early game as well. I mean, this one included. They get 2 cores, I believe, in a couple of next fights. But is this the one that goes lopsided for them? No, it's the one a bit later, isn't it? Where OG have first Aegis on the Storm Spirit, and they just don't really get the fight that they're looking for with the Spear back initiation onto JT, right? That's where things kind of started going pear-shaped for OG. with Xtreme Gaming, never looking back
they
from
only
there.
had like one good team fight. I think when they won like one or two like couple of good fights. You know, when they got a 2-man black hole. Like apart from that, like all the damages and the black holes, they were not really in sync with the team fights. I feel like JT has been like majority getting the jumps. Especially this one, he got the jump onto Juggernaut,
Right.
speared the Juggernaut back, so it became really difficult for the rest of the team to follow up. And the rest is just history, you know, the fight is just over.
Xtreme Gaming looking pretty damn clean in this game as well. You know, from here on out, this initiation from JT was out of this world. I mean, no chance really for OG to do anything after they're caught underneath a ward. I mean, JT, I think, identifying the fact that OG had put down a ward there. Obviously, it's made easy by the fact that Ghost is a Slark, so he knows immediately that they've put down a ward. But just the game sense to know the extent of that ward coverage, walk around it, and then plants that beautiful arena. This second initiation as well, with that second ward paying off. I mean, just damn good ward coverage by the side of XG, but also great ways, or they did a great job, rather, of actually, you know, capitalizing on this, right? By JT especially. I'm so impressed, honestly.
Yeah, it's been a while since I last seen him play this well. You know, he has been like on a bad run of like bad games for a while, but you know, this game he's definitely played well, carried his team to victory. And yeah, I mean, just nothing but praise for him this game, you know. Definitely one of the best mouse games I've seen in a while.
Very, very convincing here, as it's Xtreme Gaming who will secure the 2-0 here over the side of OG. We'll see what that means for them. Ooh, Winter, I have news for you. It appears that 9 Pandas did not win both of their games. So that means, as a result of this 2-0 victory that Xtreme Gaming have over OG, we have settled Group B for the play-in stage. I'm not sure if we have any standings to show you visually, but I can read them out to you. It's still Quest Esports who topped the group at 8-2. Congratulations to them. Still continuing to perform after their Bali performance and after a roster change as well. They've been doing amazing. Xtreme Gaming, though, at 7-3, will be moving on directly alongside Aster and Liquid here of the group stage, play-in stage. Coming up next, I believe there's nothing on this channel, though, is there, Winter? Because we move into the second phase of the play-in phase.
Tomorrow, right? I think the game's already over today. Oh no, is there like a tiebreak?
Oh, we have a tiebreaker.
There's a tiebreak,
Yes, because TSM and Entity, I believe they need to break the tie. Actually, Execration and VP also need to break the tie in Group A. So I think if you stay tuned, people will be able to cover that for you.
Wait, is that a 1v1 tiebreak? Oh yeah, it's a 1v1 tiebreak.
Oh, is it a mid 1v1, really?
Yeah. Right, that's gonna be very interesting actually.
We'll be able to provide you guys more info on the tiebreaker situation and verify after we've just seen XG take the 2 over OG. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to have way more Dota for the Riyadh Masters coming at you after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
all-new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Dude, what's the background? That's so funny. We're almost done with the playing stage. We've kind of got the group stages of it out the way. We have a special tiebreaker action though. We're used to like maybe best of 1 tiebreakers, maybe best of 3 tiebreakers. But if you go back to, what was it, ESL 1 Genting, I believe it was, we had the 1v1 tiebreaker. That was where one in particular I can remember, where we had Armel slaying the king. And now we've got Bob up against Squad X. So this is for seeding. I appreciate what you've done. My background is definitely not like yours, so I feel like I've failed a little bit.
Don't worry, you've got that old Kunka art behind you of, Dota 1 days, so it's all good. It's all good. But no, I'm really excited to see how this one is going to move on forward, because it honestly means a lot, especially considering what they were having to potentially go up against, right? We saw at the end of the rest of the play-in games, it was, 9 Pandas have a 6-4 record, and Secret who would be playing the team that wins this tiebreaker have a 4-6 record. So it's like a really big difference between the two in terms of like not necessarily quality, but you would much rather go against another team that has a negative record.
Yeah, 100%. A team that is struggling a little bit more to get their footing. I had no idea, like, we were doing a 1v1 tiebreaker. I dipped out a little bit, came back, watched the last series. They said, we got 1v1 tiebreakers going on. And I didn't know what they were going to do. I don't know if it would be same heroes they'd be playing, go back to... It seems like they're going back to the old-fashioned 1v1 Shadow Fiend. At least when I started Dota, that was the name of the game. If you had a dispute, the way to work it out was you pick Shadow Fiend, you walk down mid and see who has the skills. Bob, I know we're on our cameras right now, but Bob's trying to mess around with some cheats in games. So
dash teleport, just looking to get around the map, dash refresh and all that sort of stuff. But no cheats enabled. It's all skill here with this SFB SF matchup. And well, Bob, he wants to make sure that Execration don't climb on that 747 that he's got in his tag right there. They don't want to go home too early. They want to make sure that they've got the best chances to be able to move forward, have a favorable matchup going into those decided.
So yeah, they also, obviously they haven't worked out the rules, because I'm pretty sure, I thought runes are a no-go. Squad X has got a bottle queued up, so we will see. There may be some dispute.
I remember there was a dispute between Sumail and Armel, and Sumail was like, wait, you can do this? And
Yeah,
whatever,
So let's look at this. It's very different with the item build as well. I mean, Bob, he's gone, I should say Squad X. Yeah, he's gone Blood Grenade and a Fairy Fire. So we get to see what's the Blood Grenade going to do in a 1v1 with a Shadow Fiend.
We will see. I mean, you already do have that little bit of the buff to the Shadow Rays, right? The movement speed reduction. So really just going to be on the back of how many of those can you land, can you time them perfectly so that just as the buff's about to wear off, the debuff, excuse me, you refresh it, maybe use that to be able to go for the kill. There's a nice little photo. Yeah, you look in the body blocks.
Yeah.
There's a nice photo between Bob and Squad X as well on VP's Twitter, just making like old school boxing style poses, staring each other down. Didn't realize how tall Squad X was. He's got a good, almost got a foot.
Bob messed up.
No, it might be intentional. Just leaving the one to go forward. The way it pushes back
so it's some big brain shit right here. Is that what it is?
Absolutely.
Because they practice this, I mean, this is definitely where all the attention goes when you get ready for a tournament. It's the 1v1 mid.
Look at that. Lane's pushing in already. Bob is the master strategist right now. Oh, nearly. All right, I want you to make a prediction right now. Who's going to take this? All right, I'll just go Squad X because I do like me some Bob, but we got to have a horse in the race for both teams.
Were you going to say Bob, though?
I was going to say Bob.
Okay. I don't know.
A soft spot for the guy.
Yeah, see, mid laners as well. There's something else. Squad X, he's got to prove himself. This is a good stage to do it.
He's been playing really damn well in that mid lane. A lot of people have been saying, man, why can't he be on Team Spirit, for example? He might be the next one if there is some sort of roster shuffle to go around. So I could certainly see him being one of those, next big things when the post-TI shuffle happens. But that's not what matters right now. Riyadh Masters, baby. See if he is able to get them across the line to face up against, I believe it would be Secret instead of 9 Panthers. Know what VP's record is like when they're within their own region, right? They are constantly being kept.
Bob! I got him! Squad X with the Blood Grenade, triple raise, just like that. And it looks like they're playing to second death. Okay, so...
Sometimes people just call it if it's like too late and there's just no way to come back from it, but death time is low enough. You might be able to salvage it somewhat if you just quickly get back to the lane and not lose too many creeps, but it's an uphill battle for Bob. I never had doubt in Squad X for sure.
Let's see. Maybe once Bob sees the bottle get delivered, he'll be like, hang on a second, what's this? You cheating? Definitely mattered in the end. Squad X?
Oh, Bobby.
Oh my god.
Oh, this bottle. I want to see if we see any all chat. Execration v Entity. There was certainly some all chat going on there between Gabby and his Pinoy countrymen, but this time around, like it's all business right now. But he is out of mana, out of resources, and he is short a little bit of that extra damage that Squad X is able to pump into it.
What the? What happened to the water runes? They didn't spawn?
1v1, I guess they're disabled. I'm a support player. I don't think about 1v1 mid, okay?
Wonder if the bounty spawns
warding
then.
battle. Maybe we should have had that go.
A warding, come on, dude. That'd be so boring. What do you do with a warding battle? How do you determine who wins?
What about you get to place 4 observer wards on the map, and you get a gem on either team, and you get to like see who dewards 2 first?
I don't know. I prefer
Sounds thrilling
this.
to me.
It sounds so thrilling, dude. So we have gotten confirmation. 2 kills or a tower. So, I mean, at the moment, this is, you know, with that previous kill, of course, Squad X having a big experience advantage is probably the big thing. Where I imagine once he gets a 3rd point in Raise, maybe Blood Grenade can get delivered by then. We'll probably make it go. What can Bobby do? Bob the Builder.
Hey, through to him on this courier. He's going to be hoping that those raindrops come through by the time that this level 5 is up on Squad X as well. Surprisingly, only about like a quarter of the level behind, despite giving up that first blood. Lots of gold going Squad X's way, so Bob's still making pretty decent go at this.
That he is, but I'm worried now. I mean, you see how hesitant he's posturing.
He's got the raindrops though.
That is true,
Again,
that is true.
Squad X has his coming out as well, so I really feel like he might just be able to chip him down as the water runes now spawn. Okay.
Alright, alright.
It's in beta.
I was worried that... Uh-oh, Bob, don't go back.
Oh. He's got the raindrop. He's fine. The little bitty steps.
One misstep it can be disastrous for Bob. He's gonna go for it. Why not? 3 points raises. Needs the short raise though.
Raindrop in 1 second. Oh.
That's some good damage. Oh, he's gonna go for it.
Oh,
Bob, all right.
He's bringing it back.
We are even. We are even here. Bob, he strikes back.
A lot of kills going underneath the tower as well. So Bob is reaching up to his level 6. Can you go for like the style play? Come on, use the wand. Get the Requiem ready for when he TPs in. I want to see it. Oh, he wants to get out right, nice and quick.
Some interesting stuff that's going on. This is
even a sentry ward as well.
I think Bob's bringing out the observer, so it might get dealt. It's just a little minor differences on how they're building.
I was wondering if Squad X was going to consider just shoving that wave in. And now it really comes down to the mental side of things, right? If you have a look at the net worth, it's basically dead even. Like, it is dead even in terms of net worth off the back of that. Surprisingly enough, with the first blood given over to Squad X, he's still a little bit behind. So, see done by Bob to be able to bring this one back. Of course, he's got all of C behind him. No haters of the C region within SCA, that's for sure.
No, not at all. They love their region, dude. What do you mean? Definitely the biggest supporters. He got an arcane rune. What?
Oh, no.
No, see, this is the thing. Runes, I don't know. Like, surely you go on the other side of the stairs and don't reveal yourself. I'm kind of surprised he showed.
Second observer ward on the left-hand side. Is it out of sentry range? It is this time around. So, he's got another one of those blood grenades ready. Dishing that little bit of extra range, but he's missed out on a couple last hits now.
I guess the big thing is, like, Bob has boots compared to Squad X. So...
I suppose he's just gone full stats. That freaking bottle.
I don't know, man. This arcane, I'm waiting for it to come into play.
It might just time out. You know, that 2 minutes. You might get it popped at an inopportune time. We'll have to wait and see. Imagine if you got, like, a double rune. Pretty hyped to be able to try and swarm over Bob. No, not popping it. It's like he's ready. Bob's actually got level 7 first.
Oh, he's gone for it. They're in the man fight with the Requiem. Oh, now he showed his hand. Squad X knows Requiem has been leveled up. He can play accordingly. Oh.
And he's out of range.
Didn't go max raises. Interesting. It's all or nothing here. Is Bob? Can he get the fee? Not long enough duration, but it will not matter. Bobby does it. Execration and C once again are the 1v1 champions. Let's round of applause for Bob.
Nicely done, Bobby. And yeah, so with that means that Execration are now going to be taking on Secret, I believe, and VP9 Pandas. So, I mean, they have not been to a single major this year, and it is because they just beat everyone else except for Spirit, Betboom, and Nine Pandas. So I'm sure they're just going to be saying, oh man, not again. This, of course, is not a highlight show of what we just saw in that 1v1 matchup, but of the entire day, and really how Execration got to this point, because they lost game one fairly convincingly, and we got to cast, I would say, our most entertaining game so far of the play-in stage, with that real back and forth coming. That was the Colonel's Choice play coming through there. And yeah, that was a really back and forth. Lots of all chats going on. Easy game from Fishman got turned around pretty quickly with a response from Bob, our victor in this game today. So really cool to see they were able to get the W. And, you know, there's still a chance for a lot of these teams. It now just comes down to a best of three. See even more plays. This was Watson from Entity. Like, he just juked out so many spells in this engagement. Was able to barely get away. A lot of assistance being provided from the rest of the team. And yeah, I mean, do you think we're going to get any upsets now? Do you think there's a potential for Execration? Because again, we've got a little bit more of that C on C action, right? We've got Armel and FBZ that they're going to be going up against. So I love it. I want to see more of it.
Maybe. Who knows? Maybe they, up against some of the C brothers, they might have the advantage. I'd definitely say, Secret might feel a little bit more favored, but yeah, all the replays are of this one series and one game in particular, which was a wild one, like you were saying. I don't know how they didn't lose the game right here. I mean, watching this live was incredible. Before this as well, Entity were inside the base of Execration, so that's another thing to add context to what's going on.
Clutch decrep off there, just to make sure that Palace lives for a tiny bit, just forces them to expend a little bit extra. They didn't actually end up ending the game right here on Execration. They still got wiped again, but luckily for them, Hugna Beast and Muerta had the buyback. They were able to make another play in onto the base and eventually just swarm it down with Entity. Not able to clear the creeps out. Back to protection was not disabled, and yeah, they were able to get that super valuable win. Just their second for the group stage. Let's call it 2.5 now, with Bob able to secure this win.
Yep, so not a lot on today, but there is still a lot more Dota action going on. We've got those play-in decider games, all so important. We have a couple of teams that have already guaranteed their position. Asta, Liquid from Group A, and then of course Quest and Xtreme. So congratulations to those teams, but we still have 4 more slots yet to be determined. Those games are going to be going on the main stream, Stream A and Stream B. So I think probably like half an hour. In fact, it definitely should not be long until those ones are ready to go. 15 minutes, it says on Wikipedia. Yeah. So got a lot more action here for the Riyadh Masters. Stick around. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.